grupos de investidores sociais vai começar em breve. Obrigada. Brasileiro de Filantropos e Investidores Sociais vai começar.
Bom dia a todas, todos e todes que estão aqui conosco presencialmente e também ao público que está nos acompanhando ao vivo pelo YouTube. Sejam bem-vindas, bem-vindos e bem-vindes à 13ª edição do Fórum Brasileiro de Filantropos e Investidores Sociais. Eu sou Andréa Hanay, consultora e gerente de projetos do IDIS, e será uma honra conduzir esse encontro tão aguardado e repleto de novidades. A abertura artística deste ano foi realizada por Heloísa dos Santos Nascimento,
Jéssica Fonseca de Oliveira, and Micaele Ribeiro Santos. They participate in the activities of CC Inter. It is a center in Tangará maintained by the Secretariat of São Paulo, Social Assistance of São Paulo. Talking about philanthropy among us and about the choreography by Silas Alcântara de Moura, they prepared this very special choreography, translating into art and movement the complexity that will guide the debates of the day. Thank you once again to the Centro de Convivência Intergeracional CC Inter, Silas, and the ballerinas Heloísa, Jéssica, and Micaele. Congratulations for the excellent work you do. I am going to welcome our translators, sign language and also languages that address the sensitivity of our audience, and we can also have a richer experience for people with visual deficiency. I am yellow, and I have shoulder-length brown hair, and I'm wearing a purple long-sleeved shirt and black pants. I am she and her. During the whole event, we're going to have simultaneous translation into Portuguese and English, and the people who are here in person can use the headsets that are on the table. You can also go to the back of the room to get your own headset. Remember to leave them on the table at the end of the event or give them to somebody in our team. Our online audience can listen to the Portuguese channel in YouTube, and the Revista Alliance, also in YouTube, will be in English. And the Forum of Philanthropy and Social Investors is from IDIS, the Institute for Social Development, CAFI, Charities, a Foundation, and Global Philanthropy Forum. Before we start, I would like to thank all of the organization of the event and also our supporters that have made this great meeting possible. Our master supporter, Movimento Bem Maior. Our silver sponsor, RD Saúde. Our bronze sponsors, Charles Stewart Mold Foundation, Foundation Grupo Volkswagen, Foundation Itaú, Fundação José Luiz Egídio Setúbal, Instituto Aegea, Instituto Cicobi, and our institutional supporter, UNICEF. And of course, I'd like to thank the Alliance magazine, our partner. So let us now hear the video from RD Saúde. Hi, Androgazil are RD Saúde. 1 million lives seen every day for more opportunities. Knowing that a healthy planet means healthier people. For you, for who you want to take care of, always. RD Saúde, Asraia, Drogazil, and several other brands together for a healthier society. And now, to officially open the Brazilian Forum of Philanthropy and Social Investors of 2024, I would like to invite Paula Fabiani.
Olá, olá, bom dia.
Good morning. Welcome, everyone. It's great to be here with you today. I'm very happy to receive each of you here. And I have already seen lots of friends this morning, but it's great to see our community growing with so many new people. Welcome to the audience as well, the audience that is with us virtually from all the different states in Brazil. I am Paula Fabiani. I am the CEO of IDIS. I am white. I am a young 53-year-old. I have short brown hair, brown eyes. I wear glasses. And today I'm wearing black pants and a black blazer. And I have the earrings that represent our event and my shirt as well. So welcome to this event. It is a very special brand for us. IDIS is completing 25 years of existence. Our pillars in consulting, knowledge of impact projects have brought us here. In the consulting business, we have our mission trying to generate a greater impact in the philanthropic area. In terms of knowledge, we produce for the sector materials with the best practices and data so that organizations can generate a more positive impact. And in these projects, we deliver with our partners actions that impact the ecosystem of philanthropy in donations, benefiting organizations, communities, and people. Every pillar feeds the others, just like we did in the agenda of the equity funds. The work of advocacy, which is an impact project, the events, the data, the debates that are actions in the knowledge pillar, they were extremely important. Consulting to structure funds as well, because they brought evidence that supports our defense of a more favorable regulatory environment. And for ESG, community philanthropy, evaluation of the impact, and other areas that we work in. Our pillars are integrated to be able to do strategic philanthropy in our country. Our pillars inspire, support, and enhance social private investment and its impact, which is our mission. And to celebrate these 25 years of activity, we have a celebration campaign, and the topic chosen was Social Investment is Made by People. We wanted to celebrate not only IDIS, but each of us that make social investment and strategic philanthropy happen and advance. We celebrate everyone who has a hands-on. I want to see the translation for hands-on. And this is for the collective good and people who never want to stop learning, reflect and question themselves to see if it's better, if you can do it better. And today we're going to talk about us, about our community, and about how we're advancing. What can be done in a different way, what can be strengthened, and if we are using our power of influence in the best way possible. Our entrepreneur community is also in focus, launching this 1% commitment. And we're going to talk about us, the polycrisis, interconnected issues, lack of trust, and the barriers that need to be overcome. We're going to talk about the knots that we have to untie and the ones that we have to reinforce because they strengthen what brings us together and what makes us act. We're going to debate our challenges and also look at solutions, about mechanisms, about the role of data and providing technology also in terms of democracy and equity in the knots of the ESG agenda, and just like G20, that is presided by Brazil, opening up a window of opportunity to strengthen philanthropy around the world. We also have speed, and we're going to analyze if we are moving with the speed that is necessary in terms of climatic changes and emergencies that are frequent. Even more frequent. Definitely, there will be plenty of topics during the day in different regions around the world and in Brazil. Okay, I don't want to talk too much, but before starting our program, I'd like to share great conquest. So if you follow IDIS, you know that it's been 1 decade that we've been looking at endowments in Brazil. So we believe that this is the mechanism that will contribute towards the sustainability of causes and organizations. And that's why we focus so much on the production of knowledge and the incidence of the regulatory issues. In the last decade, we created 20 endowments. We did consulting for that. And today I'm proud to say that we have launched our fund for philanthropy, so to be able to strengthen the ecosystem and the donation system in Brazil. So we are starting with great donors, and it's a matching structure. So for every real, we have another real that is made with a donation made by Mackenzie Scott to IDIS, but every donation is important, and if you want to donate with any amount, the information is in our site. And what we get from the fund we'll be able to use to complement the resources that are necessary for our projects in philanthropy, such as this forum, our advocacy for the philanthropic funds with the coalition, studies such as the project for donation. We will have a new edition next year, and also the creation of other impactful projects in territories that have encouraged territorial and community issues. So we want these projects to continue, and we don't want them to stop because of lack of funds. We want to continue these initiatives, and we want to increase the legacy of IDIS for our society. The world needs more generosity. Here in this room, in different areas of Brazil and in other countries, we have individuals and groups that act, bringing networks of solidarity. And it is these networks and these knots that contaminate society with the hope of a future with greater equity, sustainability, and humanity, where each of us will bring together this idea of taking care of each other and the planet. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to those who were with us at some point in the last 25 years. We made mistakes together, we got things right together, but we always tried to contribute to a fairer society. And without you, it would not have been possible to get here. Social investment is made of people, and many people who are here or who are watching us. Thank you to our supporters for this event, our sponsors, my great team, my board, and also our partners. I would like to give special thanks to Philippe Young, who is here from the Global Forum, for the partnership of 13 years and for being here with us today. We're very happy. And also Mariana Tsevic, who recently joined CAFI to be able to work internationally. We are also part of this international network for 19 years. Thank you for being here. Thank you for strengthening our community and our dreams. And I would like everyone to take advantage of this day that is going to be so rich. Okay, now I announce the 13th Brazilian Forum of Philanthropes and Social Investments. I declare it to be open. And to start the forum for our opening plenary session that is called Philanthropy, Untying the Knots Around the World, I'd like to call Cida Bento, the co-founder of Centro de Estudos das Relações de Trabalho e Desigualdades. Renata Piazon, the general director of Instituto Arapiaú. Sérgio Fausto, the General Director of Fundação Fernando Henrique.
E nosso moderador, Philippe Young, co-presidente e co-CEO do CCWI.
And also Philippe Young from CCWI, the Global Philanthropy Forum.
Good morning, everyone. Good to be here. This is the first time I've been in Brazil, and I'm saying I have been amazed. It has truly been a great honor to be here, to be in São Paulo for my first time in Brazil, and I want to thank IDIS and particularly Paula for her great friendship over the past 13 years for the Global Philanthropy Forum. I've enjoyed immensely our back and forth, and I've learned a lot from you. So thank you for being here with us. I am most pleased and honored to be the moderator for this first session, of the Brazilian Philanthropy Forum, which is entitled Philanthropy, Untangling Knots in the World. Wow, that's a big title. For those of you who are, I guess, in the streaming world, I will take a cue from you. I am Asian. I'm a he. I have a blue suit on, and I have no hair. Okay. So, my name is Philippe Young, as you heard. I'm the President and CEO of the Commonwealth Club World Affairs in San Francisco, and represent the Global Philanthropy Forum along with my colleague, Sarah Howard, who is here. You will meet as well. I have the privilege of being your moderator. I have three functions here. Three functions. First is to be administrative. Okay. Turn off your cell phones. We are going to have the format which we will have our distinguished guests of Renata Piazon, Cida Bento, and Sergio Fausto give some opening remarks, and then we'll have questions. Okay, that's the first. Second, I've been asked to give you somewhat of a global perspective since I'm part of the Global Philanthropy Forum, and I'll try to make that as short as possible, and then try to add certain ideas as we go forward. And the third function for me is really to get out of the way and let our audience speak, our moderators speak, okay? So first, again, turn off your cell phones. We have a really very interesting set of conversations we're about to have. Secondly, as I said, I've been asked to give you very quickly, and I underscore very quickly, my global perspective of what's going on in the world and philanthropy's role in that particular, in our particular world right now. So from that perspective, I want to ask a question for all of you. How many of you believe the world is a mess? I want you to raise your hands. How many believe the world is a mess? Okay? How many believe the world is messy? Okay, now I'm interested how the translator is going to hear this, okay? And how many of you, now be honest, don't know the difference between the two, mess and messy? I don't. My staff doesn't often. So we'll talk about that a little bit later towards the end, okay? So the second question the last other question I want to ask, how many of you feel anxiety and worry or know of people who feel anxiety and worry in the world? Okay. That's many of us. And I was talking with a few people last night about that particular thing. So here's what I want to say to all of you very quickly. It is a new world, a completely new world. And there are 5 points that I would just say to you for you to be thinking about. And I'm sure our audience, our panelists are going to explain why that is the case. There are 5 things I want people to remember. One is the world now has changed forever. We're never going to go back to the way it was. All right? It is not business as usual. And what has worked in the past will not work in the future. The third thing is that change is happening, and it's happening faster and faster each day. Here, where I'm in Silicon Valley for AI, every 6 weeks, there's a major, major change that rewrites everything. And so therefore, my exhortation to you is to act quickly and act now. Fourth thing, embrace risk, because that is what's needed right now, bold action. And then finally, and we'll talk about this, I think our panelists will be thinking about and have something to say about that, is authentic narratives of hope, all right? And figuring out a way to get it as a means to execute on action. So with that, and we can talk about this a little bit later, and why the world is changing and all the reasons for that. But like I said, my third rule is to get out of the way as quickly as possible, all right? And so with that, I wanted to go ahead and introduce our first panelist. You have her bio. And what I wanted to say about Renata Piazzo, who's the managing director of the Arapayu Institute. What I've been most impressed is about her focus on her systemic solutions and her dedication to climate issues and economic sustainability. So, Renata, the first question I ask, and you can go ahead and, we were talking about this earlier, is what's Brazil's greatest challenge today? And when it comes to implementing, a sustainable development economic agenda, and what is the role of philanthropy? Because you have such a systemic way of looking at things, I think this is a great question to start off with.
Thank you, Philip. Bom, obrigada, Paula.
Thank you, Paula, IDIS. It's an honor to be here at this panel with all of you. The first thing is, I just wanted to tell you what Arapiaú is. It is an indigenous Arapiaú, it's difficult to pronounce, right? It's an indigenous name, but it is in Tupi-Guarani, and it means earth without any evil, where all the knots are untied. So the meaning is beautiful. And it's Brazilian philanthropy that's been working 15 years to try and help structure and fair development for low carbon emissions in the country. And we've been working in the climatic agenda, understanding that for us to talk about the climate, we have to stop talking about climate. We have to start talking about prosperity. We have to talk about development. We have to talk about what connects us to people. So we have been acting in Arapiaú through an integrated way of developing. So we have a national action, and especially in the Amazon and in the south of Bahia, which is where we started. So, because climate is the main knot for us to untie in this decade, right? I don't know who works on this agenda, but it is extremely important and it's concrete. We're talking about the floods in Rio Grande do Sul. We're talking about the drought. I was in Manaus last week and we have smoke. It's difficult to breathe. The crisis in the production of food, all of this is part of the climate issue and how we connect this to people's lives. So this intersection between climate and development is extremely important, and I think there's a very important role that philanthropy has for the change in this narrative. So we don't do anything by ourselves. So we have been incubating networks in our story. The first one was the PBO, and that's the main platform for detection and for deforestation in our country. Then we came to the coalition. I can talk about these networks specifically. Then we had the Amazon issues, and then the people about that work in the forest. And I want to talk about that because this is a look that we have in philanthropy. When we got together, COAB, CONAC, and CNS, these are representatives of indigenous communities, quilombolas, and the riverside populations there. And we asked them, what kind of help do you need in terms of climatic issues? And the answer we got was connectivity. So for us, it was something new because we had never done any kind of support with regard to connectivity when we talk about climate. But their explanation was very simple. For us to remain in the territory, we are the main guardians of this territory. We need connectivity. We need connectivity for the protection of the territory. So I have these people who are illegal, trying to mine the area, and they have connectivity. No, we need connectivity to have access for health, for telemedicine, for education, for distance learning. So we understood that as climatic philanthropy, it was very important for us to support connectivity. So that's why I say we have to have the opening of philanthropy for this integrated approach, systemic approach. So if we really want to make things happen, we have to start talking about philanthropy, climatic philanthropy that is connected to several agencies. So this is the main project that we're incubating. The idea is to get to 5,000 communities in the Amazon. We're already in 1,000 communities, and it's not only taking the connection, it's forming a network through this communication with the leadership of these indigenous population, the quilombolas and the riverside population. So it's long-term with engagement and local leadership and placing people in the middle of the discussion. So we have done this increasingly. And the last thing I wanted to say, because my time is almost up, is that it's very important for us to engage with international philanthropy and, mapping these effects. When we look at the last study that was done from Climate Worlds in 2022, they invested between $7 and $12 billion in the climatic agenda. That's in 2022. It looks like a lot, but that's 2% of global donations. So it's still very little. So we need movement so that we can have more resources reaching us. And we also need a movement to combine the different types of capital, because it's not only philanthropy that is going to solve this by itself. So we have to combine the capital of philanthropy with private equity, with public equity. We have a successful example in Arapiaú, which is blended finance with the BNDES. I can talk a little bit more about that later, but it was the first project in Brazil. It was credit with a social counterparty and environmental as well. And it's a microcredit organization that works in the area, local development. But we really believe in these mechanisms to combine capital for systemic change. And to close, I was seeing, there was a lot of traffic to get here, and I was listening to a podcast. So why the market got the GDP wrong. And I was thinking about the importance of us in philanthropy, work about the inclusion narrative, the natural capital in richness, and, for example, the forest in the country. If we don't put the forest as part of the GDP, Brazil would be one of the greatest economies in the world. So I think we have a fundamental role in philanthropy to change this narrative. I think Philip said it. We have to reframe. We have to talk about hope, the narrative of hope. And I think this is going to come from philanthropy, so basing our agenda in a different way. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll talk a little bit later about narrative. I think that's incredibly important for our audience and an important new area for people to be concentrating on. Our next speaker is Cida Bento. Cida, hi, nice to meet you. She is the co-founder and board member of the Center for Studies on Labor Relations and Inequalities. And The Economist magazine selected her as one of the 50 most influential people in the world on the issues of diversity. So, Cida, please go ahead.
Good morning. I wanted to start by congratulating IDIS for its 25 years. It is a long time. Congratulations to IDIS. Long life to you and your mission. In my 7 minutes, I would like to call your attention to a very specific point. For us to be able to effectively cross or overcome the challenges that we have in the environment, in the economy, with the challenges in the field of inequality. Remember that we are a very diverse country, and this diversity has to contribute to think about the country. So more than half of the Brazilian population is Black. And this is not what we see in this room. But the problem is not this room. In any institution where I go, where I work inside the institution. I'm in an organization that works essentially with white people inside institutions, and that institution contributes to it wants to become more diverse, more equanimous. So in this sense, I think it's very important to think about a country that is a little over 500 years old and in almost 400 years of Black slavery. We have indigenous populations, Quilombola, they are all alive. We have a movement of women, and philanthropy needs to talk to about this kind of reality, and that's how we're going to change our country. So it's very frequent when philanthropy comes to Brazil, a philanthropist comes in and wants to support projects in this area. It's a white person that talks to another white person, usually a man, right? In general, it's men who talk to other men. That's nice, yes, but we want women, we need Black people, we need indigenous people to be part of it, not only of who's going to receive the support for the project, but they also need to think about the direction that has to be followed. So if mainly white people with a pen that influences things in the country, that decides things in the country, with a pen that can activate the public power, the private initiatives, social movements in general. So having this on the table, this helps to notice when the interested parties, and when I understand that this movement can help, can move forward. So to what extent can I strengthen the movement, the indigenous movement, the indigenous agendas that will work on which interests of people and organizations I know? So to put this card on the table will help us. Putting this card on the table helps us to think about how this very important action that philanthropy can do will diminish inequalities, will reduce violence, will help the country to move towards a dimension that is more democratic, talking about the different areas. So there is no democracy with racism, with chauvinism, with homophobia. So, to be here for me means to talk and to pay attention and say what my heart says that we need to talk about. So thinking that this room is not here for nothing, and, you know, there is a story behind it that brings us to this place. But it is changing in this country. So I work inside institutions with more white people, and the whole time I'm seeing how this is changing. But we need to move forward. We need to go further. Brazil is requesting an environment where people are going to talk more, the different segments, the unions, the entrepreneurs and LGBT, white people. We need to sit together, not to talk about things that have to be negotiated in white spaces. No, we need to make decisions together. And sometimes I'm surprised, and this happened last night. I work with not, you know, lots of young people. I work in the economic area, the educational area. There's a great challenge that we have now. And in 5 regions, and this is governmental money that has come in and electronic equipment that is never for the whole country. How did you think about these resources? Focusing on the more unequal areas in Brazil, thinking about economy in an unequal country, that's what it means. So bringing this in, it's a great fight that we're seeing, a beautiful fight of talking to the managers, and I hope it's going to be 500 municipalities that we're talking about. When it gets there, when the resources get there, the resources from the ministry or from supporters, how do you focus on the poorer regions, right? How does the equipment that, they're not enough for everyone, how does this go to the poorer regions? How do you build this knowledge and this strategy? So, philanthropy can help a lot, can help our country a lot. And I think this country will be better for all of us when we feel diverse in rooms like this one, just like we are in the population. All of our voices helping to see where we're going. Thank you.
Our third speaker is Sergio Fausto. He is the Director General of the Fernanda Henrique Cardoso Foundation. And as I looked at your bio and looked at some of your articles, you're a prolific writer. And you're one very thoughtful on policy and specifically on democracy. So please tell us what you're thinking these days.
Thank you very much, Paula. Thank you for the invitation. Congratulations on the 25 years of IDIS. Congratulations for the 13th Congress, IDIS Congress. My comments. So where do I come from? Just like Renata presented Arapiaú, I'm going to briefly talk about what the Fernanda Henrique Cardoso Foundation is. So this foundation is at the same time a museum with all the documents from President Fernando Henrique, Ruth Cardoso, and some public figures connected to the couple. But it is also a small center of research and study and dissemination of knowledge. And in its DNA, in the center of its worries is the issue of democracy. But this is in a modern way of thinking, and it's exactly what the moderator said. We're going through very radical transformations in our collective life in the planet, and this affects the way of understanding democracy, the democracy crisis, and the paths to be able to update or reinvent democracy so that it will give answers to our new challenges, our civilization challenges. So climatic changes is probably the biggest one, not by itself, but for the first time we can say that the existence of the human species in the world is at risk. So this is radical news in the story of the species, not in the story of all the species, because there are many species that have already that don't exist anymore. But we are going through this, and our peculiar characteristic is we are a species that is aware, and it gives meaning and is able to understand. So it's important to act on this responsibility. And it's also a great transformation, a technological transformation. I still have 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to stop introducing and start talking. So the important thing that the Fernando Cardoso Foundation does is discuss problems. So touch on subjects that are not trivial, that are controversial subjects. And to be able to do this in a pluralist and open dialogue environment, and it's what was mentioned by Cida. So it's a place for reflection, plural reflection, and where it is possible to have an honest and sincere discussion and talk about problems and controversies that we have as a society. And to do this in a way that, as from these discussions, it will be possible to disseminate knowledge for the larger public, not only the public that goes to the foundation or sees our activities through streaming channels. There's a whole area, an educational area, that is for citizenship. So I wanted to discuss problems, because discussing problems will help us to have a more conscious impact, and this impact will be potentially higher. So the first point that is valid for all of us in the third sector, all of us are looking at our own square, right? So it's not easy to find resources, and forums like this one are an opportunity, maybe a unique opportunity or a very relevant opportunity, to notice that you need to have a systemic look at things, being able to build alliances that will increase the impact of strategic philanthropy actions. So there is no strategic philanthropy, even if there's a lot of resources, without any alliances, like, I work by myself. No. So the choice of the topic is very good, the topic of this meeting. Alliances are extremely important, and talking about a few problems. There's the issue of inclusion. So how can we run this process in Brazil? So we have the process of bringing to these spaces that are dominated by white people, and non-white people historically were in the borderline, and now they're incorporating themselves. How do you do this? In this perspective that you have a single objective to create citizenship that is equal for everyone. So your identity is natural, and you should be proud of this. But, we find ourselves as citizens that are the same, with the same rights. I think this is an important process, and it's a discussion that creates a series of misunderstandings among us. So in the democratic field, that's how we call it, right? This is a very important discussion. The issue of climatic changes. How can you do something that is at the same time inclusive, because there's the transition to a low-emission carbon. It's not a walk in the park, right? It's not only for winners. Talking about equity is very important. How can you talk about costs and benefits in this process that is extremely complex? And at the same time, how do you do this? Paying attention to the issue of inclusion, but without losing sight that this process generates a perspective and economic gains, and this process must advance. So what we try to do in the foundation is not just bring together two halves. No, it's get people together, people who have distinct perspectives, from the starting point of sharing values in common, and we start with different perspectives, and it's necessary to have places for this dialogue to happen. Unfortunately, today, these places in Brazil are scarce, starting with the National Congress, right? Because it's far from being a forum of deliberation of these terms and, having a sphere that is essential, that arbitrates the interests of everyone. So this is our square. It's a square that tries to interact with the squares that are around us. So for this reason, my time is up. I accepted this invitation with pleasure, and I would accept any kind of invitation from you, but especially because I think you made a very good choice, an adequate choice, a very interesting choice for the topic of this Congress. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. So I saw a lot of head nodding among our panel. Renata, let me ask you, as starting this, the whole notion of intersectionality, the whole idea that in the old world, the way things used to be, government did their thing, business did their thing, philanthropy and academia did their thing, and never did anybody talk with each other. Me living in Silicon Valley and having been a venture capitalist, one of the things that I remember and I've seen, innovation comes from when smart people in different intellectual spaces share ideas and borrow. Personally, I've never had my own original idea ever. I borrow it from somebody else and apply it somewhere else, okay? So for you, Renata, you talk about, Sergio talked about coalitions and reaching out to different folks and people. For you, you had talked about coalitions and networks dedicated to climate and forest issues. Can you elaborate on that and tell me a little bit more about the way, highlight for philanthropists here, the potential ways they can get involved?
Obrigada.
Thank you. I'm just going to comment on something that Sergio said. I think it's very important to look at the climatic agenda. Last week I was with Manaus, with an entrepreneur in the region, and he said, Renata, nobody's worried about the Amazon. Nobody cares about the forest. We want to get money. And we need to find a way of getting money with the forest standing. And that's obvious, right, when you listen to this. But our approach is not necessarily it doesn't necessarily consider these views of the region. So one of the networks, and this thing about the network is in the DNA of Arapiaú. We don't do anything by ourselves. We want to articulate philanthropy and social society and the government and trying to find converging solutions. And one of the networks that we incubate and encourage is for the Amazon. So this has been working on models for development of the Amazon region. So we have to look at concepts that many times are concepts that are not seen in a positive manner or by the agribusiness or the environmentalists. So when we talk about taking the example of the Amazon, there are many Amazons. We have the urban Amazon where 70% of the population lives. We have the forest, the Amazon forest that is intact. We have the deforestation area, the pressure on that, and the area that has already been deforested. So there's no single solution for the different Amazons. It's just many bioeconomies of solutions based on nature. So in the deforested area of the Amazon, we could do the agrobioeconomy or the economy of commodities. It is a business model, it's a possibility, and it is controversial. So if we put the environmentalists and agribusiness on the same table, right, at the same table. So what we've tried to do with coalitions and with networks is to provoke this discomfort and create new concepts for agreements. So we don't necessarily have a consensus about everything, because that's impossible. It's impossible for everybody to agree on the same means, the same end, but we can try and get consent. So I don't agree with you completely, but I allow this to continue in this way. So another network that we support is Coalition Brazil and Forests and Agriculture. We have more than 400 representatives that include agribusiness and includes organizations, environmental organizations. And this network tries to get to a consent in terms of positioning about key issues in the forest agenda, the climatic agenda, and energy transition and agriculture to be able to base the National Congress, so in a more positive way and a less reactive one. So the last position of this network was about the PL of carbon emissions that is going through the National Congress. We all agree about it completely? No. But consent was given so that this positioning would continue because this favors this point. So these innovative models that we converge and that we bring together, those that are different in the same network, in the same initiative, that's very important for these things to move forward. I think that's it. These were my comments about it at this moment.
Thank you. You know, I was struck by your remarks about philanthropy in Brazil, because in the United States, which has a long history of philanthropy, the history of philanthropy in the United States is predominantly of white men, and it is one of inherited wealth. And then what it becomes then is an issue of power structure. Who owns power? How does it work? For you, how do you feel, what can philanthropy do within the power structure specifically in your mind to change that dynamic that you're talking about?
I think talking about this, first of all, so, this knowledge coming from white males in the main organizations, in our Congress, in our chambers, and in the entrepreneur meetings, our bankers, the deans of universities, and to say, okay, white does not mean transparent. I always say this. It's a view of the world. It's a way of finding solutions. And this also comes from the history of your white group. So if this knowledge of being white and being able to access any kind of dimension in a differentiated manner in Brazil, everything that I talked about, all these people who have the pen in their hands, if you can do that, it's very important if you really want to help Brazil to change, and if you want to change. So the way I understand, I agree with what Sergio said, and also Renata, that we have to sit together. It has to do with your first question. Are we a messy country? Right? And at this moment, we have different segments, and the more they talk to each other, the better it will be for Brazil, because we need collectiveness to be able to find the best path for our country. And I think, what is the other path? When I see and I hear the talks of the presidents with the other segments, with people who are just, how much can you give me to vote on these things that are interesting for the country? I'm very angry at that, but we chose democracy because it would be terrible if we don't like Brazil and knowing its function and dealing with public money in a way that we see on TV that is wrong, and we're at home suffering about it. No, we chose democracy. So everybody's going to have to talk to everybody else. And what I always think is important is for the cards to be on the table, because then we can see, as Sergio said, we can see ourselves as the interested parties in directing solutions for this or that pathway, and we can talk about it. We can, give up on some things. It's never really a consensus, but it's a democratic conversation. That's how I think.
Just to follow up, You know, in the United States, one of the big things that is now among philanthropy is the whole notion of trust-based philanthropy. It's talking to people on the ground who are affected. If you want to affect underserved communities, you have to talk with them first before figuring out the theory and then just applying to that. So, Sita, for you, can you give me some examples or examples that you think are actually working in that way to address some of the issues that you find need to be solved?
So yesterday I was in Imba, Florida. It was great. I'm part of the board, but I see a great effort made by by corporations, actually. They're reviewing their positions, and they are rethinking how they should direct the resources from their institution for the building of a more democratic country. So yesterday I saw the combat to change, climatic change, and how this could be associated to caring for indigenous populations and quilombolas as well. So there's a group that is united in Brasilia. There are philanthropists that are talking to the communities to try and find solutions. So I think at this moment, the country has a lot of movement about this, but I'd like to have more. But I just wanted to wrap up with the discomfort I always feel. My white friends from similar organizations, they are always the ones who are talking about philanthropy. So I asked them, how can philanthropists look for you? And you actually share the contact with me so I can look for them. How do they always get to you first? Because it's very, very rarely that, is it me? They don't find me, right? The trans people, Black, indigenous women, they always get to these things with white people. They have to talk to white people for that. So they always ask me to talk about this, but okay, I was talking to Denise Dora, for example. Denise, ever since I know you, philanthropists look for you and you give me the tip. So philanthropists, they look for other creatures that are not white women or white men. Let's change this game, right? And then we laughed, right? But I think that's very important. It's very important for philanthropists to think about that. For them to get to these issues, they always go through some other white person who gave them the tip. So let's diversify this conversation. Pode falar comentário sobre isso.
Não, eu ia falar da filantropia.
Yeah, I was going to talk about international philanthropy. We still have a way to get that. You talked about trust-based philanthropy, and that's what it should always be. There's been advances, but there's still the path of international philanthropy, and it's very important for philanthropy here in Brazil to ensure that this international resource that we look at, that we take on, it should go to the correct organizations. And I still see a movement of some large global philanthropies who want to get to Brazil or other countries in the south of the world, and they want to create their own strategies. So to disseminate resources in the territory and not necessarily connected to what people are doing here, and they have been for a long time. So it's important for us to strengthen ourselves as Brazilian philanthropy around our causes to show that there is a group who's doing a lot. And the resources that come from abroad, it doesn't necessarily need to consult this group, but it would be interesting, right? It would be interesting for us to be heard. So I participate in some philanthropic groups from abroad, and this has changed slowly, but it is still a fight. I'm part of a group that is called Fundstable. So it's 20 global philanthropies that invest in climatic funds. And I've been at Arapiauú seven years, and the meetings are always in the United States. And this is the first time we're going to have a meeting in the South. So it's a movement. So it's a movement. We have to come out of this natural thing. We have to build this. And the topic of putting yourselves in other people's shoes and how this is difficult in Brazil, Cida, because, I'm going to get my personal history. I feel I'm progressive, but, what kind of, did I have any black people in my school? My only black friend that I had in my life until and I'm, really good friend. I don't have any really good black friends. We used to play football when we were younger, but it's very sporadic. So this problem, it's reference networks, right? But people like you have a very important job, right? Just like in civil rights in the United States, these are black leaderships that have the ability to be interlocutors, and the dramatic part of this story, the difficult part of this story is that this takes up more time, more than we would like. So we have to insist, we have to have determinations to accelerate this, and there's some kind of historical patience we need to have, because inertia is high, right? And the problem is, it is so internalized. Your reference network is so internalized. So it's the references that you have built throughout your life. It takes a while to change. And the positive thing in Brazil is that it is slow, but it is clearly changing. Just like the attitude with regard to homosexuals, right? Just like in the United States, it worked out very fast, because when homosexuals, it's not your neighbor's son, it's your son, right? You have to accept it. So we need to have hope, right? Hope in the sense that we need to have the belief, we need to have a lot of determination, and we need to know that these great changes are not produced, from one day to the next.
We have about 5 minutes, and then we're going to close. I want to touch on narrative. That's something that you talked just about now, Sergio. I believe narrative is now the new way in which to actually get things accomplished. To get an individual to sit or to stand up and to actually do something, they have to be motivated to do so. And unfortunately, in the time right now, facts don't matter. Okay, particularly in the United States these days, there are a lot of people who say no one cares about facts. When you don't have facts in a policy world, it's very hard to get anything done. So my own personal belief is that there is a dearth of money that is going by philanthropy into developing a narrative that is persuasive, that is universal. I think that's the essence of democracy, is to get people to act in their interests, but also to be civil. So what is a narrative for you look like? 2 minutes, okay, and then we'll go through, because I want everyone to talk about their own narrative that they think is important as we move forward.
So the first point I would make is that I should not talk about this. You need to have academic training. My argument is rational, and we're watching in the municipality of São Paulo the emergence of one candidate. Fortunately, you're not following this up, but when you see Fernando Marçal, you say, okay, what kind of capacity do we have to face this sort of narrative? So first of all, the first recognition I would make is the limitation that rational thought has to deal with the challenge of communication nowadays. So what is the problem, in my opinion? Because at the same time, you're not going to want to throw this away, this argument away. So how do you combine rational arguments based on evidence? I don't really like this expression. I'm not sure what that means. But based on something that touches people's hearts. That's very important. I'm an observer. Kamala Harris. Kamala is bred. Kamala is bred, and, she's legal now. She's been taken. There's a color. I didn't even know that. So this lit up the flame of the democratic youth. That they were, we don't have people who do this here. We don't have the capacity to do this here.
What would be the narrative that you want
Qual
to
seria a
emphasize?
narrativa que você
Bom, a gente está falhando
So we're
enormemente.
failing terribly in this sort of thing. I'm bringing the example of the Amazon because we work a lot there, but there's a book called The Cowboys of the Forest. And it's very interesting how this culture of, the pickup, the belt buckle, the boots, it was really placed in the Amazon, and we don't have any alternatives to offer. So the young person that is there wants to be this person from, this cowboy from the forest. And when we look at the climatic issues, we still have a narrative from the past. So we're conservatives, and when we talk about forest recreation, right, that's one of the main businesses, to sequester carbon, to develop the Amazon. So restoration is seen as strictly environmental. And in the Amazon, they don't even want to hear that word. Restoration, they think, is a terrible word. So how can we talk about this in a different way? I'm not a specialist either on this topic, but I think that we should, and we've been trying as philanthropists to support and innovate with different institutions that are working with communication and diversification, forms of communication, and innovative ways of doing this, and I think we're not there yet. So I think we have a huge challenge to connect. My time is up. And, looking at the construction of this narrative when we talk about the climate and other things. It's national, right? So Cida and I, for example, we have the people who are, we have to make an alliance with the youth, right? So I really like the narrative about the women. I don't know if it's this phase in life that I'm going through where it needs to make sense. What we do needs to make sense with regard to people, with our nature. And over the last few years, I've tried to salvage this. And my grandson helps me in the sense of life, always remembering when we think about the Amazon, when we think about people, how can we do this together and recovering the meaning of life? So I really think it's very important when indigenous women, quilombolas, and black and white women say, living well is our main thought. So this was from our march in 2015, and now we're preparing ourselves for 1 million women in 2025, women on the street, once again bringing good life, living well. So anything that we do, we have to recover the meaning of life. I love this, and I think that we are going through this, we're following this path because there is no other way of doing it. That's what we have to do, recovering the meaning of life, and while we are moving towards improving the relationship between us and the climate. Thank you.
Okay. I have received a couple questions. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. We could have used a lot more time to have this conversation. First of all, let me thank our amazing panel, Cida, Renata, and Sergio. Let me close with, remember I asked a question to you, how many thought the world is messy? How many raise your hands? How many think the world is messy? How many think the world is a mess? Okay. I'll tell you why I asked that question, because there is a difference, all right? For those of you, you all here actually believe the world is messy. And why is that? If you believe the world was a mess, okay, in English, it's like, can't do anything. You throw up your hands and you say, I'm walking away. A lot of people feel that. And we see people all over the world who say, the world is a mess, I'm going to do my own thing. It's all about me. But you being here, being part of the Brazilian Philanthropy Forum here in Brazil, you actually believe the world is just messy. It's complex. It's hard. And what that means, though, more than anything else, is that you believe you can do something because you have hope. You are here because you think something can be done. So I want to congratulate all of you for being here. I want to in particular congratulate our panelists for being an example of what one person can do, and moreover, what all of us can do collectively to make this world a better place. What we're talking about now these days, okay, as a new world is emerging, it is a new world operating system, and what we in philanthropy have to be doing is thinking about what the new rules are going to be. What is the new social compact that we owe each other as humans? And so I feel really good about the group of people who are here, because all of you are going to be in the middle of shaping what those rules are, and I have a lot of confidence it's going to be a very positive future. So with that, thank all of our panelists here for a wonderful conversation, and thank you all for being here.
Obrigada. Obrigada, Cida Bento, Renata Piazon, Sérgio Fausto, Felipe.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Sérgio, Renata, Bia. Okay, so while they're taking a picture, just thinking a little bit about what Sérgio said about accelerating the references, changing the references, I have to recommend the book by Cida Bento, The Pact of Whiteness. It accelerates the understanding of the references. And about what Renata said, looking at the organizations that are already part of this, that are already acting. I'm very proud that IDIS works around this topic in this program, Transforming Territories, and we have several representatives of this program today, but it talks about this. Community institutes and foundations that already work, that already have an impact, and they already support these. Supporting these institutes is very important. But let's keep going. For the next session, getting collective responses for systemic challenges and bringing a new meaning to the knots. The meaning of strengthening and not untying the knots. For this conversation, I would like to invite Carla Reis, the head of the Industrial Complex and Services in Healthcare, from the Productive Development Area, Innovation and Foreign Affairs from the IDIS. Luiz Edson Feltrin, Superintendent of the Cicobi Institute. Silvia Siqueira, official for democratic governance in Latin America and the Caribbean from the Open Society Foundations, and Carola Matarazzo, our moderator, the executive director of Movimento Bem Maior.
Bom dia. Queria pedir desculpas aí pela minha voz, estou pouco gripada.
Sorry about my voice, guys. I have a cold. But I'd like to congratulate IDIS for the topic, spectacular topic. Good morning, everyone. And I would like to start by bringing a little bit of what we're going to talk about today. And about the social investment ecosystem. Social investment as a whole in Brazil. It is large, and we see institutes dedicated to the demands and the problems in the country, but we see players contributing in different ways, making initiatives, financial initiatives work, and there are invisible and visible networks forming alliances and connections and engaging the public power and civil society, and in the middle of the way, also making choices about new ways of funding, finding new solutions, innovation, and always bringing the concept of collaboration to all the different relationships. But we also know how much collaborative work is challenging. Collaborative work is not something simple. It's not just a word. So today we're going to talk about the experience of those who have followed these trails. And this definitely validates this choice, the choice of the work, this collaborative work, and trajectories and alliances. So I would like to start by bringing Carla, Luis, and Silvia. And I haven't introduced myself. I am Carola Matarazzo from Movimento Bem Maior, and I would like to give the word to Carla, give the floor to Carla. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, IDIS, for the invitation to be part of this panel. And for me, it's something new, the relationship with philanthropy. And ever since 2 years ago, when I started working together with IDIS, with this initiative for health in BNDES, we are working with this topic, and this topic has come up more for me. My name is Carla Reis, and I work in the department that takes care of healthcare in the BNDES. BNDES is an institute that was created in 1952 to think about development and support the country's development. And I think since then, we have evolved a lot. The structure of work has changed a lot. We are still a credit institution mostly, but we have increasingly been working with new formats for support and new ways of working, new partners. And I think it's a great experience to be here with all of you and listening to other perspectives when we talk about development. And I think that at the end of the day, this is what brings us together. This is what brings my work at BNDES to your purpose. And I think there's always this view of development, improving people's lives and helping in some way, helping to improve our country. So that was just to introduce myself. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Okay. I still have 5 minutes. Okay, I thought that part was brief. So we have tradition at the bank of supporting especially credit, providing resources, but we have non-reimbursable credit. We've been working with that more than 20 years. So the work has changed. It has been changing. The support models have been changing over time, and we saw our customers changing their processes, and we have been changing our processes, and it's been 2 years, some years, maybe 5 years. And we started ever since the pandemic. I can say that that's when this became much stronger, this view of working with net fundings. And we understood that BNDES was also an institution that can help to mobilize resources, a philanthropy for the objectives, development objectives, and this is always something that guided us. So ever since 2020, we have these match funds saving lives in healthcare, and this was an emergency support program for those who were in the front line against COVID. And we've also had the Floresta Viva project, and that was about restoration and construction of agri-forest systems, and we also have funding in professional education. More recently, Juntos pela Saúde, which is an initiative that I'm coordinating together with IDIS, and in a complementary manner to what was done in Salvando Vidas, now we are trying to get a more structured support, so more structured programs to improve healthcare in the north and the northeast of the country. So, in summary, for us, I think this is something that we learned, this new way of working, and there's still a lot to be seen in this role of the BNDES in terms of philanthropy as a partner. And we have a series of initiatives, and sometimes you don't really have a lot of visibility, not like the large projects or the work that is done, the great funding that is done. And talking about the network of philanthropists and the philanthropist activities in Brazil. So from our side, it's very interesting to interact with all of you, and hopefully we can also bring lessons learned and contribute to the development of philanthropy in the country. Thank you, Carla. Filtrin. Good morning, and thank you, Aegis, for the opportunity to participate in this panel. So, I worked in the central bank 42 years and 19 days. I did not go to the financial market, which is the natural destination, and I went to the area of social investment. So I'm in the Segovia Institute. It is an entity that has to do with cooperativism. So in the central bank, just remembering the previous panel, it was interesting. As a director in central bank, we had 9 executives. Out of 30, 9 were women, and I nominated 5 of them. So I always tried to value work of women. So we have 5 in management, and we only have 1 man, and it's an old man, myself. So, and 4 women. And it works well because there are women. You don't have a black woman yet. And in central bank, I was not able to designate a black woman as an executive because when I took on the board, she retired. So, and I wanted to have a black director, and we now have one, Hilton, and he's maybe one of the most skilled directors. So basically, what is Sicobi? Sicobi is a system of cooperatives for credit. So cooperativism is not very well known, especially in the capitals. It is more in the countryside, but all of us, we receive the benefits, and we use cooperativism. So, for example, the biggest cooperation in Brazil it's Unimed. So, probably you use this product in agribusiness. 50% or more of the production of proteins, animal and vegetable proteins, go through a cooperative. And every morning we take breakfast, we have breakfast with bread, and most of the wheat produced in Brazil comes from a cooperative. In Paraná, There are great companies that are cooperatives. So cooperatives means there are several people involved. They're worried about their territory. And the cooperative operates with its associates. It tries to solve a knot, untie a knot, which is the integration and development of the region. So this is the role of the cooperative, and they have done this. And in the credit area, one of the roles, the important roles that we have in a cooperative, because the cooperative works based on principles, there are two principles that say a lot about this agenda that we work with. So it's a little bit of the principle of education and information, and the principle of interest in the community, or the commitment that the cooperative has with the community. So it's not only worried about itself, about its body of associates, no. So it's no use as a cooperative to do well in my community if my community is not doing well. So in credit cooperatives, this is one thing that we are solving. We're called to solve this, and this is what we have delivered. It's about inclusion and financial education. So credit cooperativism in these last 20 years, there was substantial growth, and credit cooperativism, it was significant when I looked at the indicators, but it's less than 0.5%. Today, the cooperatives, they are with two-digit they have two-digit responses, and they have a relevant role in inclusion and the economy, in the financial aspect. Now, the predominance of cooperatives in some states, these are the states that have less unemployment. For example, Santa Catarina is a state that has a population. The cooperativism is bigger. Other states like Minas Gerais and Rondônia, they are also at this level. So the cooperative solves some of the knots, and I have this knot of employability. So today, cooperativism in Brazil employs 505,000 people. The challenge that was given to Brazil is to get to 1 million people. So we try to do this. Then going back to credit, going back to the role of the Segovia Institute, is to create a systemic agenda. And amongst this education, not only of the people in the cooperation and everywhere that the cooperatives are around, you have this inclusion in terms of financial education. Because if I have a citizen that is aware of how to deal with their financial resources, this citizen is going to bring resilience to his family, to his community, and will bring socioeconomic development to the community, because cooperative is a society of people that are taking care of its territory. So a credit cooperative has a virtuous circle because it recycles the money in its area of activity. So those who save money and those who get the credit, it's the same group of people located in a certain region. So it also solves this knot of economic and social development in the area. So very quickly, that is the view that we have of cooperativism and the role of the Institute, this agency for strategic social development and making this integration between the North and the South, because Segovia is present in all of Brazil. Segovia is the financial institute with the biggest network of agencies. It's coming to the end of this year with 4,800 agencies around Brazil, and it's present in 60% of the municipalities, and in 15% of Brazilian municipalities, the credit cooperative is the only physical institution that is present with its own people and with the delivery of financial products. This is the role of cooperativism. Thank you, Aegis, for being present here, sharing with you. Thank you. This is extremely important, having financial education for productive inclusion, for people's development. Thank you very much for the explanation. Over to you now. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Silvia Siqueira, and you can see by the way that I speak that I come from another region in the country. You can tell from my accent, right? I come from Pernambuco, and I've been in the Open Society for a short period, but I've been working for 30 years in NGOs around Brazil and abroad, and also building public political parties, and I came into Open Society to work in a period after a long period of internal transformation. We're not talking about democratic governance anymore. This is now called democratic openings in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I make this introduction because just to show where I'm coming from. And I think it's very interesting in Open Society at this moment when we talk about systemic challenges and how our president says is that Open is a foundation that defends human rights, justice, and equity. And it's from this place that we developed a new strategy for the next 8 years, specifically between, well, today it is working through several opportunities, and open democracies is just one of the areas. And it is from this place that we bring the strategy that starts with more than a narrative. It is basically a principle of living well. And vivir sabroso, which is what Francia Marques talks about, where we design a strategy for the region, listening to several organizations, consulting a lot of leadership in different areas, to be able to present an investment proposal that is as close as possible to what is happening on the ground. And our strategy moves in two directions mainly. So Carla and Luisa, and I think afterwards we can actually exchange information and see what we can do together. So the first one actually is reforming the system, the democratic system, so that democracy can provide more in people's daily lives. The second one has to do with our capacity of choreographing democratic ethics that will allow for the existence of other lives. And then working in communities and coalitions and in democratic culture. And over here it's interesting because I forgot the name of the director of the foundation, Sergio. It was beautiful, and it was very brave of you to say this. You've never had a black friend, a close black friend. And the interesting thing is that and the words that we use, and we create the ideas and this is according to what we live. So we cannot live things that we don't feel, that we don't try out. So acting with bravery, with courage, and putting ourselves in other people's shoes as builders. And it's very important when we talk about defending rights and production and sense of justice that's not only inclusive, but also brings equity as a parameter and quality of life. And this is something that works with other opportunities. It works for other opportunities in society. And according to where I build, there's nothing outside politics. And when we defend something, or when we decide to support the healthcare area or in a certain municipality, or if we think that the cooperativism is transforming. So imagine a cooperative system that was done in countries like France or in Scandinavia in the production and distribution and selling of food. It is fascinating. So I'd like to close this first dialogue inviting all of you, because the world is changing very quickly, but the problems, the knots have come from centuries ago. So how can we place ourselves in a different world with problems that are centuries old and with rooted issues? You know, how can we put ourselves in the construction of collective subjects? And we go on from there. And you talked about the crucial point. How can we make new arrangements and agreements and new models of partnerships and work, looking at the development of public money? And tomorrow, you know, we could use this from civil society, and you can run risks, and also cooperativism and cooperativist credit that brings education, and looking clearly at the defending of rights and warranting rights. So how can these arrangements happen? They're not obvious. I think the point here is that these new arrangements for the complex problems we have in the world, this is not something obvious. The problems are the same, but definitely they are aggravated by geopolitical problems, by the migration of the world, the polarization, political polarization. And when you said that everything is political, I wanted to show you my notebook that says that philanthropy is a political act, because all the times that we have resources, public-private resources, personal or from an organization, and being able to find new ways for the solution of old problems and new problems. These are things that we run risks for, and they are tested, and these can inspire public policies. And that's why philanthropic resources are so good, because these are resources that can take this risk, and public resources cannot do that. So sometimes credit resources can't do. So it's philanthropic resources that come in to sow these new arrangements in. And it brings a lot of thoughts to mind. So I wanted to go back to this pathway of thinking of new arrangements and thinking about how an organization that is connected to the public work, and it brings exactly what we're talking about, so public and philanthropic capital. And I wanted to ask you, how do you think match funding together for healthcare involves different organizations, civil society organizations, and they donate resources together, and they have projects that finance healthcare units in the public system, SUS, and looking at the healthcare secretariat with so many involved. So what is the legacy that these projects can leave, and how can this contribute to the new networks looking at these arrangements, and how can we perpetuate this? How can we reap the benefits of these new relationships and allow this to become legacy of the BNDES? Lots of questions. How can the BNDES help us organize civil society, bringing more resources and perpetuate a project like this? So we're thinking about this issue, and it's really interesting. So I think if I were able to summarize this into one word, I think it would be connection. cooperation. So working together, building in a collective manner. It's not one word, it's a few words that bring a certain idea. So I was thinking on the previous panel, they were talking about philanthropy in Brazil, and it has less of a tradition, right? It hasn't existed for as long as philanthropy in the United States. And then I was thinking, well, in the healthcare area, that's not the case. We have the first philanthropic institute, which is Santa Casa de Misericórdia from Santos. That was from 1543. Practically together with Cabral, who discovered Brazil. And we also have, it's not a system, but the philanthropic institutes, they respond for about 60% of all the healthcare that is found in SUS, medium and complex care. So that's a big role. So we can say that we do have old philanthropy in Brazil, and at least since the 1988 Constitution, where we established this in the healthcare area, the work of philanthropy and the state and the public power, this is really intense. But we have, I was talking about this before, BNDES, and thinking about its creation. So maybe an important point would be for us to think about updating the way that we think about development. So what is development and how it's built? It's no use thinking that, in BNDES, it's in Rio de Janeiro, if you didn't know, but we are there inside a building, and it will be able to provide answers to the problems in our country. So nowadays it is clear that it's not the best way to go. So I think that doing this and saying how we can build this, it's not as simple as all that, but definitely it is necessary to involve people, the communities, and the main people interested in these issues. And then going back to the initiative for healthcare, and that's exactly the question that you asked me. Sorry, I deviated a little. The idea came up, and we did an emergency issue, saving lives. So it would be interesting for us to be able to mobilize our philanthropic resources for structuring activities, so they would remain in the territories for longer. And we're very careful, because it's not the attribution of the BNDES to think about healthcare policies. We have a very complementary role in this. So what is the base that is behind this? So the idea is for us to have the donors and those who can propose projects, and this is going to be done by some institution, but this project has to be related to the demands, the local demands, and these are the people who are responsible for offering healthcare and offering the service, the healthcare service to the population. And then we have the part that BNDES has to learn with philanthropic institutions in terms of flexibility, and it's not that connected, not that tied up, but this is also what we add in the initiative. It's a little bit of our history of having contractual issues so that this can become part of the territory, can stay there. So in fact, we can allow these legacies to stay in the areas where we have our projects. Let me just say something about the BNDES. S is for social, and there is a great partnership of BNDES with cooperativism. So Coop especially is that takes credit to micro and small companies. So is in Rio de Janeiro not capillarity, need agencies that have, so that we are untying this knot for BNDES, and BNDES for the small and micro entrepreneurs. And I'm going to do some self-promotion here. This year we received an award from BNDES. We were the best financial institution credit, sustainable for small and micro producers, rural producers. So we are happy because with the S from BNDES, everything that we need is music for our ears. Everything that you said is music for our ears. It's a bank that is looking at new ways of development. So I think this is what we're saying. We have what is the development that we need to have allied to economic progress? Because one does not mean that we automatically have the other. It's two separate issues, and sometimes they think it's automatic, right? So, Filtrin, what are the benefits of the development of an assessment culture for organizations and for the community and for the cooperatives? Because I think that you have a tradition and the investment from several years in terms of project impacts. And one of the points of match funding and everything that we're doing is in the evaluation. So how can we evaluate what is the priority? So I'd like to hear about your experience. So, you know, you have to be professional. You cannot be an amateurs. So we have cooperativism and entrepreneurship, sustainable development, and financial citizenship. So we have a portfolio of programs that are made available to cooperatives and the population involved. So when you're going to convince the investor to continue investing in philanthropic issues or that have a social impact, so what did we do? We hired IDIS because it is an expert in this. So they did very good work. And this is the third project they are with us. And over here, I just wrote down on my cheat sheet some of the benefits, qualitative benefits in terms of our work and what kind of benefits these bring. So first of all, it enhances the possibility of investment, and you make an evaluation of this. And when you evaluate it, you see the benefit that it brings to the person, to the organization, to the community. So you create ways for the investor, for the executive, or as they said in the previous panel, the person who has the pen in their hands, a pen full of ink, so that they can invest. So this is one of the benefits. And in second place, enhance the involvement of the cooperative and the population involved. We have to know who you're doing things with. For example, the first program that we accessed the impact of was Cooperativa Mirim. And this happens at school. And when they did the evaluation, they talked to the cooperative, they talked to the students that receive the program, the teachers, and with the community that benefits from the program and in production, benefits in production. So optimizing the efforts that are necessary for the implementation of the program. So the program is being implemented if it needs some adjustment, some fine-tuning. So this is an important aspect of the evaluation of the impact. It generates the opportunity for the enhancement of the methodology that is applied in the program. So the feedback that we receive what the assessor receives from the professor, from the students, and then you have a strategic decision. So should I continue to invest in this program or not? And it presents concrete results for the stakeholders. Yeah, so 2 minutes is enough. And then trying to minimize disparities in the methodology. So the assessment that I make in a program, it can bring subsidies for the enhancing of the methodology of another program, and also works on areas that work with diversity. So Cicobi acts at the national level. So when you apply a program in the South where cooperativism is embedded in the culture of the population, it's different taking that to the Amazon, which is a world, as the previous panel said, it's several Amazons, right? So taking it to the Northeast, to the Midwest. So this contributes so that we can adapt the methodology to be able to apply it all over the country. Great, wonderful. Silvia, I loved what you said, democratic openings, because it's interesting to think about a diverse country like ours, and we need different ways of opening up to get to the different territories, right? And when I heard you say that you're looking at the territorial demands, the organizations that are there in the shop floor, as we usually say in Brazil, I'd like to hear about how the funding works. So the trust-based philanthropy that we talk about so much, and in the Bem Maior movement, it's also a premise for us, and we have studied this a lot. We know how difficult it is, and the perspective of philanthropy and open society. So I'd like you to talk a little bit about that. Yeah, that's good. I don't know about you, but when I talk about things that I like, that I have passion for, I feel like standing up. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it happens. Yes, it happens a lot. So I'm going to dare to stand up, because it seems that our thoughts flow better, we feel lighter when we're standing up. But I think that trust is never by itself. And for open, we have two other elements. One that is autonomy, and I respect the autonomy of the territories, those who are proposing and building, but I also respect those who are occupying public spaces and respecting companies, respecting the autonomy of other people in the places that they occupy, right, in terms of power. There's also an element that comes from our ability to be responsible for what we do, regardless of where we do it. So when we bring together these three things with an element that is fundamental, and I came with my collar up to my neck, but I have Sankoff on my chest. It's a tattoo. And in open society, we don't mention this sort of thing. Historical responsibility or accountability, things that lead us to a discussion about race, using the words that are written on paper that make a difference. But we are able to build this diversity that leads to a debate and decision-making as from decolonization, and that's mainly from diversity of the team. And also, when we create a portfolio, we also choose, working with diverse people in different places and people who complement each other according to what they are building and what they are researching. Here in Latin America, we've been working with Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Chile, Guatemala, and Guatemala that recently had historical elections, and with some issues in other places as well. And still have 2 minutes standing up, and definitely we speak faster when we're standing up. And something that is also important in this choice, Carola, it's very difficult for us to talk about decolonization in philanthropy because it's a place that is colonized, right? So the choice, and this becomes reality. And my second surname is Campos. It's Siqueira Campos. So, oh, there's a road here, there's a street here in Recife, in Olinda, in Rio. And wherever I go, I say I go for my inheritance, because we are going to have greater philanthropy in this country. But I think that this has to do with whoever founds or whoever makes philanthropy, and there is intentionality. Even though you have not had friends and Ribeirinha and people who live in the riverside, and you have the sensitivity of placing yourself together with other people and knowing that collectiveness needs to be bigger than the individual, this leads us to have readings about where to donate to who and where to create leaderships in another place, because and the decision that we make, the decision of saying, for example, slave or enslaved, or talking about let's look this up or let's explain this. These few, this normalizes a little bit of violence and all the great violence that affects our daily lives. So that's it. So I felt like standing up as well so that my time lasts longer. Yeah, great. So I think this explains what we're trying to bring and trying to get collective answers for systemic challenges. And this is very clear in this panel. This is political, and it brings contexts and new realities. And this is for old realities, and this is an institute of cooperatives, and it's a very old model. It's being renewed, looking at the country, and we see an organization with intentionality making this moderation. So we have 4 improbable players. But let's talk about it. We can say there's nothing in common, but we're on the same stage, we're at the same event and the same historical moment, saying, okay, 4 players like these can definitely make new arrangements, have common intentions, and make a difference in the country with resources coming from different places, but especially looking at how to improve people's lives in these countries. And that's why we work for this. This is what we're working for. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here with you. And thank you, Paula, for the opportunity. It's the improbable meeting, right?
Carla, Feltrin, Silvia e Carola, obrigada.
Thank you very much. This is the beauty of this event, these improbable ones. This is what we want to get involved in, and we ask everybody to settle down because we have more.
Agora, eu quero pedir momento.
So I would like to request some time to talk about a very important topic for us: donations. Settle down, please. We know that in countries where the culture of donation is developed, where the act of donating is part of people's lives, Companies and families, well-endowed families, they also donate more, and you create a virtuous cycle. And that's why we dedicate ourselves to this topic so much. In 2015, we launched the research about donations in Brazil, the first to trace a panorama of the behavior of individual donors. Next year, we have another one. We always provoke the press to cover this topic, and we are proud to participate in the creation of this movement for donating, and we have more than 200 active members nowadays. And now I would like to present an initiative from this movement made by Joana Ribeiro Montari with support of RD Saúde and the Ministry of Culture. So the trailer of this donation about this.
Eu fui de uma família pobre, a periferia, ela tem uma prática de voluntariado e doação sem saber.
Eu sempre quis doar, né? Mas nunca tinha condição de doar. Eu falava, cara, eu acho que eu posso doar pelo menos R$5.
Qual é a visão de sociedade que se tem por trás desse ato de doar?
Pequena doação é uma palavra que a gente vai eliminar do vocabulário brasileiro. Porque nenhuma doação é pequena, toda doação é importante.
Tudo que eu queria fazer na faculdade eu não podia, porque eu tinha que trabalhar, porque eu tinha que conseguir mais grana, porque eu tinha que me esforçar mais do que as outras pessoas. Eu sempre precisei fazer muito.
É pipa, bolinha, peão, mas também é tiro, sabe? É morte, é alguém que foi baleado, é a mãe que perdeu o filho.
Hoje, olhando para isso, eu já penso qual é o impacto da falta de doação às periferias nisso.
A gente precisa falar do assunto. O brasileiro não fala sobre doação, né?
O Fundo Baobá se Inspira é uma filantropia fortemente influenciada pela filantropia negra, cujos registros ultrapassam 3 séculos.
Essa moça chegou aqui, já estava quase no final do turno, aí atendi, conversei com ela, e aí ela falou assim para mim, Judete, eu gostei tanto da sua apresentação, que eu vou fazer uma doação para vocês. De lá para cá, todo primeiro dia do mês, ela faz.
A definição, para mim, de doação é como se fosse um oxigênio, um respirar. Então, para mim, doação, para mim e para qualquer ser humano, na hora que ele experimentar, peço a Deus que vá viciar, porque é uma das melhores sensações do mundo.
Nós bem sabemos que
we know that there are many stories with a positive impact, and these things start with a donation. And all donations are important. None of them are small. The documentary shows stories of common people who had their lives transformed by the culture of donations. It is very exciting, and if you feel like watching it, on the 26th of September, it will be shown in Sinusp. This will be done by the Equity Fund of IDIS and the University of São Paulo. Please check the details on our site. And talking about incredible stories of impact, let's go to the next session for you to know about innovative cases of social entrepreneurship recognized from the award Social Entrepreneurship made by Folha de São Paulo with Fundação Schwab. The award is now 20 years old. Congratulations. And I also congratulate, on behalf of IDIS, all those involved, especially our dear Eliane Trindade, the editor of this award in Folha de São Paulo. And we are very proud to be partners in this initiative, such an important one. I would like to invite the winners of the 2023 awards. Aline Odara from the Agbara Fund. Ana Fontes, the founder of Rede Mulher Empreendedora. And Robson Melo, the co-founder of Estante Mágica. Eliane will be the moderator. Please go ahead.
Gente, quebrando o protocolo aqui para cumprimento rápido aqui na galera.
Thank you everyone. It's a great pleasure for us to be here, but it is a tradition to have this moment here at IDIS to introduce the winners of this award from last year. And this is a trio that represents the power and diversity of our field. So I would like to start by giving the floor to Aline Odara. She's going to talk a little bit about the Abirara Fund, and it's a great, it won in the inspiration category. Good morning. Thank you, Eli. Thank you, Robson. It's great to be here. It's also a responsibility to have won this award that opened so many doors for us. I'm Aline Odara. I'm the executive director and the founder of Fundo Aguibara. It's the first philanthropic fund of Black women in Brazil. And just explaining this, last year I was in the EPIS Forum, which is the largest Black people's philanthropy fund in the United States. And I was there, and I was a speaker for the main opening panel. And when I said that I had founded the first fund for Black women in Brazil, everybody went crazy. The people went crazy, and I said, why doesn't this happen in Brazil, right? We can celebrate this. We can celebrate these innovative initiatives, and that's what the award does very well. So I wanted you to, please applaud the Aguibara Fund. Thank you very much. Thank you guys. So we have this culture of, vibrating and watching. It comes from the church culture. So Aguibara is a pioneer initiative. It's the first fund, and we work with a perspective of economic justice. And we have addressed more than 500 Black women, and we help them through education, technical education. They become political citizens that have financial resources. We work with advocacy because we believe that we need structural changes, and talking about public policies. Without those, we're not able to continue this legacy of transforming. So I would like to provoke philanthropy to do this, because the actions that we carry out are very important. But we don't want to talk about transformation and change in structure. We have to use our places of power to talk about political incidents. And we also have work with different projects where we talk to society with white people, because we believe that transformation is built in a multi-sectorial fashion. And we also do research, and we have data. Now we have a research nucleus, and we are doing a diagnosis that talks about philanthropy and race in Brazil. So we interviewed more than 2,000 organizations led by Black people around the world, on the one hand, because we suppose that those who conduct social transformation, these are Black women specifically, and this has been proven through the data. And on the other hand, we have this presupposition that if you work with philanthropy, you're also talking about racial equity. You know more about this. We believe that there is a gap of people there. It's a field that believes that racism exists. Who believes that racism exists in Brazil? Please raise your hand. Yes, it does exist. But there is a breach between who is actually doing something and who is suffering this. So taking on this responsibility. So it's a gap of responsibility. That's what we call it. And we believe that everybody has a place in this fight. So the problem is not black people in Brazil. It's a problem of relationships with that. So white people are involved. And Maria Amália was the first person. She is our great partners, and the Aguibara Fund is the example of a white person that contributes to this, and she shares resources and everything she has. She's wonderful. And to wrap up, I'd just like to say that improving these socioeconomic indexes of the black people, it improves everybody's lives. You know that. So there's more profit, there's less inequality, there's greater safety. So I would like to call you, according to what Krenak says, maybe we don't feel responsible for what our ancestors did, but we are going to be somebody's ancestors. So what are you doing to contribute towards this future? Thank you. Thank you, Aline. And now we move to Ana Fontes. That doesn't need to be introduced. Everybody knows her, but she always has a lot to say with this great trajectory of women as entrepreneurs. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be in this panel for the first time in the IDIS Forum. I'm very happy to be here talking to you. I founded Rede Mulher Empreendedora 14 years ago when I started my story. And I had several problems in the beginning. So in Brazil, they don't really talk about mistakes. They talk more about what we did right. And after 7 years, I created the Institute, that is the social organization that works with women. And it's been 14 years since then, and we're the pioneer organization in terms of financial and economic autonomy for women. In the 14 years of history, we have impacted the lives of more than 10 million women with their families and where they are. This is who we work with. And we created a methodology that today is used by several organizations around Brazil, around the world, and we work with education for women through social and emotional abilities and also tools. So how do I open up my company? How do I work with financial planning and financial education? Today we have 2 million women who are connected in our institute. They are acting and they are suffering the impact of this methodology. And a few years ago we added to this methodology mentorship. We understand that a woman who learns can help another woman to create a cycle of prosperity. And we also added the connection between women. We saw from our research that when a woman has the support of another woman, she has a better chance of working out. Her business usually works out. And 5 years ago, we added another element. Even our funders, the philanthropies that support us, they didn't really believe in this. The companies that supported us, we started to make micro donations. So seeds for these women, not all of them, but it's micro donations that goes from 1,000 to 10,000 reais to these women. And this makes them buy raw materials and disclose their business and helps them to do things around them. For example, Dona Maria from Belém do Pará, that makes ice cream, whatever you want to call it. Every territory has a different name for it. So instead of selling with polystyrene boxes, today she has little carts that she sells her ice cream in, and she was able to improve her family conditions. And out of these micro donations in these last 5 years, it's more than 40 million that we've made for more than 16,000 women in Brazil, around Brazil. And the numbers of impact are very strong. So we're one of the few institutions that evaluate the impact. And more than 40% of these women, they formalize the business. More than 60% of them improve their profit, and more than 90% of them feel more confident to keep going. So we understand that our work is the first step for this woman to be able to develop. We work with economic and financial autonomy, and we believe that we need to provide this opportunity for women to be able to make this change. So we do research, we work with public policies, we work with advocacy, but more important than anything else, and in terms of receiving the prize of social entrepreneurship that made a big difference in our journey, it's the hundreds of messages from women that we receive every day talking about how we are able to change their lives and how much that made a difference in the lives of these women. And it's very interesting to say, I know there's very little time, but it's important to say that when it works out for a woman, she's not investing in herself, in clothes and things for herself. When a woman works out well, she invests in improving the education of her children, the well-being of her family. She invests in the community around her, and she invests in supporting other women. And these 2 million women in the network, these 10 million women, they are basically Black women, that's Black and brown women. They are mostly from the North and Northeast, and they have greater vulnerability, and they need the support that we all can give them, all of us can give them. And our society is made up of women. When we talk about inequality, we have to talk about race and gender. So inequality reaches women more strongly, and especially Black women. And I appeal to you for you to look at this work because it is fundamental. And just to wrap up, I promise, I know there are many people from Philanthropy over here. We receive more resources from outside Brazil compared to inside Brazil, and that's very sad. We would really like Brazil to also support these women so that we can make a difference, and I'm sure that you're going to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ana. Ana was the winner in the category of social inclusion. So she's a reference in this area, and the organization is very proud to have her here. And to close our panel, we have Robson, who won in the category of Innovation for the 21st Century, and using the book of technology in education. So it's a beautiful example of social impact and using the diversity of the field in different formats according to NGOs and impact of businesses. Robson Mello, please. Thank you, Eliane. Aline, Ana, it's a pleasure to be here amongst such powerful people. Talking about histories, Estante Mágica is about stories. And I always like to tell my story because I am from this great system of donations, because I was also part of social projects in Rocinha that helped me to be here today. So my story also starts there. Rocinha is a famous slum in Rio. So when my grandparents came out from the countryside of in the Northeast, we went to Rocinha, the slums, and my grandmother co-founded Copa Roca, and they used to make shelves for books. And she couldn't even read, and they believed in education. They strongly believed in education. They always thought that education could make a difference, and this made me believe in how much education could change people's lives as well. But I was always embarrassed of telling my story, because even though I came from a life of donations, and I used to do, English courses, and I was embarrassed of coming from the slums, and my mother was a cleaner, and I was embarrassed, and I didn't tell my real story many times. And I wanted every child in this country to be proud of their story, regardless of where they came from, their origins. They could take their story and say, okay, this is my story, and I want to tell everybody about it. And Estante Mágica today has more than 2.5 million children who have written their stories. As Philip said, it's 2.5 million authentic narratives of hope. So we're talking about more than 10,000 cities that Estante Mágica has been in. We're talking about indigenous people who have registered their stories in books for the first time. They went to the library, according to the schools, with the schools that had Estante Mágica. So we're talking about movement. We're talking about the celebration of these authors, and the city stops for them to be celebrated. And sometimes the first book to go into that house is the book that that child wrote with Estante Mágica. We're talking about mothers and fathers who are illiterate, and they go back and they start learning how to read and write to be able to read what their child wrote. So Estante Mágica has impacted the lives of millions of children around Brazil. And since we're talking about stories, we're talking about each child that had their lives changed. And we heard from Silvia that when we write this on paper, it makes a difference. There's intention there, and that's what we're doing. So it's books like this one that on the autograph day, this is celebrated by children. And we are sure that each of these children, when they tell their stories, they value education, they value their teachers more, and they value especially their own story. And in Estante Mágica, we work every day to allow children to be proud of the stories they tell, that their families are proud of the stories that are told, because we believe that every story counts. Every story that is going by the stage over here, every story that is on those chairs, in the work that you do in your institutions, or your own stories. Each story or every story counts. Every story is worth it. Every story deserves to be told. And there are many stories out there waiting to be told, and I'm sure they're going to be told because we're doing good work with other organizations, and Philanthropy can also help a lot to allow these stories to be not only told but also celebrated. That's what we expect. Thank you, Robson. And it's a privilege to be able to tell stories like this one in a platform which is the one of this award of these social entrepreneurs talking about these narratives of social impact. And on the 12th of November of this year, you are invited to Teatro Municipal, where we're going to celebrate the past, these stories that have been through and have received awards, and what we have today in terms of the new finalists and the award winners, and also the future. There's a new category of young transformers where we look at the field and we look at each person who is a way of transforming. So young people who are making a difference in their communities and their territories, and hopefully you will all be with us to celebrate our 20 years. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, parabéns.
Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations to all those who were recognized by these initiatives. So now we're going to separate everyone into two sessions, simultaneous sessions, and you can choose the topic that you prefer. So over here, we're going to have the panel Emergency and Resilience, Philanthropy, Strengthening Communities. This session can be followed by the people who are here in person and also the audience online. In our YouTube channel in Portuguese and in the Alliance magazine channel. In this room, we're going to have a translation available. In the room beside us, here on my left, we're going to have the session Sewing Strategies, and this is only going to be followed by the people who are here in person. And this is going to be going through our YouTube channel. So please, very quickly, choose the room that you prefer and take a seat so that we can start the next sessions.
Lembrando que nessa sala teremos o painel Emergência e Resiliência, Filantropia Fortalecendo Comunidades. E quem gostaria de assistir Costurando Estratégias, dados como matéria-prima, é na sala ao lado.
Senhoras e senhores, pedimos que tomem os seus lugares, pois em instantes
Ladies and
daremos
gentlemen,
início à
please
nossa
take your
sessão.
seats
Obrigada.
for us to start the session. Thank you.
Acomodem-se, por favor. Situações emergenciais são cada vez mais comuns.
Emergency situations are very common and we need quick answers.
O Felipe até olhou para lá porque ele
Felipe looked to the other side because he knew I was going to ask him to sit down, right, Felipe?
Fica cada vez mais.
It is very evident to look at the coordination of efforts between public organizations, social organizations, and individuals. And in this session, emergency and resilience, philanthropy, strengthening communities, we're going to hear experts that are going to bring different perspectives about this important topic. So now I'd like to call Juliana Ortega from RD Saúde. She's the Sustainability Director. Karine Rui, the General Coordinator of the Gerações Foundation. Mariana Sevic, the Head of Strategic and International Partnerships from CAF, Charities Aid Foundation. And the moderator will be Vinícius Barroso, responsible for Pra Quem Doar from Global. Good morning everyone. I'm Vinícius Barroso. I'm part of the social value from Globo from Para Quem Doar. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. My self-description, I'm a black man. I'm short. I cut my hair. I have my hair cut. And I'm wearing black pants and a black shirt. And it's a pleasure to be here at the IDIS Forum for the first time. It's a privileged area for us to talk about our culture of donation here in Brazil and how we see this in the future. Thank you for the opportunity. And I'm not here by myself. I have my guests here, and I'm going to introduce them first of all. And we're going to have some comments about our topic. And then I'm going to open up for some questions. And if we have time, then we'll be able to work with our online public as well. So I would like to welcome you to our table to talk about emergency and resilience, philanthropy, strengthening communities, and I would like you to introduce yourselves. So we have Juliana Ortega from IDIS Saúde, we have Karine Rui, the General Coordinator of Fundação Gerações, and Mariana Savage, the Chief of Strategic Partnerships from the Charity AIDS Foundation. Thank you. And I would like to start by reflecting upon our topic here, talking about resilience and emergency. I'm going to read about our topic, and then we'll talk about it. So, and we have epidemics or armed conflicts, and we can have impact on millions of people every day. Philanthropy has become more agile in the immediate responses and assistance to these victims, and it could be fundamental in the medium and long term for reconstruction, recovery, and resiliency of the communities. And emergencies, we also see increased mobilization of individuals. And how can we make these something recurrent, these donations recurrent? So this is what we work with in philanthropy. So Karine, please. You're the first one. Good morning. Thank you, Vinicius, Mariana, Juliana. It's great to be here with you. Thank you, Aegis, for the invitation to be in this very important forum with such a relevant topic to be discussed. So emergency, this climatic emergency was included this year. And my self-description, I am a very tall woman, as you saw, almost 1.80 m. And I'm white, I have fair hair, and I'm wearing black pants and a beige blazer. So I am representing an organization from Porto Alegre that completed 15 years last year, and it's very important to say that we are a means to this. We have a model of being the means for situations, and this is according to the calamity that happened in Rio Grande do Sul. We work with the ecosystem of social organizations, so the strengthening of the third sector in the South, and also the business for the ideas and solutions that come up in the communities, and also local development. So as from the first community development in Rio Grande do Sul, and this was launched last year. So when the crisis started in the South on the 1st of May, I know that the news came in later, but this is where we started going through this very dramatic situation, and it went on for a long time. So in this emergency, all of the efforts were made to try and save lives and take care of people. So we stopped to think about this as a foundation. We thought about our role as a company that, we needed to look at resources to make donations get to these people, to support them. And we understood that our role at that moment was of an organization that was an articulator, making bridges between the different actors, different players of the ecosystem in the operational sense, and identifying and listening to the demands of the territories. And we were very careful about this because it's, talking to community leadership on the phone and asking a very difficult question, which is, what do you need? And when we ask this question, we open up expectations that this demand is going to be addressed, and that wasn't always the case. But this is our role. We had to ask these questions and, whenever possible, make the bridges that were necessary for these demands to be addressed. But we also work with different actors. We saw this in the public policies as well, and we act with 2 people in our team. Everything that worked on the settlements that we opened in Porto Alegre. So we worked over there, and I would like to thank you for, I'd like to thank Thailand and Alucia who were listening to us. They definitely did something great for the city, for people who had to be received at the moment. So we knew that at some point the water was going to come down and more serious problems were going to happen. And that's when we configured the emergency of this community fund. And we configured it because we had a support network that was very important in a moment where we were frail as well. And it was very important to participate in this transformation of the territories. We've been doing this since 2022 with IDIS, and we worked with Felipe, helping us and talking, and we had to find a perspective for our work after. And the colleagues who supported us and sharing their expertise with this kind of activity. And we had a very clear invitation to support the community basis, and this is for this moment of reconstruction, because we identified where the support structures came in, the topics that were being mobilized, and this is a topic that was, there was a gap there, and this becomes invisible. And when they don't work with these social enterprises, it's not a service anymore. People suffer from it, and we could see this clearly. And at the same time, these organizations, they never stopped looking at their communities. Even when the water came down 2 meters, they were worried about going back. They were worried about the roles. The organization was worried about its documents. They never stopped supporting, and they did a social inventory about these communities, and it was really very qualified. So we had to receive people, and especially fighting for social advancement, because when we have an emergency crisis, and this brings up many problems, and many times it bursts some bubbles for a portion of the population that didn't know about it, didn't see it. But the community leadership, the organizations that were always there, they always fought for it. So this was our role as an organization, believing in the strengthening of the collective and adopting this agenda and providing visibility to its demands, and the importance of going back to being active and renewing, and definitely having a systematized support network. Mariana, over to you now. Sorry, she's not using a microphone.
Apologies about that.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your welcome, for being here.
In English, I'm afraid. Thank you so much for the warm welcome, and thanks to IDIS and Paula for inviting me to be here. My name is Mariana, and I'm head of international partnerships at Charities Aid Foundation. For those of us, I'm a white woman, I'm blonde or light brown since recently. I'm wearing a black skirt and a beige blazer, and I'm fairly short. For those of you who don't know Charities Aid Foundation, or CAF, we exist to accelerate progress in society towards a fair and sustainable future for all. We have been around for 100 years. We are celebrating our centenary this year, and for 100 years, we've connected vital institutions, organizations, and individuals around the world, working to ensure that everyone has a stake in the future. We're a charity and a bank. We operate in the UK, USA, and Canada, but we also work with an international network of partners, independent, like-minded organizations who are experts in their own geographies, working towards building social society and civil society and ensuring that philanthropic funding flows across borders for greater impact. IDIS, of course, are one of these organizations, and with Paula's leadership, what they have managed to achieve over the years that they've been partners with CAF is absolutely incredible. So we are really grateful for their support and Paula's leadership in particular. As far as we go, so in the last financial year, just to give you kind of some idea of the scale of things for us, we have distributed about 1.5 billion US dollars or 1.1 million UK pounds to about 160,000 charities in about 120 countries, and that's from about 100,000 donors. So the impact that we've been able to help achieve, I think, is fairly great. So for us, I would also like to say that Brazil are consistently in the top 10 countries that our donors want to send funding to. And in fact, over the last couple of years, about 20 million US dollars or 15 million UK pounds was sent to various organizations in Brazil. So our donor community really does see Brazil as one of the countries where they think that the philanthropic capital can make impact. So, of course, a large proportion of that funding has gone towards disaster response, and our approach is very much long-term. So when we speak with our donor community, we really try to encourage them to incorporate long-term emergency response into their philanthropic strategy. So what we mean by that? Of course, it's incredibly important to provide immediate relief when an emergency occurs. But that part is often covered by government aid. Okay, thank you. That part is often covered by government aid, by UN agencies, and by local organizations. But where philanthropic capital can make the most impact, we feel, is by investing in resilience, by investing in preparedness, and by investing in recovery. As we know, once an emergency is over, donors tend to disengage from that emergency because there is another emergency somewhere else. But if you can actually pool funds in advance, it'll be easier and faster to distribute them. You can build communities and build community resilience so they're better prepared in case these crises again happen in the future. And also respond to that last part, which is the recovery, because by that point, more often than not in these emergency situations, the funding dries up. So the response is not as it should be and it could be to make it the most effective. In terms of how CAF, I should also say that these crises kind of tend to occur and happen in places and countries that are fairly remote, often subject to sanctions or various anti-money laundering or countering terrorism financing rules. So for donors, it's incredibly difficult to actually quickly respond in a legal way to ensure that that the money is actually sent in a safe way and reaching safe places. So this is an area where CAF can really help donors through our international network of partners, but also through our own verification service. And just very briefly, because I know I only have 1 minute, in terms of how CAF responds, so we respond in a different way in the UK and the US, and the reason being is the legislation is different. So in the UK, we work with DEC, Disaster Emergency Committee, who essentially bring together 15 leading charity aid organizations, pool funds, launch appeal campaigns, and actually set up mechanism to make it easy for people to donate. In fact, if you take the Ukraine appeal, for example, DEC managed to raise, with various partners, including CAF, about £400 million, so about $500 million to send to Ukraine for the immediate kind of relief. And that was the biggest donation for the whole sort of country in the wake of the war. In the US, it is slightly different. Our colleagues tend to partner with local organizations who then distribute at the more local level. So different kind of ways, but long-term sort of emergency response and part of the kind of main philanthropic strategies for organizations and individuals, I think is key. Thank you.
Obrigado. Juliana.
Thank you. Juliana, please. Good morning. It's good to be here with you. Thank you, IDIS, for the invitation. I'm also going to self-describe. So I'm white, I'm middle height, and I'm wearing a long dress. So IDIS Saúde is the new institutional brand of Raia Drogasil, so you probably know these drugstores, but now we are migrating towards a bigger portfolio focused on healthcare. So our purpose as a company is the promotion of a healthier society, and our subject with resilience and emergency. It started during the pandemic, and like many people who were here, we felt that we had to act in this area. And our first action was the creation of a fund, 25 million reais, in partnership with IDIS, to take structure to the hospitals, small and medium-sized hospitals, 51 hospitals around the countryside of Brazil. And they've looked at this, thinking about what we could leave as a legacy for this infrastructure to be available after the pandemic. And then in 2021, we continued investing. So we went into the United for the Vaccine movement. We supported 100 municipalities for mass vaccination. And then we went into the fund, Saving Lives from BNDES, and we also invested in the Butantan Institute for the building of the vaccine factory. And during the pandemic, we had two thoughts that came up. First of all, articulating with the field, so not having isolated strategies, but understanding who did what and thinking collectively to be able to enhance this impact. And the second thought was that our activity had had a relevant impact. So we had never done any investment of our own resources. We had a whole strategy with resources from the customers, and we saw how much we could actually cause an impact, also taking our own resources over. So we were already discussing our strategy for 2030 for sustainability, and one of the commitments was to donate 1% of our net profit. So with everything that we learned during the pandemic, we decided to anticipate this commitment and guarantee this in the policy, and this was discussed in the board and all the committees. And starting in 2021, according to the policy, we decided to invest our 1% of our net profit in healthcare, in the communities, and in society. And this afternoon, I'm going to talk a little bit about this. We're going to have the launch of the 1% commitment, which is really interesting. So we got this additional resource, and we decided to do our theory of change because the resource was increasing. How are we going to channel this effort? And our main objective was to promote healthcare. And we had this discussion. So what kind of role, how would we translate emergencies, human emergencies, inside our policy? So this is in the theory of change. Was this something that was a once in a lifetime? And we did something that is not a once in a lifetime thing. This is a reality. And unfortunately, we're going to see this every year. We just don't know where. And we're always going to be acting. And there's no way we can dissociate a human emergency, a healthcare emergency, or the climatic crisis when I talk about lack of access to water or food and housing and all the issue of mental health. So this is part of the strategy. So what we did was put it in a structured manner inside what we're doing, and we talk about supporting with capillarity being all over Brazil. And these are things that affect people's health and lives. And we also talked about the climatic issue in a new pillar, so having more resilient areas and things that would be affected by the climate. And then we created an emergency protocol and an internal committee to be agile. And then from this work, we were able to have a structured action in Rio Grande do Sul, looking at the community and how we activated our public and making these donations, also for the employees. And the final remark I'd like to leave you with, what did we learn? So first of all, climatic emergencies, human crisis, this is here to stay, so it's a strategy. It cannot be improvised, and it's something that we do really quickly. We don't know who we look for, who makes decisions. You need to have a protocol that is pre-established, a group with autonomy, and treating this, because being fast is important. That's important. And articulating, so duplicating, there's going to be an impact on society, a bigger impact. And finally, accountability, so looking at how the money was used, its application, and finally, if you're able to think about looking at the net profit of the company, we can look at donations, and when the business becomes bigger, it's good for everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Juliana. I think it's a huge challenge when we think about emergencies, and Karine talked about when they were talking about the need that you have, and it's very difficult, right? People are not able to think about this too much. There's no reasoning there. It's just your emotions. And talking about what happens after the emergency and how we can maintain this help and make this be perpetuating. So in general, right, Juliana, when we think about emergencies, it's not something by itself. It's something that has been happening many times, and the challenge becomes bigger. So it's how we can think about strategies, faster strategies, and I think we're here to talk about this as well. Also about Globo's experience with regard to emergencies. So this year we had the platform Para Quem Doar, and it's exactly for Rio Grande do Sul. So the tool was ready, it was safe for people to be able to donate. People from all over Brazil could donate. And we learned a lot with this as well. That's one of the points that I bring as a learning point. We have to understand how much Brazilians are willing to donate whenever they are invited. And they need to have stimulation for this to happen. And besides that, we are ready to donate when these emergencies happen, right? So there is national commotion, and there's the spirit of wanting to help other people, and this definitely makes us want to support and donate during these moments. So now, to be able to talk a little bit more about this platform, we're going to watch a video that tells a little bit about this project. This came up during COVID-19, during the pandemic, when many of our partners were working on helping the victims of the pandemic. So we created Para Quem Doar. It is a donation hub where we're able to bring together those who want to help, those who need to receive. So we can bring visibility to people who are working in the territories, in the areas that have suffered the most, and in in a very reliable manner. When a donor knows who to donate to, they go into the site and they meet several organizations and they choose the organization they want to donate to, they access it, and they look at the images, and then you have a donation page inside this and they can make their donation. So during the pandemic, this came up and it showed us that the Brazilian population answers very well when they're invited to donate and when they can choose who to donate to. I think there's this great potential, when they're in the networks using all of the communication potential that Globo has, it becomes part of Brazilians' routine. So if you want to know who to donate to, paraquemdoar.com.br. So the people who are suffering from the consequences, you can make your donation. It is very important and it's necessary. This is the platform that I use to make my donation as well. You're one of the 40,000 Brazilians who are in Maracanã, but you want to make your donation? This is over here. Even this drama came in to help. There's also the site, paraquemdoar.com.br. Any amount can make a difference in the lives of those who need it. We are here in the city of the soap opera, together with the people from the soap opera. So this was the director's idea, and it is reality and fiction together in our country. So when we're able to create this, where a story is happening, and then we do this, it becomes much truer. This platform is changing all the time, and when there's something like what happened to Rio Grande do Sul, we highlight that on the page, and we highlight the organizations that are operating in the place of the tragedy. It is very important for us to reinforce that this platform goes beyond emergencies. During the whole year, we have a social agenda, so women, the environment, and Black people. We associated this brand, Pra Quem Doar, with Globo. We can get to more people. We're able to make people learn about it more, and not only the brand, but the power that it has to make people have their lives transformed through donations. So that's it. Very proud of it. So ever since 2020, this has always been very efficient, and also from Rio Grande do Sul. So we had a great campaign. It was the whole Globo group who got together for this campaign, not only the TV channel Globo, but also journalism and all the variety programs in Globo. They gathered to make communication about this, and then this was able to get to everyone in the country, and people would be able to understand what was actually happening in Rio Grande do Sul and how they would be able to donate to help. And it's interesting to know that this campaign is still active. We understand that Rio Grande do Sul is in a moment of reconstruction. The tragedy is not over in general, so we understand that that boom happened in May and the beginning of June, but the idea now is to start building again. So, Pra Quem Doar, this platform continues with this campaign. And thinking about the continuation of the project as well, and how we also think about encouraging this in a permanent way, we also want to provide a different kind of experience for the public. So today I have the pleasure of announcing a partnership of IDIS with Globo and Pra Quem Doar and the Moore Institute through the campaign Discover Your Cause. So this campaign starts today, and this is where people can access the site Para Quem Doar. They can also do a test, and from this test, they are able to actually discover the cause that touches them the most, that combines with them, and then they are redirected to the site Para Quem Doar to be able to understand the institutions, knowing about the restrictions associated to this cause, and they are invited to make this donation. So starting now, for those who are, this test is already happening. It's already active, and we're going to have a mobilization campaign, and this is going to happen on the day of the donation, and dissemination is going to be greater in terms of the country. So I invite you all and those who are online to discover the cause that touches them the most. So I have a question for each of you now, my guests. And when we talk about Para Quem Doar, and if we associate this to Emergency Sucarini, you're the first one. You have worked closely to a huge strategy in Rio Grande do Sul. What is your recommendation or your request for philanthropists, for individuals who want to work in these associations, in these issues? Well, this is something we have debated a lot in Rio Grande do Sul, reflecting upon how this happened and what can be improved and what we can recommend here. So this is what we've been talking about, is this network activity. So not trying to do things alone. But for this, you need to be very humble. So you have to get rid of your vanity, and we have to identify who is in the territory and who can actually help to make this come in with quality and quickly. So I don't have to work by myself. I don't have to have my picture there, my picture donating, but it's organizations who have this ability, this operational ability, and this implies in humbleness and relationships, bridges. The second one has to do with what Mariana was talking about. So it's understanding that acting in an emergency happens in two moments. We have the humanitarian help, because resources have to get there quickly. So it's a lot of materials and logistic capacity, operational capacity. But there's a second moment, which is even more challenging, which is what we're going through now, the moment of reconstruction. So when we don't have William Bonner in Jornal Nacional talking about it on TV, okay, the water is back to its level, everything is fine. No, everything is not fine. Recovery from emergency happens in the middle and long term. And it also needs capital, philanthropic investment, private investment, looking at that in the medium and long term and looking more strategically. So not looking for quick results with no pressure, thinking that at the end of December we're going to have results. No, it's a lot of damage, and the results, the impact of reconstruction, it all takes a long time. So we also need to work on trust and trust the partners, that the resources are going to be well used, and people are accessing it, and people know about it, and they know how to do it and not just have a ready answer for everything. Maybe a third recommendation would be, how can we look at these moments as opportunities to be able to catalyze these changes? We're talking about climatic crisis, emergencies. If we're talking about reconstruction, it doesn't have to be any reconstruction. It could be processes for sustainability, for resilience and social innovation, and philanthropic capital can be a catalyst because it can use more, it can do more, and with these directions that tend to talk about social justice. So I think these are the invitations, but I also wanted to add, we were talking about the platform. It's very inspired on what you said. So you were quoted in many groups, how can we get to this platform, Para Quem Doar? and also creating a regional platform. That's what we were talking about, so that it could be a window for these social organizations, because we have difficulty in finding them. And when we only talk about or work in our network, we don't reach movements and organizations that are doing relevant work, and their only sin was not to be part of our network. And this happens a lot in the philanthropic area. So we have to give everybody visibility so that people will be able to locate, okay, this is what my topic is, this is my region, and working with who is acting there. So we want to have our, connections made more easily, and it has to be permanent so that we can do this permanently. Thank you. Mariana, your foundation has a world ranking on solidarity, right? It's the World Giving Index. And it is possible to say, as from this ranking, this reference, it's possible to say that in countries where the culture of donation is more developed, the response to emergencies is also better, it's faster, and also thinking about your organization. So what is the role that these communication campaigns have at these moments? So, communicating and making this emergency situation get to many people, to the whole country.
Sure, thank you. So for those of you who haven't heard about the World Giving Index, CAF has published the World Giving Index for the last 15 years. It essentially looks at what generosity looks like in different countries and cultures. It asks sort of participants 3 questions: whether they donated to charity, whether they volunteered their time, and whether they helped a stranger. And whilst cultures where it gives us great essentially insight into what sort of how different cultures and countries engage in philanthropic activity. And it does indicate that cultures, there is a more sort of established form of philanthropic giving. They tend to be faster at responding and perhaps at kind of greater level of response. But it's not always necessarily the case. If you look at the response to the devastating earthquake in Morocco last year, Morocco tends to sort of score not particularly high on the World Giving Index, but the response has been absolutely astonishing. The donations increased by 800% just in the aftermath of the earthquake. And the number of the people who have volunteered or given money has doubled. So we can see that when there is a collective spirit and willingness to help, communities can come together and respond regardless of whether there is a formal culture of philanthropy established in the country. And communication campaigns play a crucial role at these times. There are loads of emergencies, there are loads of disasters happening all the time. So for donor community to know which disaster to respond can be very difficult. So well-executed campaigns that bring organizations together, that pool funds, that set up easy ways to donate are absolutely paramount in these situations.
Juliana, RD is known for looking at or developing the culture of donation. So you have a magazine called Sorrir, Smile, that works with donations. And we have several representatives from different companies here in the audience. And how can we encourage donations with representatives of companies and with the public in general? And in your answer, I would like you to also comment on the relationship with emergency situations, and if you could talk a little bit more about the 1% commitment and how this is related to encouraging donations. Well, I'm going to try and answer everything you asked. The first point, which is advice that I would give you that we have used, is to diversify the sources of investment. So we started with this collection, Sorrir, and this magazine, and we're in more than 600 municipalities in the country, more than 300 drugstores. So it made us potentialize, it allowed us to potentialize donations through the selling of the books or the magazines called Sorrir, and also doing the solidarity work. So first of all, we had to communicate our purpose for the customer to understand what he's participating in. It's a micro donation, but it makes a big difference. And then we moved over to incentivated resources, always trying to improve the process, aligning with the strategy, making clearer explanations. And then we started with our own resources. I talked a little bit about that. And it was accelerated by COVID, and we were able to put this into our policies starting in 2021. And finally, now, more recently, we opened up another area, which is the donation of medication. There's a huge potential, and we understand how to do it as well. So bringing in these four issues and understanding all of the sources and having a clear strategy for you to defend this in our governance and for you to be able to communicate this clearly, I think that's very important. And in the case of community emergencies, we have our theory of change, and we have this reflection, and we have specifically about resilience and emergency. We are going to act with our capillarity and to get support, make support get to all these places in Brazil. And we have long-term strategies which are strengthening resilient environments and also looking at the impact of the climatic changes on healthcare. And we can see how we can combat diseases that can be made worse, as in the case of dengue. So diversification of resources and clear and unified strategy and communication of the purpose. Great, thank you. So now I'd like to open to the audience. I don't know if anybody has any questions for our guests. All right, we don't have any more time. Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time. So it would have been nice to have some contribution. And I had a question over here that I was going to get out of my pocket to ask you. But anyway, thank you very much. Thank you, Juliana, Karina, and Mariana. And thank you for the opportunity to have this session. I loved it. Thank you.
Obrigada, Juliana, Karine, Mariana.
Thank you, Juliana, Karine, Mariana, Vinícius. This topic is very dear to us. And what I was saying over here to Paula, it's great to see how philanthropy has also evolved in response to emergencies. So when the start of the pandemic came in, we remember creating this fund for emergency in healthcare. And, you know, we had to find the organizations. People were paralyzed. And finding the organizations and bringing people together and having a group that we were able to work with. You know, we got that together in 1 week. It was a huge challenge. And today we can see social investors preparing, and, you know, it's the theory of change, as in the case of RD, and this result in such a short time. That was one of the legacies that the pandemic left us with. So now it's time to invite you to a cocktail that will be served in the foyer and also here in the room beside us. And while we prepare the room for lunch, this room will be prepared for lunch, and meanwhile, everybody will be at the cocktail. So during lunch, we will still have an in-person program. So everybody in the room will have a topic. Every table will have a different topic, and we will have a host on each table, and you'll be able to choose your preferences. If you access the QR code on your badge, you'll be able to learn about each of these topics in each of the tables. For the international people, we will have tables in English. Please pay attention. Take all of your belongings. Do not leave anything on the table because we're going to have to reorganize the table to be able to serve lunch. So please take everything to the cocktail. Don't leave anything on top of the table. So in the room beside us, the founder of IDIS, Marcos Kizio, is going to donate and autograph his book, Philanthropy, Risk Philanthropy, for the scientific development to sustainable development. And this is an important milestone in the discussion of philanthropy in scientific advances that are sustainable. So don't miss this opportunity of having your own book signed by Dr. Marcos Kizio here in the room beside us, in the foyer where the cocktail will be served. If you need to leave our event now, please fill in the survey in the material that you received. Your opinion is very important for us to be able to make our encounters even better. Don't forget that we have a little surprise for those who fill in the form, the evaluation form. If you use the translations headsets, please leave them on the table or give them to our team. For those who are with us online, the program will be back at 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. See you in a bit. Welcome to our cocktail. Please take all of your belongings, please. And see you later for those who are online.
Tem uma bolsa esquecida em uma mesa. Por favor, levem os seus pertences. Essa é minha. Fica tranquila que essa é minha. Vamos nos dirigindo à outra sala, por favor, que a produção aqui já está rearranjando as mesas, por favor. Em direção ao foyer e à outra sala. Levem os seus pertences.
Pedimos a todos que dirijam-se ao salão ao lado, onde o coquetel está servido. Ao sair, por favor, levem todos os seus pertences. Obrigada.
Pessoal que está na sala da paralela e no foyer, por favor, acomodem-se nas mesas. Já escolheram a mesa? Aqui no telão a gente tem o mapa das mesas. Tem pessoas da equipe IDIS também que estão apoiando, indicando as mesas temáticas. Eu avisei que era para levar todos os pertences, mas a gente identificou que algumas pessoas deixaram pertences nas mesas antes de sair para o coquetel. Esses pertences foram todos recolhidos e estão para retirada na chapelaria, ok? Então, quem por acaso esqueceu alguma coisa, a gente precisou recolher, como eu falei, e pode encontrar na chapelaria o pertence que deixou na mesa antes do coquetel. Bom, aqueles que já estão acomodados, boa conversa. Para os que não conseguiram se sentar, temos aqui alguns espaços numas mesas não temáticas. Aqui na frente. Tem alguns lugares ali perto da janela ainda. Lugares na mesa em inglês aqui perto também. Aqui a segunda mesa perto da parede. Bom, nossa atividade volta às 2h10. Fiquem à vontade, aproveitem o almoço. Para quem não conseguiu se acomodar, ainda tem alguns lugares aqui na frente, mas não são mesas temáticas. Tem poucos lugares para as mesas temáticas. Quem ainda não se acomodou, por favor.
Olá, licença, todos e todas. Só
Só.
Vamos, meu querido. Beleza.
Olá, gente, boa tarde para todos vocês. Estamos aqui para agradecer o convite e o almoço da IDIS, essa empresa maravilhosa.
Oi, gente, vamos sentando, vamos encerrando as conversas.
Então, obrigado pelo almoço, suco maravilhoso, almoço muito bacana. A gente vai cantar aquele repente aqui. Obrigado pelo convite da IDIS. E é eu, tu e eu. Gente com a gente e é com gente que a gente convive, né? Né, poeta?
É de gente para a gente, é um prazer. Vamos lá, poeta, a nossa arte e a nossa cultura na empresa IDIS, né?
É.
Olha, o Brasil é meu lar, terra boa que eu nasci, foi aqui que eu aprendi a ler, escrever e cantar.
O Brasil é meu lar, terra boa que eu nasci, foi aqui que eu aprendi a ler, escrever e cantar. Brasil é meu lar.
Hoje na empresa IDIS eu quero é cantar, repente bonito e perfeitamente, você vai me acompanhar.
É de gente para gente que eu quero é cantar assim, é devagar, devagarinho, é devagarinho, devagar.
Com o desenvolvimento, investimento social, que a IDIS é legal, trabalhando sem parar.
É um trabalho legal, uma empresa querida, eu vou cantar na medida, sem a língua bombear.
Com tanta gente querida que eu encontro em minha frente, que eu quero ir diretamente fazer rima e palestrar.
É de gente para gente que eu quero é cantar repente e agradar o ambiente com cultura popular.
Agradando o ambiente para solteiro e casado, esse povo maravilhado vai ouvir eu embolar.
Nesse Brasil adorado, e aí de estar presente, que eu quero fazer repente, na ida eu tenho que falar.
Grande desenvolvimento com o nosso Brasil legal, desenvolvimento mundial e a IDIS é exemplar.
Isso aqui é social e é cultura e é repente, e é de gente para gente que a gente tem que falar.
Olha, a gente ajudando a gente que a empresa conhece e aonde sempre ela cresce nessa terra popular.
Parabéns pelo almoço, parabéns para o suco que eu vim lá de Pernambuco para cantar nesse lugar.
Ele veio de Pernambuco, eu gostei da sobremesa, parabéns para a empresa e a plateia que está.
Essa é a nossa empresa, eu quero é cantar pra ela, porque eu pertenço dela e nela eu tenho que cantar.
Eu nessa pra ele e pra ela, pra todo mundo que chega, me derrete igual manteiga quando eu começo a cantar.
É isso aí, gente, parabéns, daqui a pouco voltamos de novo.
É isso aí.
Pode ficar aí, pode. Olá, boa tarde. Eu vou pedir, por favor, para todos sentarem e pararem as conversas. Por favor, gente, vamos sentando, encerrando as conversas. Eu espero que vocês tenham aproveitado o almoço, a conversa durante o almoço e tenham trocado experiências. E ao pessoal que nos assiste virtualmente, é um prazer recebê-los de volta. Bem-vindos, Peneira e Sonhador. Gente, eu queria pedir uma salva de palmas para o Peneira e para o Sonhador. Obrigada pela abertura nesse momento de celebração. O IDIS está completando... Gente, vou pedir, por favor, silêncio! Hello! Olá! Por favor, gente, para a gente continuar o nosso fórum. O IDIS está completando 25 anos e não poderíamos deixar de comemorar essa data com vocês, que constroem conosco diariamente a história do investimento social privado no Brasil.
In Brazil, because social investment is made by people, it's done by people, and it's for people. So I am beside Marcos Quício, the founder of IDIS. Yeah, come up. And Luiz Sorge, the president of our board. But before giving them the floor, once again, I'm going to call Peneira and Sonhador, and they are going to sing another song. IDIS is an NGO, remember? It's not a company.
Pois nós voltemos novamente e vamos cantar mais um pouco. Apesar de eu andar rouco, agora eu quero é brincar.
E eu quero cantar coco, que é repente brasileira. Vamos de qualquer maneira, na ilha eu tenho que falar.
Que a Paula Fabiana, ela deu um lindo recado. Eu digo que tô preparada, essa dama é espetacular.
O presidente tá de lado e parabéns o presidente, que é com gente que a gente que faz o Brasil andar.
É presidenta do conselho, que ela trabalha bonito, que é mulher de gabarito e a Paula é exemplar.
É um trabalho bonito, é um trabalho bem legal, é um projeto social que tá em todo lugar.
E também tem o Luiz Sorge, que ele é grande vencedor e é grande conquistador, é um cidadão exemplar.
Uma princesa de valor, cumprido 25 anos, que aqui tô divulgando, agora eu tenho que falar.
E tem o Marco Quício, que ele foi o fundador, eita homem de valor, e esse Marco é popular.
A Fabiane falou e ela fala muito bem, dá-se valor a quem tem valor, eu quero te dar.
É essa empresa crescendo com seu desenvolvimento e grande conhecimento, eita, trabalho exemplar.
Um trabalho de bem em conjunto, meu irmão, pela toda a região, e lá vai eu continuar.
É só amor no meu coração, é amor, é energia, é trabalho, é garantia que o Brasil vai melhorar.
A empresa tá energia, tá amor e tem carinho, eu começo devagarinho, na empresa eu vou parar.
É a IDIS com carinho no Brasil nacional e também é mundial, a sua fama aí está.
Eu quero cantar legal, sacudido, peneirada aí que tá em todo estado, e lá vai eu continuar.
Tem tanta mulher bonita e tanto homem carinhoso, e o repente é gostoso que é pra vocês escutar.
Ter um almoço gostoso, eu quero é cantar repente, e o povo na minha frente escutando um embolar.
Isso é cultura, isso é repente, isso é improviso na hora. Repentista não demora, é abrir a boca e cantar.
Aquele bigode da hora que está com a mão no queixo, mas de cantar eu não deixo pra ele, eu quero cantar.
Ele gosta do remeleixo, chegou e cruzou a perna, que é uma obra moderna, essa empresa é exemplar.
Ele cruzou a perna e o careca tá presente, tá gostando do repente da cultura popular.
É um alemão sorridente, trabalha aqui com carinho, trabalha devagarinho, que é pra empresa melhorar.
Parabéns os amiguinhos aí de que tá de frente, e essa empresa decente, parabéns pra ela lá.
É isso aí, meu povo, o recado do repentista.
Daqui a pouco nós voltamos de novo e a fala é com Fabiane agora.
Muito, muito obrigada, Peneira e Sonhador, por esse jeito tão brasileiro.
Thank you for this Brazilian way of narrating our story, right? And now I will give the floor to Marcos and then Sochi. So, I'm very happy. I'm very happy to see this organization that we helped to build. And it's much bigger than what we imagined. It's now 25 years old and extrapolates into things from our lives. So IDIS today, when I was still the director of the Kellogg Foundation for Latin America and the Caribbean, I wanted to do something specifically for Brazil. After I finished with a Kellogg scholarship, and immediately I was invited to be the director for the region for Latin America and the Caribbean. And after 15 years at Kellogg, I was dreaming, what could we do specifically for Brazil? And one of the first questions that I asked myself, we had done the GIF, and I had participated in the creation of a Brinque, the Ayrton Senna Institute, several other organizations, and I noticed the lack of technical support for the existing philanthropists and those who could actually come in the next few years. And for this, it was necessary to have an organization that would provide technical support. What does that mean? So if I'm going to say that I didn't really know at the time, it's true. I just knew that we have to improve the quality of these philanthropists at the same time that we had to have the future philanthropists ready in Brazil. Don't forget that we had a huge difference in the development of philanthropy in the United States at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, and unfortunately we had a regime that was from the top down, and it was the military regime as from 64. So we're talking about the 90s decade. This is when Brazil started to get a new constitution and a new reality. So GIF came up, and I started thinking that it was the moment for me to dedicate myself to Brazil. So then I did 3 things, and it was to help IDIS, not myself. So would I be a social entrepreneur? Because this was not something that was common at the time, but I thought that's what definitely was different from the economic entrepreneurship. When you have simple assessment, you look at the profit and you see if the company failed or is moving forward. So we didn't think about these things. We thought about how to help the population, how to help and when. So I did my test. I looked at some of these social characteristics, and I asked myself if I had these characteristics. So I think I passed the test because I was happy about the results that I got. So you're going to say, okay, well, this is, you're looking at yourself. Yeah, it was only myself at the time, right? So the result was that I went to a second checkup, and I chose 3 organizations with 3 individuals that were fantastic in terms of social entrepreneurship, and I started talking to them. And it's Peter Karl from Philanthropy Initiative in Boston. Then I had the pleasure of working with Melissa Berling, who was at the Rockefeller Services. And I also work with Olga Alexeyeva, and at the time it was in Moscow, through CAF, the Charity Aid Foundation, and all 3 of them were very encouraging in their observations about the possibility of creating this. And after that, I went to a third activity. I thought I needed to do strategic planning, so I wouldn't run away from things that I had to do and things that I had forgotten for some reason. So I went to it was Paulo Sabag, the professor of GV, that embraced the cause when I went to this program management, and was very careful with us, thinking about an IDIS that could move forward. And then the central point, how can you get resources to start this project that was IDIS? So then I talked to my children. I said I would, take away a resource. And as a director of Kellogg for a long time, I was a dear I was very dear to the board at the time. They gave me the option when I decided to leave. So they allowed me to be a volunteer, and they gave me quite a lot of money. The problem is not the money. I just wanted to say that if social entrepreneurs do not have commitment to their jobs, and if they depend on other people, you lose legitimacy. And at the time, they gave me $500,000. I accepted, and I wanted you to give me $1 million. Half is mine and half is yours. And this $1 million I need to establish IDIS. So they accepted. And they were even more generous because they said that during 3 years I would receive the same salary I got at Kellogg to be able to dedicate myself only to IDIS. And that's what happened. After the 4th year of life, it began to be independent financially. And as a result, I was transformed into that social entrepreneur, and I became a strategic social investor in the creation of IDIS. So I think we're able to establish the solid pillars that led IDIS to its 25 years. So if you would ask me, are you prepared to talk about these things? I would say no. It's very far, and it was so far that I could not imagine that I would not be around to celebrate the next few years, but I needed to see an IDIS that did not depend on that initial effort. So 10 years ago, I decided to come down from the CEO position and give this new generation a chance, and taking it to the new areas. So we got to Paula. So 10 years ago, I removed myself from the activities, the daily activities of the organization, and I didn't want to be a member of the board. Why not? Because since I had the freedom to create and compose the first board and the other boards and created a relationship with mutual respect between the members of the board and the president, and of the president with the members of the board, I thought that the same thing would happen to Paula. So Paula had the respect of that, and the board should have the respect for Paula. So definitely that's the relationship that happened. And Paula can tell us if it was 4 or 5 years later that they invited me to go to the board. And the only thing that I put over here, I would only go back as a member of the board, but this is still, I would be an advisor. That's all I would be. So everybody who made it possible, I would like to thank you all for it, the members of the board, and the collaborators of the present and the past of IDIS, and the customers that are more or less 450, 500, Paula knows it better than I do, and those people who believed that IDIS would have a different sort of area, and we have those organizations that believed in us in our history. So I have the Global Philanthropy Forum. We're there in the 13th edition, and the Share Aid Foundation, and we have a number of people through different mechanisms that have put us in the international arena. We put Brazil in the international arena. I'd like to stop here because I have to congratulate everyone, including those who are here today helping us to celebrate our 25 years. Thank you very much.
Boa tarde a todas e a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Uma honra e prazer estar mais uma vez aqui.
It's an honor to be here with you again in the Brazilian Forum of Philanthropy and Social Investors. So I'm going to try and do what Peneira and Silveira said. I'm going to speak very quickly from the heart. We have accompanied in the board the work that is done focusing on sustainability, and this is done by Paula and the IDIS team, trying to honor the work and the legacy that Marcos started 10 years ago. And both of them called me to join IDIS in the board. So it was also an important moment, and I'm very happy in these 25 years of celebration. So I'd like to send you the message that we were doing some work with your support, with everybody's help, with all the present companies, and trying to have a more solidary and just population. This is the focus of our work. The board has the work of Peneira, which is to filter what is good. We have something from Sonhador as well, the dreamer, but all these projects have an impact, and we propose to measure and implement and bring all of this to Brazilian society. So we have international quality seals, and more recently from Mackenzie Scott, and all the work that was done till today is great, but what we're doing for the future is very promising. So this has been implemented in a very responsible manner, and we're going to continue to count on all of you. You are the reason that IDIS is alive. Without your support, without working together with us, IDIS would not exist. Count on us, and we're going to continue to count on you for at least another 25 years. Thank you and congratulations.
Muito obrigada, Marcos e Sorge.
Thank you, Marcos and Sorge.
Palavras, eu fico ainda mais agradecida de fazer
I'm very grateful to be part of this story after these words. And we have to say happy birthday. So Peneira and Sonhador are going to start the happy birthday to IDIS.
Obrigada, Paula Fabiane, pela palavra, e o Carlos, que é fundador, e também o Luiz Sorge, que é outra pessoa maravilhosa. Vamos lá, Peneira.
É nós, vamos lá, de jeito pra gente cantando repente. Parabéns, presidente, parabéns essa ID maravilhosa, essa ONG que está ajudando milhões de gente. Vamos lá.
Milhões de pessoas.
É de pessoas e pessoas que o Brasil vai à frente.
Vamos lá. É de gente para gente que o Brasil vai à frente e nós voltamos no repente só para comemorar.
Essa empresa da gente, eu quero ser meio bacana, é 25 anos que completa no lugar.
Desde 99 que a empresa continua com a beleza da lua e do povo que aqui está.
A empresa é minha e sua, ela tá de parabéns, dá-se valor a quem tem 25 anos, tá?
A todos os colaboradores, aqui deixo o meu abraço, que aqui não tem fracasso, tem gente espetacular.
Aqui não quero fracasso, quero amor e dedicação, com Jesus no coração, nossa empresa vai andar.
É de sua nota certão, essa é boa conduta, 25 nessa luta e a questão é aumentar.
25 anos de luta, mais 25 completa, a coisa é feita e certa pra gente comunicar.
Esse é o Instituto de Investimento Social e eu acho muito legal que eu também quero ajudar.
O presidente é legal e ele falou muito bem, dá-se valor a quem tem valor, eu quero lhe dar.
Quem ajuda, Deus ajuda, quem ajuda é ajudado, o povo maravilhado, nada não pode negar.
Com o povo de lado eu quero é cantar assim, é devagar, devagarinho, é devagarinho, devagar.
É aí que no Brasil e também no mundo inteiro, esse povo são guerreiros, quem veio para aumentar.
E no mundo inteiro ela tá ajudando, ela tá colaborando e a gente vamos cantar.
Investimento social é a coisa melhor que tem, digo uma vez, digo 100, nós temos que ajeitar.
Vamos cantar os parabéns, que a hora tá chegada, pra toda a rapaziada, vamos cantar e brincar.
Meu recado já tem
dado parabéns para todo mundo, nem menos de um segundo nós temos que continuar. É isso aí, com a IDIS no coração e o pandeiro na mão, vamos cantar todo mundo os parabéns para nossa empresa IDIS.
Parabéns pra você nessa data querida, muitas felicidades e muitos anos de vida. Parabéns pra você nessa data querida, muita felicidade e muitos anos de vida. Parabéns, IDIS, e para todos os funcionários e todos os dirigentes e diretores dessa grande empresa.
Parabéns, 25 anos de empresa e mais 25 vai completar daqui para frente, ou mais, se Deus quiser. Estamos juntos. Muito obrigado a todos. Fiquem com Deus.
Bom, gente, eu na verdade tinha bastante coisa a dizer também, mas essa é só uma prévia da celebração, então eu não vou me prolongar. Eu queria deixar o convite a todos.
So this is just the beginning of the celebration. I'd like to invite you all to be with us in our celebration event that's going to happen on the 3rd of October, starting at 5 p.m. at MASP, when we're going to debate the future of private investment, and we'll have more time to celebrate with a cocktail. You will receive a link by email, but for those who know they can participate, there are some flags on the dessert that had the QR code to enroll. But don't worry, you're going to receive a link by email. And let us carry on our forum. So life stories are unique, and we have social environmental challenges that can be expressed in different ways. So in this session, we're going to have an informal conversation with inspiring people, actually great women, who are showing ways and motivating people to have an influence or to get resources to public causes. So you're going to learn about the Cris and Tiziana, two women who have become highlighted in the impact and philanthropy world. They're going to talk about their stories and how they have untied or strengthened the knots that have appeared. So I'd like to call both of you on stage. So before we start, we're going to show the video of Marlene, and they have led the taxation and world fortune. And Marlene could not be with us here, but she's bringing us her virtual message.
I'm a multi-millionaire heiress from a billionaire family. And I'm from Austria, where neither wealth nor inheritance are being taxed. So I co-founded an initiative called Tax Me Now, where wealth holders, just like me, come together and ask and advocate for more taxation on wealth and inheritances. Personally, what to do with my wealth when it's not taxed has been a question I grappled with for a while, and I could have gone into philanthropy. But when I took a closer look, I could tell that philanthropy is just a really, really bad joke in the faces of all the people that are currently being abused and discriminated by through our capitalist worldwide system. Philanthropy reinforces power, especially power from white people like me from the global north. So what could I do that is not using the traditional forms of power and oppression and still redistribute my wealth when it's not being taxed? Because tax is a democratic way of doing it. So ideally, this would have been done. Since the government failed to do so, I decided to get as close as possible to all the democratic and transparency principles that uphold our society in Austria. And I created a citizens' assembly called Guter Rat für Rückverteilung, translates to Good Council for Redistribution, where 50 people that were drawn by the lot and then in a second round drawn by representative criteria come together over 6 weekends to debate how wealth inequality affects society and what we could do about it. And I gave them 25 million out of my inheritance, which is the largest chunk, to then make these ideas concrete and not just remain in the void. I wanted democratic participation. I wanted inclusion and transparency. And so I got as close as possible by using the democratic tool that is currently very much scrutinized by governments worldwide to face all sorts of crises, which is citizens' assembly. Ask the people that are affected by the decision that I take to be the ones to take the decision. Who am I to think that just because I was born wealthy, that I get to decide over the lives of others, that I get to create realities, that I get to choose what is good? We see that people like me, from my class, from the richest percent worldwide, are the ones that create climate crises disproportionately while making those who are affected by it pay. This can't continue. If philanthropy takes itself seriously, it has to abolish itself. It has to think, I should make sure that I'm not needed anymore so that the people that I'm currently supporting can become independent and free and do it their own way with their own means because they're not dependent anymore of the wealth of especially white Europeans like myself, white Northern Americans like, for instance, US citizens. That's where wealth is hoarded. It's hoarded there through the system of distribution. We can change that through democratic practices, through taxation, but also individually. We can ask philanthropy to be more than just a little PR gag that helps us have a good conscience at night, while at the same time it does nothing to reduce white supremacy, to reduce patriarchy, and to reduce the harms of capitalism that it inflicts on people and planet. We can change these things. We don't have to remain classical philanthropists. We can redistribute power. We can step back as wealth holders, learn to listen, and become one of many, such as it should be in a democracy, instead of pretending that we are the so-called good kings of this world, because we're not. I ask of everybody here to consider that, to consider what the borders of philanthropy should be, what the boundaries should be, what it should respect, and how we can forward all of our endeavors in a democratic way by making those affected by every kind of choice part of the decision-making process. Thank you very much.
Bom, antes também vou me apresentar para quem chegou aqui agora só na parte da tarde. Eu sou Paula Fabiani, CEO do IDIS. Eu estou aqui com a Cristiane Sultani, fundadora do
Cristiane Sultani.
E a Tiziana Rolim Queiroz, fundadora e presidente da
And she is the president of Somos And we're going to start our session that we have since the first forum, which is a conversation. The idea is an informal conversation for you to tell us how you got here and to inspire our audience so that they can think differently as well. So we always try to bring personalities who have different points of view about philanthropy. So to start off, it would be interesting for you to tell us a little bit about your journey and what makes you restless, what makes you anxious, and how you got here. So we can start with Cris. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So I came to philanthropy 3 years ago. So it's going to be 3 years at the end of this year. And I was very lucky to find people, strategic people in the beginning of my trajectory. And I also tried to study what I was going to do. So I'm a lawyer. I worked in the financial market in Brazil and abroad, and I was always very focused. So I wanted to study impact investment, and then I had a good conversation with her in this journey over here, and I participated in philanthropic workshops because I wanted to know what a strategic philanthropic system was, and this was abroad. I was in Switzerland, and when I came to Brazil, I came to talk to Gracie Lyman, and Gracie said, please don't do more of the same thing. But I didn't know what the same thing was, right? I was beginning. So I pay a lot of attention to know what is really good, what is bad, and if I'm able to do this, and what a philanthropy is, that it has to be changed. And in these 3 years, after 1.5 years, I realized I was not able to do collaborative and strategic philanthropy, and I was not going to cause the impact that I wanted to cause. And many people think that's brave, whatever word you give to it, but I had to listen a lot. I had to come out of the 3 causes that had been chosen in the beginning, and I decided to support the ecosystem of philanthropy, so to get a change in mindset. So I think the mission of the Benja Institute, together with Maris and everybody who supports us, make this mindset of systemic thinking and collaboration, make it part of the DNA, and make it be an object of the whole journey of philanthropy and the Benja Institute. So we are tracing these criteria, we're making these processes formal, and listening to the news that we have in international philanthropy. But our main point is global south. So we have to take advantage of countries who have similar problems, what they have done, the promising paths they have followed, and how can we make this exchange, how can we coordinate with them. So we have done this. Great, wonderful. This issue of collaboration was one of the topics of this forum years ago. What about you, Cici? Tell us a little bit about your agenda, and it's nice to have somebody who is not from São Paulo here with us. We've made an effort to bring philanthropists and social investments from other areas of Brazil. It's a challenge, but I think we have to do this increasingly, right? People who come from other areas, and they're also contributing to our debate. But tell us how you got here. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here with Cris, our partner from the Stage 2 projects that we are working on together. Thank you, Paula, for the invitation. I am from Ceará, from the northeast of Brazil, but starting this year, I'm living in São Paulo. I come from a family of entrepreneurs in Ceará, and social responsibility was always present.
Mas não era uma filantropia estratégica, longe disso. Era muito mais aquela doação pontual, enfim, que eu entendi, uma caridade, mais aquela.
So it's charity plus, you know, religion and a series of things, but I always tried to do things. I questioned things ever since I was small. So why wasn't the cook's child in the same school? Because she had the same age. So I always thought about this, being able to study and decide on the paths that I would follow. So in terms of civil construction, this was my family's patriarchal area, and then a few years after, I started looking at my female side, because the challenge of the economic, social, and political, I understand this today, right? Before I was not aware of it. But when this female side is born, I just questioned everything in my life. Education, the school my children were go to, I went to Rudolf Steivers, the Waldorf pedagogy, and how I was investing my money, everything I was doing. So I started questioning all my certainties, and I deconstructed lots of things. It was a challenge, and I even, I changed my skin, and because I was trying to find out about myself, I had the privilege from my family and the family of my husband. I asked myself this brave question: what is my role in the world? What should I do with the privileges? How can I put this at the service of humanity? So I founded Somos I left the company business, from my family's company business, after 21 years. So I'm a philanthropist and an entrepreneur. And like Cris, we're trying to find a place and do things in the best way possible, creating instruments and collaboration instruments so that we can solve social issues. So we articulate business, impactful businesses, and I chose social entrepreneurship with Professor Yunus to get to this place of sending poverty to the museum. So nowadays, I use my instruments and money at the service of all this. Thank you.
Eu acho que tem muitas mensagens importantes, né? A questão de buscar impacto sistêmico, da gente compreender que o único caminho.
So the only way that you can get to these challenges is to, I loved this, and I think that everybody asks themselves this question, the same question, in terms of making decisions and working in our sector. So it was really interesting, and also maybe we have lots of people like you, right, who are not satisfied with inequality that we face in society. So I'd like you to talk a little bit about concrete actions. What are you doing? The models that you chose for this philanthropic activity. And we also talk about the knots that you strengthen, the knots that you help to untie in the philanthropic area. And there's also a point that was brought by Marlene about this development, this involvement of the voices. So how do you do this? How do you consider these voices in this process? So let me start with Tícia now, and then we can go to Cris. So in this process of choosing social entrepreneurship, initially, I chose to work with women. We started creating some paths, and I was at Neil's table talking about this. And in this area of privilege, sometimes we get to the work, but full of certainties. And today, I'd say that it's arrogance and ignorance on our side. We think we have the solution and we don't, and we have inverted all of our methodology of putting people in the center and for them to co-build, and we are support instruments. So we have a workshop, which is nothing on us, from us. It's April's words, and we started having several activities from Somos so incubation of business and flourishing, but in this area of collaboration and several projects that already existed and are incredible. And then I met Celia, and I asked for help. I took my dream notebook with me, and I made lots of connections. And then we start doing collaborative work, and I loved this name, Philanthropy Amongst Us, because, we don't do anything by ourselves. Collaboration, besides being a place of exchange and learning, it is also very potent, and you can scale up. So I decided I wasn't going to do anything else by myself. So I came in And then we have the global impact, bringing this to Ceará, and I have the challenge of taking all of this to the Northeast. How many people from the Northeast are here? Okay. It's not enough. It's still not enough. So in the Northeast, we don't have this kind of discussion. And my role, looking at my privileges, it's to be able to connect the Northeast and take the forum, right? Can I announce it? May I? Yes? It's going to be in May in Ceará. So it's about this. So I understood that I could be a bridge to inspire people in the Northeast, because the level of inequality is very high and they're not asking about this. They're doing charity and this is necessary, but it's not going to solve these social issues. And that's not ideal. And people need to have their own power of choice. Wonderful, wonderful. And this is for us to change. So Cris, talk about your models, your activities. Yeah, the activities are important. And then we go and we work together on this project with Yunus. And this is for women from the suburbs, and it's already the second part, right? Yeah. So talking about collaboration, the Institute Beja has decided to enter the sector, and talking about the culture of donation in other places, and it was lack of trust, right? So saying that philanthropy did not have this relationship, and I noticed. So they didn't really talk about this naturally. They didn't talk about their foundations. The conversations were closed. I had the opportunity of becoming an associate, and that's where I met Celia. So I think that listening is very important, because that's where we launched the movement that is called philanthroping. There's a third edition that is going to be here in São Paulo in November, but we decided to listen to the ecosystem, philanthropists and entrepreneurs. And from there, I love using a verb that doesn't exist, which is to philanthropate. It's very difficult to philanthropate in a country where you don't have an ecosystem, where the endowment law is very new, when you don't have other vehicles, where taxation does not favor it. This is not the first thing that I do, but I understood in this philanthropating that I had to understand it like a coalition in Brazil, and I had to take advantage of the tax reform, and I put myself to help in this sector, and we've been here more than a year, and we established a relationship of trust. So who is Instituto Beja? Who is offering to do this? And today we have this credibility relationship in the sector. We work a lot on this function. And I think that what philanthropy needs to do is to listen, to understand. And the Beja Institute goes into racial injustice and other areas. The issue of domestic violence, equity, gender equity. So these are issues that, listening to Eduardo Janetti this week, because it was a week of celebration, and Movimento Bem Maior also celebrated 5 years. And Eduardo said this very clearly, so it's impossible to change this relationship. And as soon as, the people continue to be born in different places, and the Black population considers in a condition that is completely unequal. And Cris, you talked about the work that you do, and advocacy work that you do, and what did you see and what did you develop with your dedication, your influence, and also talking about your contribution to this. You talked about the law of endowments and what led you to do this, right? To this movement. So, Márcia Célia, if I say something wrong, please correct me. But the idea was to get people together. And I saw new people working in advocacy, but they were doing that by themselves. A few people were working together, but without a global view of what everyone was doing. And many times the place of philanthropy is when we talk about polycapital, using the privileges, and it's not how much we can donate, but how much of myself can I donate, right? What kind of capital can I use in this? And the capacity to bring people together, my influencing networks, my political capital, my knowledge as a lawyer coming from the financial area. So how do you do risk maps and how do you look at all this? And philanthropic capital is risk capital, and this is something I've said very clearly all the time. As soon as I decided to donate money, this capital is running risks for society, and the idea was to bring people together, and we were talking about 18 actors, and they were multiplying, and who else knew about it? And the law offices as well. Flavia's here. I think Priscila is not, unfortunately. And anyway, so sharing in this, and Brazil is not a country that does a lot of advocacy. And people don't see the value in this sort of thing. People don't know how to tell these narratives. It's all under the same look about what we're doing, and we cannot survive with the fear of the public sector all the time. You cannot live in fear of that, because we need to have this kind of incidents in this kind of country. If you're not there, building together, creating this space, it is impossible. And I'm just going to tell a quick story. I know my time is going to be up, but the person who brought me to the public sector was an NGO. It was Amanda das Serinas, and she was very thankful for the restricted grant she had received from the Beja Institute. And I went with her personally to Rio de Janeiro, the Women's Secretariat. I said, nobody ever came to me and, followed me on this path. I love it, eating together with all these people, and I wanted to help you. What can I do for you? And I said, Amanda, I have a problem. I don't know how to start dealing with it. I went to tax advocacy, and she said, I have a roommate that I studied with in Oxford, and she is the attorney, Annelise, that got us together with Daniel Loring, who is from the Benarapi team, and so on. And we built this initial path to get there and create this relationship. So definitely listening is extremely important, and this trust relationship is there. It's wonderful, and you talked about an important point. And we have to talk about trust. With trust, we can actually have a promising road ahead of us. And I share, Cris, something that you said. We have to talk to the public power because there's scale there, and it can actually transform our society in the direction that we want it to follow. So this is important dialogue, and advocacy is extremely important for you to have more structural changes, but it's not easy to measure. You don't have concrete short-term results, but we really believe in this. And then also talking about the funds, we were not able to do more than one topic at a time. And congratulations on your initiative. Yeah, I didn't answer that part. Do you want to answer that part? And then we'll ask Cici to talk about that. So this is an endowment for students in the University of São Paulo. The program is a little bigger than the quota law because besides having these students, there are also other students that have economic vulnerability, and USP needs to pay 17,000 scholarships, and there's only 14,000 they can pay for. And this additional is for those who got the scholarship. So this is the ambassador of the program. And she said, I don't know what to do because every year USP, the University of São Paulo, asks me to get resources, but nobody receives me anymore. And, you know, I can't get money from anywhere. I'm going to do an endowment. So we put a team inside the University of São Paulo. Although it was an offer for the university, we had to create this trust relationship with the public institution. It's not easy, and there are certain things that need to be approved, and the data collection is not easy. So we have a multifaceted team in there for 8 months. And finally, we launched this fund from the University of São Paulo, and we paid for 2 years to have this. And the best part is that this project is worked on together with Marisa Monte, and they use their personal influence to approve the payment of scholarships for all these people around Brazil, all these students. And today at lunchtime, I was told that Colombia approved this bill for the law based on our work at the state and the municipal level. So great. Congratulations. Tici, tell us a little bit about how you are strengthening this impact in the north and the northeast of Brazil. I think that we have this concern to accelerate the objectives of the United Nations and these partnerships, these challenges that you're facing, these knots they are going to contribute towards this. So please let us know. So, first of all, I'd like to remind you that I'm very happy to represent the Northeast in this forum. Thank you very much. It's a lot of responsibility at the same time. And I need to tell you about the motivation here. When I looked at my gifts and talents and everything was connected to my values, I questioned my money. So what is my money funding? So then you look at the money, and in fact, until now, I was looking at profitability. It was, it's a black box, but the pocket of philanthropy is always smaller than the investment. So if I'm here doing philanthropy, imagine if we were able to direct part of this, right?
Olha a loucura. Se eu estou fazendo filantropia, vou dar exemplo.
It's crazy. I'm going to give you an example. If I'm doing philanthropy, I'm planting millions of trees with philanthropy, but my investment is doing deforestation 4 or 5 times bigger. Does that make sense? It's not going to happen, right? We're not going to be able to solve this. So we have to look at the investment. And there is a number that says that if we invest 1% of everything that is a transaction in the financial market in the world, we can solve all of these 17 issues until 2030. Everybody has to do 1%. So that you have to ask yourself, where am I going to get my 1%? So I started looking at that, and inside my privileges, I thought, but I can do much more than 1%. And then I have one of my privileges is not to pay bank slips. My husband pays the bills, and I've been married for 20 years, and 10 years ago I decided not to accumulate more money, so I gave away 80% of my salary. And the money that I still got, I decided to change and put 100% on impact investment. And I am the one who could do that because I don't have any need in an emergency. I won't need this resource. But also the resources of my family, what we're going to leave for my kids is enough. We don't need to accumulate more. So I understood that my money, my instrument, was at the service of this area. And I was very happy happy to do that. My first investment was 50,000 reais in Bem TV, and that was a test. And I did several others. I don't know where the others are for the other funds that I invest in. But what happened is I was happy for 3 days. Remember, I told you that I'm never happy about what's happening. I'm always questioning myself about what's happening. So I said, okay, I'm happy. And then I came back and I said, how much business do you invest in the Northeast? None. None. So I created another crisis inside myself. And in this place, I met Professor Yunus in 2022 in Germany. That's when I met him, and I had another privilege of having dinner with him. And I told him, I said, my crisis at this moment is, you created microcredit, your fund that I invest in, you look at businesses above 2 million reais. You have in the middle of the way that is not being seen, and in the Northeast especially. On the other hand, in the Northeast, I have a workshop that I give that said, what you have to invest in. Can I invest 5,000? I say, what? Well, we need to democratize investment, impact investment. It cannot be only big investments. We need everybody to be able to have access to impact investment. And I told him, I said, okay, let's create something together. And I said, wow, coming together with Professor Yunus, I have no idea what we're going to do, but it's going to be together. So now I'm going to answer the question here. When we got here with the Yunus team, Túlio, Chico, we started discussing this. And we came to a solution which is very similar to what TRE was doing. And I was an investor in TRE. And I said, Marcos, come with us, because the new economy about collaboration and not competition, we're not going to create anything new. We want to bring people together. If you're already doing it, then, add people and everybody will do their best. So in collaboration, we created Zuni. And this was inspired in the bees, because the bees work in a collaborative manner. They pollinize 80% of everything that we see that is planted in the world, and we want to pollinate opportunities for the North and the Northeast, because our thesis is regional. It's North and the Northeast. So we did the first version last year, blended finance. Cris was the first supporter, NECA, Setúbal, and Mariana as well. And now we're doing the second part. So we have 13 businesses that we added. And now we have launched the second round. We just increased another 3 businesses in the platform. We have Setúbal, we have Beat the Earth, which is from England. We have another family from Natal who's also coming in with a donation. So what we're doing is that the philanthropic part guarantees 25% of delinquency, and it guarantees the structuring of the program. And in the second round that we learned about, we have few Black and Indigenous women, and I cannot admit that in the North and Northeast, right? But we understood that their profit was below what we chose. So we're going to address these women with up to 100,000 reais of and mentorship for 1 year, so that they can grow, increase their impact, increase their profits, and then in the next round from Zuni, we can actually support this group with investment. That's Zuni. And I am a philanthrope, but I'm also an entrepreneur. I create things. Yeah, it's, it's accepting risk and giving this opportunity for everybody to participate in the transformation. It's great. You can invest starting at 1,000 reais, 10% of return a year. I wanted to open up for questions. Does anybody have a question? We won't be able to answer many because of the time, but we have time for a few questions for our wonderful panel members. Anybody?
Super Mariana.
So introduce yourself. Yes, we know we've had some conversations, so I'm here also representing the Northeast, Pernambuco. So I wanted to, I didn't know this novelty Zune, and I was talking about this. It's another comment, and I wanted you to tell us more about it. But I loved this idea of having something that is closer. So we were saying that in our conversation at lunchtime, we were saying it was difficult to find organizations with reliable governance, and at the same time that we're close. And this proximity is for you to be able to see the project happening, and then you have an impact that you're able to see in your region, in your neighborhood. I'd like to hear more about Zuni, and it has already made me curious. Let's get all the questions and then we can just answer all of them. Andrea and Luana. Tati as well? Okay. Only women, right? Good morning or good afternoon. I am Luana Genot, the Executive Director of IDBR, supported by Cici, by Cris, and I'm also a partner of IDIS. My question is, how can we call more people to this movement? Whenever we talk, we say that the people who usually support this, these racist microcredit and climatic issues, thinking about Rio and São Paulo, thinking about the Northeast and Brazil, it's the same kind of people. The people that you talked about, Cici, we can put them, we can count them on one hand, and Brazil is much bigger than that. In Brazil, we can see lots of people who haven't engaged yet with racial equality, thinking about philanthropy or impactful investment, and how can we burst this bubble? And you told me about that. You have a lot to add to that. It's a question for all three of you. How can we call more people to do this? And the panel on the side, I'm going to participate in well, so I'd like to invite all of you. Andrea? So I'm going to get from Tati first. This is for Cris. I heard that you're also innovating and bringing lots of artificial intelligence to philanthropy. Can you talk about this? So I wanted to ask you a question, and I was very restless about Marlene's video. I think it was straight to the point, right? When she said that people are reinforcing the model of philanthropy, and I wanted to ask you to reflect upon her message. So how did you receive this message? How did you feel? I think you could answer all the questions except the one about AI. And then Cris can say something, and then we can close, okay? So I love it. I'm going to come down and give you a hug. So it's not that you're going to have a bank and then the fund is going to get there. No. So they choose what they want to support. It's not that they're going to give you the money and then we're going to distribute. No. There's, this is, I'm talking about healthcare. I'm talking about hunger, and you can connect. And we get investors, they're ambassadors of the business, because then somebody who went to Catarina Mina that made this wonderful skirt and who is opening up a store at JK, they start buying it, they send it to the link, and you follow them on Instagram, so they want to support that. There were some investors that became mentors for the business. I'm going to connect you to the business. And the person said, wow, this is really going to work out. This is beautiful. It's beautiful. It's not only about money. It's about involvement. But all of these businesses, they get 600,000 a year, 700,000 a year. These are businesses that we call, they're almost dying, and 80% of them die because they don't have enough capital. So if we bring the capital, and we want capital, and we provide capital and mentorship, and we're able to do that at 1% a month, that's, the microcredit is 1.8 in the bank, in the Northeast banks. So we provide 1%, so we're very happy. This year we're going to support 30 if we get 2 million, which is what we want. And the other one, what Luana's question, how do we bring more people? So Lu, I was going to say that we need to make people aware, but nobody makes other people aware. It's from the inside out. So balance the male and female. And I wrote an article in LinkedIn, what is the root of the problem? And I talk about this, the lack of balance of the system and our lack of balance. But I think in real life, what we can do is, when I see somebody complaining about people on the street, that I cannot sit at a restaurant in the middle of the beach because, somebody's asking for begging, right? So how about coming out of, being the victim and blaming the government? Think about how you can make a difference. And it's not the size of what you're going to do, how much you're going to do. It's not about money. It could be an action, right? Donating yourself. And my role today, obviously, is to be in these places, traveling in the Northeast and bringing instruments because, for example, I invited 20 friends from the Northeast without telling them what it was. And when they got there, I said, okay, I need 200,000 from each one, and I'll give it back in 4 years with interest. But Chisu, are you all right? You're asking for money? Yeah, now I'm going to tell you. Do you trust me? Do you trust me that I'm going to give it back? So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. And it was there, I wanted to do something like that, but I don't have time, I don't know how, and this is an instrument. So inviting people, bringing this instrument over, that's also a way to do it. I see power there. And the last question was about Marlene's message, but I'm going to pass it on to Cris. And you bring this experience with artificial intelligence, right? Everybody's curious about it now. So answering Luana about how we can involve more people. Well, there's a part of GC that talks about personal awareness, but there's a lot that we can do. I think Brazil needs to tell new narratives, and we cannot tell this story with racial inequality. It's impossible. The GDP of the country can increase fourfold, and what kind of dividends are we losing as a country? So I think the narratives have to be built and disseminated with good communication of the benefits, the narrative, and we cannot just remain in the shadow of this story. And this is for the Beja Institute. We have been working on this and we're going to deliver it. And answering Andrea, Marlene, or Cissa? Answering about artificial intelligence, and then if you can talk about Marlene's message. And then we're going to close. So about artificial intelligence, when we made our new mission, it was encouraging strategic philanthropy, looking at things systematically, at problem solution, and escalating these problems with the use of technologies. And then the question was, what technology? So it's escalated and it's pure. And we had the opportunity of going to India, meeting the philanthropist Horini Nekani. It's her and her husband, and they are partners, and we know that India has a huge ecosystem that is working in technology, and many of them who are solving renewable energy, education, healthcare, many similar problems that could be reapplied. And I was challenged to import this, and they wanted to expand, and it was interesting for them to do it with their people, as long as other philanthropists agreed to expose this, to have local governance and local partnerships. And the Beja Institute took on this role. The center is going to be launched in the 4th of November in São Paulo, together with Horini, and we have the Skull Foundation, New Profit, and Overly. So we're very We're very confident we're going to have journeys of change in the mindset to escalate the solution of environmental and social problems. That's it. Marlene? About Marlene's question. I have a few comments. I think it's great for people to be disruptive. I think it's wonderful for them to bring this feeling of being, well, she knows the story of her country. She definitely brings this up. So I think as a model, the fact that she wants the money to be more democratic in its use and looking at problems that the whole population feels, right? And we're talking about listening, and she tried to enhance the listening. There are some criticisms to this program, but the fact that she's innovative and to accept disruption, it's phenomenal. So I think it's great. Cici, final remarks, and I had to think about a final question, but both of you actually talked about the issue of who does philanthropy, should talk about philanthropy, and I think this has been answered. And Luana's address, how can we burst the bubble? How can we bring more people? How can we enhance more people? And it's really working with a lot of resilience. And it's the 13th forum talking about this, and I could say that I was extremely nervous. That's when I trembled the most, but we had about 130 people in the room. Today we have double that. But it was 10 years, right? And it was very interesting, and I'm going to allow Cici to close and to make her final remarks as well. So I created the courage to say something, and I only say this in small groups, but after what she said and after the question, I felt like saying it. So in terms of self-awareness and the search for purpose and how and why, I got to a hypothesis that maybe doesn't make sense to most of you, but for me it did. And I got to a phrase that is very strong, that charity by itself, if you only remain with charity without any social justice, it could be vanity, because it's something that perpetuates that. And the next month they ask me, and I'm very calm, and I'm a little religious in terms of, oh, what you give with your right hand, the left hand can't see. And I think for other people, and there's another place. So if you don't have that person to ask me for it, how am I going to show how generous I am? A place of bravery. And they said, I don't think so. Okay, maybe it doesn't make sense to most of you, but this place led me to what I'm doing today. So putting people in the center and thinking about the strategy of philanthropy and creating instruments that are going to remove people from this place so that they don't need us anymore, and for them to be free with the power of choice. So I think that this place of philanthropy, it can be like that, or maybe not. It really depends on how you do the philanthropy. So I decided, I'm a pledger, I decided to commit myself to the generation pledge of donating most of my inheritance, and I'm becoming professional in commons. So I don't think I have all the answers. I just completed my 43rd year. I started doing this 5 years ago. And what it says really makes sense to me. So how can the economic power be more decentralized and less imposing and maintain a relationship of power? So So I don't know if I answered your question, but I'd like to say that when you have the event in Ceará, you can come because then everybody can, go into the sea. It's beautiful. Okay, we've talked a lot about the issue of changing the current system, and I'd like to ask for a hand for these two wonderful women.
Realmente, 3 mulheres maravilhosas.
3 wonderful women
Em conversa com
that
histórico.
had a historical conversation.
Bom, eu faço convite
Well,
agora.
I'd like to invite
Nossa parceira de mídia.
you, our media partner, to the Alliance magazine. It is a British reference in terms of philanthropy. It has an independent opinion, it has debates from experts and also insights. And they offer the forum participants the digital subscription for free. In the foyer and in the enrollment area, we have left the information for you to access this benefit. For the online audience, we're going to include the link in the chat, so everybody will have access to this source of information about philanthropy in the world. And now, once again, we're going to divide into 2 simultaneous sessions, and you can choose which one you want. In the main room, we're going to have the power of influence, and this can be seen by the public that is here at the event, and also the online public through YouTube in Portuguese, and in the Alliance magazine channel in English. And in this room, we're going to have simultaneous translation available. And in the room beside us, we're going to have the session Technology that Generates Social Transformation. So it will be followed up by the guests that are here in person in the forum, and then this will be made available in our YouTube channel. So please choose your room very quickly and take your seat, please.
Lembrando, nessa sala aqui, filantropia familiar, e na outra sala, tecnologia como geradora de transformações sociais. Gente, não vale parar no meio do caminho, por favor, vamos nos sentar para começarmos a próxima sessão. Bom, podemos dar início à próxima sessão, então. Que depois do Em Conversa Com, a gente volta para o formato de debate. Bom, para a mesa, filantropia familiar, o poder da influência. Convido ao palco Dr. José Luiz Egídio Setúbal, presidente e instituidor da Fundação...
We have José Luiz Egídio Setúbal from the Egídio Setúbal Foundation.
Mariana Moura, presidente do Conselho
Mariana
de
Moura
Família da Baterias Moura.
from Baterias Moura. Rodrigo Piponzi, co-founder of Mo Impacto.
E na moderação,
And
Nalva Moura,
as the moderator, leader of Pacto das Pretas, em Pacto de Promoção da Equidade Racial.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you, and we have a very relevant topic. Today we're going to talk about family philanthropy and the intention. I am Nalva Moura. I am the manager at Pacto. When we talk about philanthropy, this is a topic from my essence, and in the periphery and working on the impact of human development, it's something that goes through my life. So I can see that in this panel over here, I am being represented, and definitely we can make a change, and the change that is necessary, something that our country needs. So we have representatives that talk about education, also about research and possibilities of work, territories. So I like to think about this scenario and this panel because we have a lot of knots. And the topic is, what about the knots? So we're going to have this opportunity to talk about these knots, and each one in their place and how we connect, because that's what philanthropy is. Thinking about how I connect and the purpose and how can I transform myself. And also looking at emergencies, and the focus is how I contribute and with the economic results of our country. So they've already told me about my time here. So what are we going to do? We're going to have a first round where everybody is going to introduce themselves, talk a little bit about what they've been doing, and then afterwards you're going to have 5 minutes each, okay? And then afterwards we're going to have some interaction with the people who are here in person and also the people who are with us online. All right. So, what am I going to ask you to do?
Eu vou passar aqui pro José Luiz, vou começar por ele, para que ele possa contar sobre a sua experiência profissional.
So I'd like José Luiz to talk about his professional experience and his family experience as well. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I have a foundation in my name. It's 14 years old, and it basically works with health for children and adolescents. And my life in the third sector started, well, I'm a pediatrician, and I was a pediatrician, a very successful one professionally. But when I was about 40 years old, I felt like doing something in the social area, and I went to look for this, and I ended up buying the Sabará Hospital, a children's hospital. At the time, it was a very small ER, and then I ended up buying this ER to support an NGO. So I talked to my kids. They were teenagers at the time. And I said, so I'm going to get this area over here, and I'm going to dedicate this part of my fortune to philanthropy. And that's what was done. Now, this investment, Dr. Marcos talked about risk philanthropy. He launched a book about it. At the time, I called him to build this foundation, and it was a risk. It was, a pediatric hospital. That was a risk investment. But this hospital became very successful, and nowadays, all of the investment and it was the initial capital of this foundation, and all of it, all the results go to this foundation. And this foundation is perennial. It's one of the biggest endowments in Brazil, and it is dedicated to research, advocacy, and assistance in terms of healthcare for children. I still have 2 minutes. Oh dear. So, and besides that, we also do a lot of research about philanthropy, and there's also another activity that we have that is in the program too, which is another endowment, because I became a provider for Santa Casa de São Paulo, and I ended up doing endowment of scholarships for medical school students. So these are scholarships that can be replenished, and that's also very successful. It's a very nice activity. Thank you, José. So talking about education and research, we always think about development of our children, and especially how education is our main strategy for transformation of society. So thank you for your contribution. And now I'm going to move on to Mariana Moura. She has the same surname. I love the Moura, and I understand it's strong. And José just talked about his experience with children, and you bring this whole story. And I always think about continuation. So we talk about children and your action, looking at a region that has very little resources. Exactly. So I'm Mariana Moura, and currently I am the head of the board in the governance structure of Baterias Moura, our company, as we are known. Our company, not everybody knows, but we're in Pernambuco. Our main factories are 180 kilometers from Recife, and it was in the city of 70,000 inhabitants that our company was founded in. And it was founded by my grandfather, and my grandmother was always extremely active in the social field. And she had 30 to 40 years ago, she had this awareness of strategic philanthropy, even without knowing this concept or this terminology. And then we created the Institute formally 10 years ago, and to develop actions that she had already started. And the way that we defined the strategy and defining objectives, and we also counted on the help of IDIS at some points to design our strategy and then to review our strategy. So the Institute is 10 years old. It is celebrating its 10th birthday now, and it acts, as Nalva said, with a focus on youth. And this allowed us to focus on youth, and we started by looking at the development window that children have, up to 3 years of age or up to 5 years of age. But this is a window a very important window of development that was in our youth. And it's very different, right? And we focus on supporting the development of youth, and, even creating that opportunity so that they can actually find their own way. And we have programs today to support them in their development of what we call abilities for life. These are activities that happen in the headquarters of the Institute, and very varied, always supported by other organizations that dominate these methodologies, these activities, robotics, for example. And we also, in parallel, also very important, ever since the beginning of our work, we work closely to education of the municipality. So this is one of the knots, one of the great knots that we developed, and we can also work on it in this conversation. So this partnership, this proximity of the personal power, so they're able to escalate and generate an impact, and also it implies in some difficulties during this course. So I loved it. I only wanted to conclude by saying that from the beginning, I loved the topic of this event. I think it's very brave for us to bring this nuance to our conversation. I really like the idea of the knots and the difficulties, and I think that this space that is created for really reflecting, when you open up for nuances, that's what happens. So congratulations for the choice of the topic, and I'm excited to bring other nuances. Definitely. Thank you, Mariana. So you talked about a determining point. So we have to dream to be able to go to the next level. And when I think about Brazil went from 136 years. This is post-slavery, right? And I look at the number of young people who die on a daily basis in projects. This is very important because this is the way that we can make a rupture, and you don't need to work on the social emotional part and digital inclusion, and we need other capitals to open up opportunity to get rid of the poverty cycle. So working together, right? Thinking about the essential niches. Rodrigo, over to you now. We have met in other places, and we have discussed philanthropy, and I'd like you to talk a little bit about the knots that you have untied or contributed to untying and what the Institute has done. So, wow, many knots to untie. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Aegis, for the invitation. I like to talk about what I've been doing, about the trajectory, and talking about what and why. So I think it's interesting to start saying that I'm the fourth generation of the entrepreneur group Droga Raia. Today it's RD, Saúde, and I was brought up in this context. You know, my family in the pharmaceutical area, and I always thought that was not where I was going to work. So I became a social entrepreneur by chance. And on the one hand, I was lucky to learn about Graaki that changed my life, and it was the example of people who really offered their potency and their privileges for society. And at the same time, I was very upset with my own privileges and the way that we dealt with these social issues. So it was absurd for me to create almost, a layer of ignorance, and we pretended this did not exist. So I say that I became a social entrepreneur by chance because I created it traditionally, and it gave us a social impact. And it was the money that we got from this went to Graaki. So we had a hospital, and it became a business model that we scaled up to the whole of Brazil, and I was able to notice the work that could be done with a social impact. And that's where MOL was built, and that's how it prospers until today. And during this journey, I talked about privilege, I talked about the ignorance that I felt, and I began to investigate that more deeply. I began to understand, even as a social entrepreneur and with this rebelry. So, it was a family business, and many years ago, it was a great asset that I had to be able to influence and promote a positive impact. But I think that within this context, I was able to realize that, privilege was something strong, and you could have great uses and worse uses. And I decided to investigate this in a positive manner. And when I began to investigate this, I realized that very few people talked about it, and they were extremely uncomfortable. And it was the same time that, on the one hand, we're talking about recognition for my work, and I never imagined that this could happen in my life. But at the same time, my dad got to me and said, I want to create an institute. An institute of what? I don't know, but I want to create an institute where I want to build a legacy for the family, and I want our family to understand the value that it has to this country. So we investigated this, and we created the OCD Institute, which is where I work strongly. It's an institute focused on the strengthening of social organizations. So I can talk a little bit more about it too, and it's work that we really understood that was where we could put all of our values and our power as a family in favor of society. And to close, I started with MOL. I'm the head of the board nowadays, and then I understood that, yes, I should be close and I should have stronger things in the family company, and I'm very proud to be there and to be able to participate in the company that has more than 60,000 employees and that can really influence lots of things. So I say that I want to talk about the whys, because what I see today with these three different hats, and we see the corporation, and I think that from then on we begin to understand the strength we had of connecting points, and then we're able to untie the knots in a structural and systematic way, and not just drawing ice, as they say. And Very soon we're going to be able to see that. And we have a way of thinking that philanthropy is money, and what we can do is provide financial resources. And the other day I saw one of the greatest philanthropes or entrepreneurs in this country, so I came to a point where I thought my reputational capital is much bigger than my financial ones. We're talking about a lot of financial capital. So I think this is a very good turning point, and I can talk about it as well. Thank you. I have special love for the family and the projects, and I was able to meet you in 2019. And it's interesting to talk about an NGO. You don't always believe it's going to get there to be transformed, right? So you receive it, there's a lot of bias, and I had the opportunity and I had the opportunity of having it in the territory. And there's this strategic position, and you talked about privilege. So we have, the climate, the context, and when we have this cycle, we definitely put these discussions in a different place. And there's something else that they said. So where your arm cannot reach, mine can. So I see the opportunity. Beja actually helped me thinking about this network, and we're going to do this. So now I'm going to open up for the audience to ask a question, for each of you, and then we'll come back. I think it's nice for you to have this interaction, to understand what you are producing. So we talked about intellectual capital, we talked about political capital, strategies, and what are the people here thinking about reality? What do you want to know about this commitment that you are developing? So who would like to ask a question? At the back there. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Helena Monteiro. I'm going to ask a question to all three for the panel as a whole. The influence of family philanthropy and the strategies and the intentions. And we live the life of dichotomy when we think about social transformations and systemic changes to a better country, and at the same time we want to immediately address demands that need to be looked at immediately. So my question is, do you have this pressure? Do you have this strategy to deal with this in the long term, systemic changes in the long term, but also addressing what's immediate that can sometimes be discarded in Brazil as something not so important, but immediate help is necessary? And a second question, if somebody can talk about, José Luis mentioned that you support academic research, and as a Harvard director here in Brazil, I have to talk about how important it is to support knowledge and the production of knowledge and projects that are based on data and facts and knowledge. Mariana talked about childhood work, and it's academic work about childhood development. So I'd like to see how you look at supporting academic research in Brazil, using this production of knowledge based on supporting philanthropic projects. So before you talked about the importance of supporting the students at the University of São Paulo, but USP graduates, people, produces information as well. So who supports this? So two questions for you. So could you just say your name, just so we can make a connection? I didn't ask for your name and the institution you work in. Helena Monteiro, I'm the executive director of the University of Harvard here in Brazil.
Vamos começar por você, Mariana.
So, talking about academic research, I get excited because some of the connections I made when the last panel finished, and now with Rodrigo's room as well, When I started talking about this panel, one of the topics that I wanted to talk about, and Chisi as well, in my research, my PhD research, I looked at the development of new generations of family companies. One topic that became critical in my research, and maybe I was not even aware that it was going to be so important for the conclusions that I had, it was the topic of privilege. So what is the consequence in the development of a person that lives in a situation with a lot of privilege and in a reality of so much inequality? So there's something that we're talking about here. Maybe Marlene had the courage to talk about this clearly. So we have privileges, and privilege is not something neutral. Privilege is something systemic, and we're generating pressure. So it's very tense to talk about this sometimes. Cida would say that it's part of rupturing the pact of whites, and it, ruptures the pact with my own group. And this causes a certain anxiety. But I think that, sorry, it was not an answer to your question, but I felt like saying this. And I think that's extremely relevant, but I'm going to ask the others to talk about the importance of investing in academic research. Rodrigo? I'm going to answer the first question. I'm going to ask José Luis to answer the second one. We were talking about this, talking about the privilege and having uncomfortable conversations, and that's sometimes scary, right? But I think that just going back to the question, when we talk about strategic philanthropy, and in a context such as ours, I like to think that in the work that we do in IACP, in the ACP Institute, it's Antonio Carlos Piponzi, it's our family institute. I just said it very quickly. But there's an important point. When you work with institutional development, that's exactly where you end up. Because you say, oh, great, so we're going to finance 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years with flexible resources. An organization is really going to develop and invest in strategy and all that, and then there's a tragedy, and that changes everything you were doing because of the resources that you had allocated for that. It has to be allocated, and this has to do with the survival of the organization and, of course, the people who are suffering the impact. And when you begin to understand the dynamics, you understand that it's impossible in Brazil to choose one thing over the other. Everything is about the way that we're able to do that. We're able to deal with that, to create financing relationships and getting the trust that is necessary to be able to deal with this, because it's no use just talking about this and you say, okay, you cannot worry about this resource. So there's a lot of flexibility, and you have to start with the people who are financing, right? And we have to see how this is being done, and we have to look at Brazil. If we get the pandemic, it's everything that we have. For example, Rio Grande do Sul, we don't have the fresh data here, but we know that it's, something we can do. So how we deal with it to create strategies in the philanthropies, so if it's family or corporate, for us to be able to almost institutionalize this topic. So I don't have to choose. I like to bring the example of RB and how we're able to create an institutionalized strategy to talk about emergencies. So we change this theory of private investment, and we're investing a lot. We're investing a lot in strategic philanthropy. So it could be an open conversation, and it's not only being in the dilemma of what to choose. We have to understand that these two things coexist, and we have to build solid strategies for that. But sound strategies for that. But it's everything that I said in the beginning. It's a privilege to work with institutional development. When you go over there and when you understand and you work together and you listen and you create horizontal and balanced relationships, these answers definitely come up more naturally compared to just being in the office designing our strategy. José? Thank you for the question, Helena. And I think, first of all, both things are important. Of course, in a very unequal country like Brazil, you need both things. You cannot stop the emergency type because there are people who are hungry, so you have to address the emergencies, and you also have to think in the long term. And in our foundation, we thought a lot about long-term strategies. But, for example, in the pandemic, we worked on emergency strategies. In the humanitarian crisis of the Yanomami indigenous population, we worked together with UNICEF, bringing milk or taking milk to the indigenous children. And in Rio Grande do Sul, it was the same. But there are strategies, and we have long-term strategies in the foundation. And our foundation is a social holding. So there's a hospital that provides health care, and this is supplementary medicine, but there is a research and teaching institute, and there is an institute, the Research and Teaching Institute. We have partnerships with you, but we also have partnerships with USP, the University of São Paulo, with Unicamp, and several universities in Brazil. And we do academic research in partnerships with the teaching institutes, and we have our own researchers. Marcos Paulo is a professor, and he has a research department that has below him 40 researchers in the social area. So it's not in the medical area, it's social sciences. And amongst these things, there are researchers. It's researchers to research the sector, the third sector. And we don't really know about it. So, and academic research as well. I think academic research is essential to generate knowledge, right? Brazilian knowledge. So to have partnerships with Harvard is essential. To have Professor Shankov, which is a professor of childhood, it's bringing knowledge from Harvard to Brazilian researchers and bringing knowledge about this infancy in Brazil to Brazil. My time is up. So just to add to this point, I always like to think about social assistance as a level, because sometimes it's an emergency in other territories. So the first step for you to be able to do economic development. So thinking about a strategy and teaching people to reflect and go to another level, because today we still see situations where there is some degree of comfort. So I have a problem, and hunger is our greatest knot, and how do I do this local development so that people will come out of this challenge? So research and employment and talking about some problems, and if we think about the Black population, the population that have no homes, and we have little points that allowed us to change this scenario. And healthcare is part of a strategy, and then we're able to evolve. So there's a question at the back. I think we can still have another question. We can do two questions. and then we can answer them, and then we have our final remarks. So I'm going to speak in Portuguese from the slums, how they talk in the slums, because I don't have beautiful words, I don't know how to speak nice Portuguese, but I know what the slums need. So I don't only want to say that slums are a power, I want to have this for real. I want to see the trust in showing that slums are a power. So when you talk about philanthropy and money, and how much of this money is getting into the community, how much does the community really get in this decision about what is going to be done in there and what is actually going to make us change our reality, because this is inside the community. So there's somebody from the outside who comes in with a ready-made idea of what we need. And today I'm one of the directors of our city, and we are 3 directors. I was only leadership of the community, and I knew about the problems of my community and 3 other small communities around us. And during the pandemic, if it weren't for our arms, we would not have solutions. And what they created, talking about distancing and donations, they were not for us. Because, you know, if I sneeze in my room, it gets downstairs, and I took care of the women because, you know, women are much more. They also look in the mirror, and I was criticized for this. And then we come to our institution, and they invite us to be the president together with another 2 people. So I believe that today, besides the money, we have to also have the right to be there in the board, to be able to have our voices heard. And I have a power. I have the power of speaking in our institution. So my question is, how are you going to make this money actually get to the hands of those who know what is necessary inside the territory? It's a perfect question because we know what the knots are, and we're not talking about bureaucratic issues. That's what philanthropy is. You have to trust the people who are there and the people who are going to deal with the evolution and the resources. So, yeah, I'm going to love answering that, and thank you for your intervention. I think it's very important, and especially in this area over here. So I'm going to try and be brief because I could spend half an hour talking about this. But and then we're talking about looking at peripheral organizations and supporting them. And this changed the life of our organization. Erika is here, Kika, our executive director. So she remembers the day I said, look, I think we have to only fund peripheral organizations, because this changed our reality completely in terms of how to do philanthropy. So there was a first movement that was very important. The Institute Machado Maranhense was one of the first ones that we invested in, and we learned a lot together with it. We learned about how to do it together. And the first movement that we had after this partnership was invite them to our board. And this is absolutely uncommon, you know, inviting somebody who's being benefited, right, to be part of the board. It could be a conflict of interest, and there's a lot more learning than conflict in this case. And in this logic, when we talked about the lack of democratization and access to resources, and half of these peripheral organizations, they live with less than 5 reais a year, and most of them with 0. It's voluntary work. And this is horrible data, but how can we do something in this logic, right? In a family organization that has the power of doing and influencing as well. And then this is 50% of the resources, and they're going to support 10 peripheral organizations in all the areas of Brazil for 3 years, and talking about the reality of the organizations that we're going to change and also the lives that are being benefited. And why? This is a way of stopping the conversation and doing things. It's almost nothing, right? But maybe this could provide important messages about how to address it. So I gave you 2 examples, but the big solution is stop talking and start doing. I agree with you, and I have another discussion that you decentralize the resource. That usually is in the hands of great institutes, and in the periphery we have small institutions with a lot of governance making miracles, and I think it's a good alert for us, right? We naturalize a few things. We prefer a few institutions, but the small ones, I'm already in a project with a small institution as well, and we had made a big difference. So this is a tip for you. So Mariana, any final comments? That was very valid, and our institute is quite small. It works locally in a small city of the countryside of Pernambuco, and I would say that even so, this is still a knot. So knowing how to optimize, and I think a great challenge that an NGO has, and of social investment, is to know how to administrate this resource and not wasting this resource. And I think this is the great challenge. How much is actually getting to these people? I think this is a constant search. And just like the example that the companies look for profit, so this is an organization from the third sector, and we try to have this impact, but we always have to try and get optimization of how this is getting there. And I think this is the great challenge. So in fact, the resources are very concentrated. The resources that come straight from philanthropy and that comes through the Juanelo, that's also extremely concentrated. So I think this is actually something important, and it's important for us to continue debating upon that. I think your point is very relevant. Our foundation does not have anything specifically peripheral, although we also work in the peripheries. So we have programs and partnerships with Olávio Setúbal Foundation in Jardim La Pema in the west of the city, and also partnerships and in the periphery, in the north. And I also wanted to say that when we do research that is going to provide subsidies for public policies, they're going to get to the peripheries as well. So when we do research that involves academic research and that involve public policies, they're also going to address the peripheries indirectly. But the peripheries are going to be affected. Although it's not an attitude that is directly for the peripheral area. So, Brazil is unequal, and when you have a racial cause. And when you talk about inclusion for a child or a specific need, or for a child, it's not a need, a specific need of the periphery, but it reaches a whole population. And I understand the needs of the peripheral areas of the city, but there are other needs that also have to be addressed. Okay, so thinking about the needs, I can see that we have two niches. So if we have some discussions about healthcare, about work, and there are others that in the last 10 years, we're talking about racial injustice, the place of the woman, and salary. So these are the last few minutes of our panel. So in light of these knots that we have, if it's cross-sectional or directly, I'd like you to talk about your future, the near future, thinking about the nature that needs to be done. So let's start with Rodrigo. So my final remarks are according to the name of our panel. So to understand that the power of families, so when we talk about Brazilian philanthropy, there is an absurd accumulation of capital, and there's greater propension to risk, and it can be much deeper if it is done with quality. And when we talk about all of this, when we think about all of this, when we're able to do the exercise, that we're able to connect with what moves us and understand that there are many places where we feel that we can make a difference, I think that's where we're able to unravel it and understand this power of influence, this place. And the message for us here is for us to provide philanthropy in Brazil. How can we do this in Brazil? And we have to understand the capacity of influencing peers. That's very important. And we could collaborate with the families, and we can work together with people, and this is part of having these comfortable conversations. We also have to break down paradigms and break down the vices to be able to make a difference. So I think we need to have this capacity. José, over to you now. I agree with Rodrigo. So the role of family philanthropy is in influencing. I say that the most important role of philanthropy, when we talk about the example of the pandemic. So in the pandemic, that was when we raised more money. It was about 6.5 billion reais, which is $1 billion. And the Ministry of Healthcare has 200 billion. That's the budget it has. So what is 1 billion, or 6 billion for healthcare, right? What can we do? So philanthropy is not going to save Brazil. Or inequality or things, but this is what Rodrigo talked about. It's the capacity of interacting and doing the interlocution between the different sectors and being able to connect the academic world, the private sector, and the public sector, the capacity of influencing. This is the role of philanthropy and the role of family philanthropy, because usually it's a family that is very influent in all three sectors. This is the important role of family philanthropy, in my opinion. So in the first panel, the mediator asked us if we thought the world was messy. And I think that the world is organized to generate inequality and to generate social injustice. So there is an organized system where you have these inequalities being generated. So I think our role is to mess up this organized system that is generating injustices. So for this, we need to have awareness, and we have to be able to look at our areas of power. And a great name of philanthropy, if it's from family, and especially the family one, is we think that we know what other people need. And normally, we have this belief that we can and we know what other people need. So I think we have to be willing to use this. So people talked about the importance of listening, and a lot of conversation shows us how we have to develop things in the field. We have to listen to people so that this philanthropy, as Marlene said, is not just going to be another tool for perpetuation of these relations of power and these privileges. So that's what I would like to say as my last words. I agree with you, and we're coming to the end. I have worked a lot looking at philanthropy, thinking about social investment and racial inequality, thinking about private investment, and these are determining strategies for everyone who's here. And we have a society based on a structure that is still chauvinistic, it is sexist, and it is mainly racist. So if we do things the way they are, then we can actually create a different society. Because if we talk about some topics and we don't talk about others, or others are not part of my niche, that's completely connected. And it's necessary to have this discomfort, look at this place of privilege, and also looking at the unprivileged and making this search that we are having. There are gaps that need to be broken up, and especially in the redistribution of income. And I don't want to think only about this anymore. I need to be part of this asset. I need to place it somewhere else, because automatically everyone will be able to get something from it. And our country will definitely be at another level, and we want to be here to see it, right? We're talking about future generations, but the future is today. So talking about entertainment today and culture and leisure, today I work with children. I think we have to think about this scenario for us to be able to have different kinds of behavior and have intentional attitudes, and it's not only following the fashion. So I think that's it. So we work with this sort of thing and other institutions. It's an invitation for you who don't know us, and this is for us to be talking about racial inequity everywhere. Thank you for the opportunity. I think I could spend about half an hour talking about these topics, but what I cannot let go before you go to your coffee break is that what we have seen abroad in terms of innovation and questioning about family philanthropy, and it has a lot to do with what Rodrigo said, of bringing the beneficiaries to our governance so that they can participate in this decision process. And this attitude has been looked at in transparency and accountability. And social investors from abroad, I think it's a great initiative, and I'm really a fan. So now let's have a coffee break. We'll come back in 15 minutes and we'll have another 2 sessions. And we'll be back right after the break.
Senhoras e senhores, pedimos a gentileza que retornem aos seus lugares para a nossa programação recomeçar. Obrigada. seus assentos para podermos continuar a reunião. Obrigada.
Falo com isso aqui? Não, falo aqui mesmo. Oi, gente. Vamos sentando, por favor. Estou muito, muito feliz de estar aqui hoje para fazer o lançamento do compromisso 1%.
1% commitment. This initiative is the result of a long process that involved several organizations, almost 2 years, discussing things so we could be here. And I'm very happy to introduce the 1% commitment and this is for the corporate area in Brazil. I have very important people on stage, important for the creation of the commitment. Mariana, I don't know your surname. Campanati, sorry. So Mariana Campanati, that leads the Mole Institute, and our supporters, Rafaela Carvalho, da Cirela, and Renato Souza from PwC, and dear Juliana Ortega from RD Saúde. And then we have our sponsors who have supported us in this journey. And come on, guys, please sit down. Stop talking. This is a very important moment. So we have Patrícia Loyola from Comunitas, Hugo Berlin from Capitalismo Consciente, who support us in this initiative, and Cássio França from GIF. And to start, we're going to show you a video about the commitment.
Oi, gente, boa tarde, tudo bom?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to launch the result of the work from many conversations, and having started this, and now we're officially launching it and enhancing this in the area. We've wanted to do this for a long time, and this is a movement that starts in Silicon Valley, and Salesforce, it has more than 15,000 companies involved, and we believe this can happen in Brazil as well. That's our intention. And we know that we can have thousands of companies, and companies that make donations and commit themselves, and they can donate this 1% of their profit, and these are causes that reduce and work on the changes that we have been discussing all day. So this commitment is the result of many conversations, and today we have 3 of these people that are part of this commitment with us, and I'm going to give them the floor. Thank you. Gil. Good afternoon. Very happy to be here today talking about our entrance into the commitment. And I don't know who was in the panel that I was talking in. We already had this commitment in policies ever since 2021. And in 2030, that was our objective, but we started to donate 1% of our net profit in 2021. And we put a word which is donating at least 1% of our net profit, and this could grow. And when we were invited by the Mole Institute and IDIS to get together as sponsors and bringing our case, we thought it really made sense. And RD and everybody who is here in the room giving this step forward, it's different. So together we can think about this, we can talk about our commitments, and then we have a long-term agenda and with resources that we can actually use, making partnerships and with investment and systemic look at things. So thank you for the opportunity of being here and to be able to, you can look for the Mole Institute and IDIS, and we can do this with you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm also very happy. Thank you for the invitation, Paula. And talking about the 1% movement to Cirela, I think this is talking about a story that was built a few years ago, since 2010, the end of 2010, with the support of the family. The company decided to have this commitment of making a donation of 1% of their net profit every year. And from this decision came the creation of the institute that has been working since 2011, and every year it has been receiving this donation recurrently, and this really makes sense. And definitely we have launched this movement, and it's a symbol for us, and we believe that the 1% has made a difference, and it can make an even greater difference over the years. So we were able to donate more than 100 million reais during this time that the Institute has been around. We have impacted many lives during the pandemic, these emergency numbers. It came to 3,000 lives. So if we all join this movement, and especially this commitment, it's a long-term commitment. We believe that the transformation power is huge. So that's why we have our 3 pillars, which are transformation, connection, and volunteering. So out of this money, they go to these 3 pillars, transforming all of our areas of education, transforming these areas, and people are engaging in doing good things through volunteering and connecting with the ecosystem and support for the institutions. So hopefully everybody will join this current. Good afternoon. I am Renato Souza, the Inclusion Director and Corporate Sustainability in Brazil, and I'm very happy to be here. And just a quick word about the great respect that I have for the work that IDIS does. So everything that comes out of IDIS is very legitimate and it's very deep. So congratulations. And PwC Brazil is following this 1% commitment, and we reinforce our commitment. It is an auditing company, and there are integrated services that we have. We have a mission of solving important problems and building confidence in society. And in this context of Brazil, we still have a lot of inequality and different populations, and we know that this culture is not unique, but it's one of the alternatives for us to change the scenario, what we have in terms of the Brazilian context. And we know about the challenge of the donation area in Brazil. So this was built by minds of experts, respected people from the Mall Institute and IDIS. So it's a great privilege to have been part of the construction of this commitment. And now this is part of us. We're doing this 1% commitment. So people are asking why we should sign this, and people are asking about this because I already have a corporate responsibility policy. But, you know, for those who don't know who the stakeholders are, there's a key word, at least in my opinion, which is intention. It's important to sign and commit. And it's kind of like governance. So when you sign things, the message is very clear, not only to society, but to the market, for those who act with their professionals and looking at PwC or any other company, and you are in fact able to work in a place that is committed to the change in Brazil. So I'm very happy to continue this in the Mall Institute and IDIS.
Nossa, que declaração. Preciso agradecer.
Wow, what a declaration. Thank you. And I'd like to thank Instituto Cirela, Instituto Mall, and PwC. Instituto Mall is a partner, is a great partner in this initiative ever since the idea came up. And I would also like to invite you. I know that we have. It's very easy. Please learn about it and be part of it, and we are available if you want to talk to us and answer questions. So we already have 12 companies participating: Ademar, Cirela, Fama, Recapital, Grupo Gaia, KPMG, Mau Impacto Matos Filho Advogados, Pentes, PwC, RB Saúde, Rosine Freire, and Agência Métrica. And they are committing to donating 1% in up to 2 years. And another 9 companies actually have started the process. So coming out of here, I think we have at least another 20 to make this commitment become something that is really contributing to the transformation of our companies. So we want to increase this number, so we count on the people who are here with us to promote this movement and making this 1% commitment become more well-known, and the whole of Brazil will be better because 1% changes the world. Thank you. So we have many companies that are going to adhere to the 1% commitment, and our next panel is going to talk about corporate philanthropy. And with the growth of the agenda, the ESG agenda, the visibility has reached a new standard. especially in the social aspects. So from the door to the inside and then to the outside as well. So I would like to call onto stage Luciana Morelli, Director of Office of Equality for Latin America. Liane Freire from the Blend Group, founder and CEO of the Blend Group. Mônica Gregori from Pacto Global Brazil. And to moderate this panel, Tarsila Orsini. She is a counselor of companies and from Sistema B.
Alô? Boa tarde.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is great to be here with you. This panel is 100% female, and we're talking about the ESG agenda. So when we talk about the S from the ESG agenda, we're talking about a series of issues. So we're talking about human rights, we're talking about a chain, we're talking about mental health, working conditions, we're talking about the protection of data, and above all, I think that the question that comes up in this panel is how can we actually place people and society in the center of the discussions. So I have a counselor that says every company has its social function because of the services provided, the products they sell, and for this they need to get money. So we have profitable ways of serving society, and that's what we want. And over here I have 3 incredible women, and they've already taken a few of our minutes here, so I'm not going to go into the details of their bios, but Luciana Morelli is the Quality Director from Salesforce in Latin America, more than 20 years of experience in diversity and global inclusion. It's an honor to have her with us. Liane Freire is also an expert in intersectorial data, and she has been in several organizations. She is a reference in blended finance and in Kellogg. She was in several events in Eco 92 and etc. And Mônica Gregori, and it was also, a B, she's a B entrepreneur. So I'm going to start with Luciana because we're talking about the Pledge 1%. And you are from Salesforce, right? And we look at RD and Price and other people, as Paula mentioned, these other companies that also assume this commitment of donating 1%. But it was born in Salesforce. And Salesforce is a global leader in terms of processes, automation of data, and etc. And you have a model. So tell us, Luciana, how was this born and how has Brazil led this? And what have you seen from this model, the challenges and opportunities inside Salesforce? Good afternoon, Tarsila, Mônica, Liane, and the participants who are here and online. Salesforce has completed 25 years this year, together with IDIS. And the Pledge 1% was born in the beginning of the company. So Mark Benioff, that actually founded Salesforce, and he had this view, and he continues to have this view, that companies are a great change platform, social changes in the planet, and that's where Pledge 111 came in. And this means donating 1% of your profit, donating 1% of our time. So the 70,000 collaborators of Salesforce around the world today can do 7 days of volunteer work, and they're paid for it. They can choose the entities they want to work work with. We have a system where we track all of this, and it's not only for it to look good in the manual or hanging up on the wall. This is very strong inside Salesforce. And 1% of donation of our products and services as well. So through the Power of Us program, we donate CRM licenses and other products with subsidized prices for, and this is for education. So we already have 9,000 companies over these years, so it's more than $730 million as well through this pledge. And besides this, there's the work of volunteering that I mentioned, where the collaborators, the employees, they decide what they want to donate, and the company matches the amount. It's a very strong culture. It was born in Salesforce, and it continues to work. So these are global numbers. And when we talk about Brazil, in Brazil, we already have more than 60,000 hours of volunteer work. So these are from an entity that is 10 years old, and we also have the citizenship and combating hunger. We have more than 1 million in this activity, and also reforestation and this is what we're doing in this activity. And when we talk about the donation of products, which is less than 1%, there's a company, I don't know if you know it. It is a company that does certification, and until the final consumer, the end consumer, and we're talking about time for them to be able to focus on what is necessary in their job. So we automated all of that. So this is a problem, and this is something, an example, right, of what we brought to Brazil. But your question, you know, how do we bring this? And these issues only happen because we remove ESG and put it into the issue. So we're very concerned about it, how this is going to provoke these climatic changes, the consumption of energy around the world. It's 1.5%, and this is going to grow threefold because we have more complex systems, and you're also going to use IA, and we are creating smaller models, segmented models, so that we can also look at the carbon emissions. So how can we be sure that we're using inclusive language and we use the affinity groups to do this filter, to look at sensitivity, to be sure that we're not leaving anything outside, anyone outside. And this whole change in technology, how do we guarantee that collaborators in society are not going to stay out of it? And these are not very strong, and there's a whole population that does not do this. So what do we say in terms of technology to reduce this gap that we have in the population? And how are we going to do this to ESG? How are we going to discuss sustainability? How do we bring this into the business? Incredible. So it's interesting how you say it, because you connect and you connect with the business, and all the time you have this concern. And in terms of artificial intelligence and wasting energy, and you talked about all of this, so it's really very interesting. We'll come back to you in a minute. And now bringing Liane into the conversation. So Liane, you are one of the references in blended finance, and we heard a little bit about blended finance over here, but nothing really deep. So how do you see this in Brazil? How is this attracting in traditional investment to social and environmental projects? So it's the role of blended finance, and especially philanthropic capital, you know, the catalyst to be able to leverage these investments. How have you seen this, and why did you choose to work with blended finance? First of all, I wanted to thank the panel of women, right? This has a lot to do with my topic. And I also wanted to thank IDIS It's a pleasure to celebrate with you the 25 years that bring us here, and there's always the road ahead of us. I think IDIS is an organization that is extremely relevant. It's special, and providing this moment is very important. So I wanted to bring together three aspects. First of all, the aspect of philanthropy that we heard about the whole day until now. And in philanthropy, also looking at social and corporate responsibility. And looking at the corporate area in a broader sense. The second point is to understand the role of finances. So we're very used to seeing finances as the problem knots, but today finances are brought to the core, and everybody in their own role, capital role, and trying to find a solution. And the third one is leadership. So we have to understand that whatever the chain for problem solving, these are the people that make the difference. So people are the ones that boost the solutions. So in the first aspect of philanthropy, we heard a series of things, and I just wanted to bring a few points forward. So first of all, philanthropy has a characteristic of freedom of choice. And this is what we say, this is the most expensive resource. It is the most expensive resource compared to any of the others. It brings freedom, it brings autonomy, it has characteristics, and when we have emergency problems and scaled solutions and we're pressed for time, naturally the role of philanthropy becomes very obvious. And considering this, it is a place for innovation and purpose. They are the guardians of philanthropy. Philanthropy is able to work the aspect of investment as well as the legacy. So it looks forward. It has a forward direction. So when we talk about the collaborative effort that is necessary to generate systemic impacts, we are looking mainly at this philanthropic perspective. So it's a place that is testing new things, it's bringing opportunities for new things, and it's the place that is influencing, that is really bringing evidence to another level. And this is a very special place. And in the same way as the funding aspect is very special, what I like most about blended and talking about the financial aspects that have to do with collaboration or complementation. So blended has the knots that have the problems, and it matches it to the knots that have the solution. So it's necessary a collaboration solution, and it complements what you have, because if we understand the complementation of the different capitals and the different resources without discussing the nature of each, so each one is in its place. So this presupposes that for me to have a blended operation, I necessarily have to understand the role of each capital. So philanthropy has to make guarantees, which is terrible today, right? That's the terrible part of blended philanthropy. No, but as soon as we're innovating and we're trying to understand this kind of experience, there are capitals that are more, that tend towards these risk aspects when we talk about guarantees, and also the development bank capital. And nowadays they are structured for this sort of thing. So they have solutions, blended solutions, and there is part of the risks that you have to promote these changes in scale and getting to the slums. There's an important part that is already in this risking part, and that's where you develop the externalities pressuring capital, and where you're able to actually do every segment, and then you can organize. Blended is extremely concerned with solving issues. So I usually say blended has the locus of convergence, being complementary, and that's something important, and it looks at the issue of having resources available on time. So you have a greater effort in the beginning in terms of structuring what could be. So I'm going to involve, or I want to work with solutions for the Amazon. So I'm going to identify everything that is being done there, and how can I leverage this? How can I combine this? So I'm not always combining as a last resource. And there's an important point there, which makes it possible for me to complement these resources. Each one has to know its own place, and these are people and leaderships that already look at this possibility of composition. So you're going to hear increasingly this issue of complementary investments, so complementary funding, where I combine these different resources in a same vehicle or not. So you have the elements, the catalytic elements. So philanthropic resources, they have this role of a catalyst in innovation, in the characteristics they have, and also in the influence. So it is very rich. And after we can give you some examples, there are many practical examples. It's happening in Brazil, and I can say that Brazil is leading this issue of blended financing in the world. I'm very curious to hear the examples, but we're going to leave it to the next round, okay? So now we have Mônica. Mônica, today you are the COO of Pacto Global, and we were talking during the break about Pacto Global, which is a phenomenon in Brazil. It's the second biggest network in Brazil, more than 2,000 companies associated, and we were always talking about collaboration and working together. You can't do anything by yourself, and we're always talking a lot about this. But I wanted to hear from you. So this is qualified public, and what companies, besides being together in these principles and in the pact, what have you seen in terms of advances? So what do the companies need to move forward? And we can say that Brazil is great at making commitments, but how far are we going in practice, in the field? So if you can talk a little bit about this and how the structure of this impact is. Thank you. Is it working? Yes. Thank you, Tarsila, and my companions in the panel here, and Aegis for the invitation. Well, I'm coming to Pacto now. I already knew about it. In my other lives, I've been involved with Pacto, but it is something that impresses me, and I'm also surprised with how much this network grew and how much Brazil has become a leader in this network when we compare with global networks and in the global world, in the real global world. So there are many knots to be untied, but I think we have made great advances because of the number of companies that are committed and that sign up for the formal commitments. And for those who know, the pact has 4 pillars. So it acts in 4 pillars: human rights, anti-corruption, also labor. So there are 10 principles that are principles that came from the United Nations. They were born there. And inside these pillars, we have movements and platforms, and the number of companies that sign these movements, that commit themselves, has been growing. So we have a little clock that starts counting all of these. But it's no use just signing for these commitments. You have to put them into practice and you have to be prepared for this. So I see an intention of the companies, an authentic intention of understanding the best way to get there. So we talk about these commitments and doing this until 2030, and there are a series of activities, and that's the interesting part. So it's not only looking at that by itself, so looking at the company by itself. No, it's the companies that come from different sectors, but at the same time they have the same view, the same commitment. So for example, there is the movement for dignified salaries. They lead the movement of race and priority, also minds in focus. It's also a growing topic. So these are movements that look at this connection between the different demands from society, what is happening around the world, and we know that we need to move forward, and how companies can actually connect to these demands. Talking about knots in the form of obstacles or challenges that we still have ahead of us, it's how to engage in these value chains, in these same commitments, because companies, they have by themselves catalysts. They are catalysts for changes, and they are vectors to potentialize these movements. What they can engage their whole value chain, and they can make this happen in all the different connections of this chain. So today, I would say that this is the biggest knot because it's not easy. And at the same time, I can see that this is the point that companies are looking at, and then together they'll be able to exchange better practices and they'll be able to understand and find solutions. So I think this is one of the main topics that we're working on now. I think these chains are very transforming. Yes, in fact, the key can change things. And now, once again, going back to you, Luciana, if you could talk a little bit about, well, you talked about the pledge and the 111 model, but talk about the inside of it. How does this happen inside Salesforce? How can people how do people react? Have they engaged? And Ariely talked about leadership as well. So how do you engage leaders in these actions? Is it institutionalized? Is it part of the organizational culture? Do people actually follow this in Salesforce? Well, I think it starts with leadership, and the meeting is going to happen on that day. And we have to understand the value of all this. So we're talking about changing the mindset and everything, and to make things happen. So to understand how this is going to be generated. So if you're not able to convince the leadership that this is going to happen, you can work on the strategic side of it. So bringing more people into the conversation. And this is very strong, you know, it's part of the DNA. And definitely it's a company that it has a very strong brand, but when you talk about candidates, that's it. You know, I want to be part of this movement, I want to be part of this opportunity, and the affinity groups are very strong. So today we have almost 70% of the company, 70,000 employees that are engaged with these affinity groups because of the LGBT cause, or Black people, or women, or religious aspects. So it's many people who are involved. And we sponsor several events, and we have a leadership structure, just like a business unit. In terms of philanthropy, we have a dedicated we have dedicated work for that. So we have philanthropy everywhere. We work with philanthropy, we work with the community, and we deal with it as if it were a business unit. So there's metrics for everyone, and if it's aligned with the direction of the company, we're going to look at this, and if we don't have it, we're going to adjust it for the next year, for the next cycle. So it's not dealt with as something extra. It's part of our daily routine, part of the discussion that the leadership has. That's how it works. And recently we saw that some technology companies, they eliminated the areas of diversity and inclusion. So you are going the other way, right? Reinforcing that. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's what we heard, but it's true. We asked this question about a month ago, and they said, I'm not going to take my foot off the accelerator when we think about diversity and inclusion. So Salesforce will continue. He said that Salesforce will continue to believe that this is the way to do it. It's the only way of being fair and making it a better planet. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so it's... So now we want to hear the examples. And then these are the examples, and doing blended finance, generating transformation. Just for us to understand, we have two ways of doing it. So we start with several solutions, individual solutions, starting with the movement in the family organizations, so it's the possibility of collaborating, and then you get to a level that we call a partnership platform. So we have to make it faster and structure it as well. And this is looking through the perspective of solving problems. So let's deal with this in a more systemic way and a systemic impact. So I have a solution, and it's territorial, and I have solutions that are based on what we call the new economies, the new industries, the new bioeconomies, and I'm going to have a different perspective, how I combine resources, how I bring resources, and a third one of how I work with mobility and social inclusion, and this is really a new market and everything else. And this example that I like very much in the Amazon, this is the example of CNI. So they made an effort to create an investment facility, and in fact it combines different resources, and it understands the resource of the industry, its role in the leverage and the quantity of resources that are necessary, going to these new productive chains. So I look at the need for the territory and what is needed there, and everything I need to take from that. That's an important point. Something else that I really like, and I'm just going to ask for half a minute more, something else that I really like is the effort that the multilateral banks are making together with sovereign funds. They understand they are leverages. So what is the best way of using these resources to co-invest in blended finance? So how they structure themselves for that is important. So they are bringing specific funds, so they mix up their resources and they co-invest. And the third one, which is the effort that we make to understand and to include women. So the social mobility as from the gap that we have today until the moment when they become leaders. And then you have several types of funds, of mechanisms, of instruments, and they are important. So this is important. So So we are pushing women so that they can be understood as decision makers for investments. So they have a double role there. They're not only there to be mobilized, right, in terms of social mobility. They also have a role that is extremely proactive. They have an important role as philanthropists and investors to be able to make this wheel turn.
Olá, Briane. A gente até abriu aqui, né, de manhã cedo com a Ana falando todo o empreendedorismo de mulheres e quanto isso transforma a sociedade, né, a questão de
So when we talk about race in Brazil, the condition that we have today and how this has transformed, so taking the intelligence of blended to this sort of action, that is spectacular. So Monica, another round over here. When we talk about this ESG movement in general, I'm not going to say that this is at play because we know that's not the case. We've been with this agenda for several years and we know that the terms change and there are several nuances, and so we're talking about IFRS coming in, and we're talking about S1 and S2 about climate. So this is going to take on the chains that you talked about, human rights. And we also see products that don't come from deforestation and also the indigenous issues that are coming into Brazil. So it's an avalanche of things that are going to impact Brazilian exports, Brazilian companies, CBAN. These are just some examples. So my question is, what do we actually do so that companies with these legal commitments, they're not going to make this just a checked box, for them to really work on the transformation of society? So if you have reflections about this, definitely in this agenda, it is coming in through love or through pain. So at the end of the day, when we look at a series of regulations that are being put into practice and to be able to commercialize this outside Brazil, a series of things that we already know about. But I look at the love side of it, which is the purpose and the understanding that we have to find a world that is livable. We cannot, set anybody aside, which is what Pacto does, tries to do, and many people believe this is the only way of doing things, and that's why they commit. But just like with any commitment, maybe the challenges that we have over here are bringing this as close as possible to the strategy of the company. So it's central to the companies, this business strategy, and this is important. You brought this because it is necessary to be very coherent and be necessary to be very consistent as well, because being consistent and coherent, it's almost an act of resistance to pressure from the market and what is happening now. And when we talk about these different areas of diversity and inclusion, these technology companies. So why does this happen? Because we don't have coherence, we don't have conviction or consistency that can resist to these pressures. So I think this is one of the points that we have to work on a lot. So giving out the tools, the instruments, and showing how this journey works, but also not allowing people to, stay behind, to lag behind. I think that's the greatest challenge that we see in ESG today. So we usually say ESG could become ELIS, which is strategy, leadership, and innovation for sustainability. So we look at this inside the organizations. And something that I'm going to say that it's not because of Pacto that I'm saying this. I always say this. So you sign commitments and you commit to targets, right? But in companies, it would be great if these targets were in the individual targets of the executives of the company. And then we would be able to see things moving forward very quickly. So we're not there yet, but I believe that when we get there, when this comes up to the individual targets of the executives, then we're going to be able to move forward fast. And what you're talking about will generate change transformation, right? So there was an analyst who told me one day, oh, I'm asking questions when there are business rounds, and sometimes I don't have time to ask a question. So what question do you suggest? Ask about the compensation strategy and how you evaluate people, because I think that's the coherence in transformation, right? When we actually put this in our pockets, right? And it drives results, right? Broader results. Okay, so for the final round, unfortunately, the whole panel had to be reduced a little. I'm going to invite you to bring something that you thought about, everything that we heard today, the philanthropic role of Brazil and collaboration, and especially we are from the S of ESG. So what is your message? What are the great knots that we could work on as a country and as individuals as well to help in this change? So same sequence here. I think the companies that are thinking of signing the 1% commitment, a nice place to start is looking inside and looking at what you are impacting that is negative in the environment or in the society, or if you're bringing diverse people into your company, if you're measuring, and if you know. So today I think we still need to get the companies to look inside themselves for them to be able to convince themselves of signing this 1% commitment and transforming. So the companies have to absorb this and produce results. I would like to say about philanthropy. We can look at this in a catalytic manner that goes beyond. It's the catalyst of solutions, systemic and structural solutions, and connecting philanthropy, individual philanthropy, and also with community philanthropy. We have many mechanisms that can help in this very important role, which is differentiated in the whole world, and it's extremely relevant for Brazil. Another point is the role of women in decision-making, in the place they are, and really bringing this to the level of strategies in the corporations or in the financial field. It's commitment to just transition, and this is not dissociating in terms of climatic issues. So this is the role of this place of leadership that looks forward, that is inclusive, and looks at the whole chain of equity. So this is the greatest multiplier for women. So I think it's two catalytic roles that are extremely relevant, and the group that is here has this nature, and from what I saw, they have this commitment as well. With everything that was said here today, The world needs everyone. So all of us have a duty, and this is about not only in our role as entrepreneurs and as executives, and we have an organization that is governmental or non-governmental. I think the world cannot leave anybody outside this conversation. Everybody here has an important role, not only to get more people, to disseminate and to engage other sectors, and to make this transformation happen in practice. And I think this is the call for all of us who are here today. I love it. You are all incredible. Congratulations to IDIS once again on its 25 years. Thank you, Paula, for the invitation. And Paula opened this event today saying that social investment is a thing for people, right? And I think Sida also talked about this, and living well is the main topic here. And all of you said that we're all agents of change. And I think that everybody has a role in what we choose to do, in our connections, and also remembering that Chisi brought a short time ago that we have to look at our book of dreams. We have to carry our book of dreams with us so that our existence can be worth it. Thank you.
Olá.
Hi. So we're coming to the end of another Brazilian Forum of Investors and Philanthropists and Social Investors. And I'd like to ask you to fill in the assessment form, which is very important. And now we're going to talk about the force of the communities, the strength of the communities in the construction of a fair future and also sustainable. So, and our great guests are three incredible women and from different parts of the world. So this is more or less where social justice will be a priority and a collaboration between sectors. That's a reality. And I'd like to invite onto stage Cláudio Soares Baré from the Podari Institute, Grace Maingi, the Executive Director of the Kenya Community Development Foundation, and Julia Brindisi, the leader for Americas of the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change.
Bom, estamos chegando ao final.
So we're coming to the end, and this is very important for the development of causes and the development of the country and the globe. So this is what we're doing in territories, in specific territories. And I would like to start our conversation with Julia. Unfortunately, Julia will have to leave. She has a plane to catch to go back to her country. So Julia's going to bring us an analysis about global challenges, climatic changes, inequalities, human rights, and And she's going to present the work of the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change and what they do with the government. You know, this is the work that they have and the work of partnerships and how this is related to local issues. And so I'm going to give the floor to Julia, and please be silent just for us to listen to what they have to say. Thank you.
I apologize for my quick exit off the stage tonight. I'm very grateful to be here, and I'm very happy to be part of this forum and this conversation. This is an incredibly interesting group of diverse people that we have in the room today. And I think we've heard a lot of really excellent, thought-provoking content that really leads us to this pivotal moment in this conversation. At the Tony Blair Institute, for those of you who likely don't know, we are a global not-for-profit headquartered in London, but with country operations across 40 different nation states. The work that we do is to help enable political leaders at the highest level in government deliver for their people. This means that, practically speaking, we're really working on those critical issue areas that we all know and care about: climate, healthcare, education, really enabling those governments to build capacity and to deliver for their people. It's a bit of a strange place to be in the not-for-profit world to kind of work directly with government in this way, but we're very lucky to be entirely enabled primarily by philanthropic supporters, as well as public and private sector. So really our organization is a sort of intersection of all of the people that we know need to be a part of the conversation in order to create solutions. We're in a very, very privileged place, and unlike IDIS, we're only about less than 10 years old. So for us, scaling to 40 countries was an incredible feat in the time that we did it. I will say there was pivotal moments that kind of brought us to this place. One we all experienced, which is the pandemic. So coming out of the pandemic, I think one thing was clear to all of us, which is that there is a place for everyone at the table to answer solutions. So philanthropists with their funding, private sector with their innovations, and government to scale change. And that is what we really believe in. We truly believe at TBI that you need to scale change with the intersection of all of these different types of people, organizations, nation states. The other moment that is really pivotal for us, and I think for everyone here, which was discussed quite a bit today, is the tech revolution, emerging technologies, and particularly AI. We feel that AI and emerging technologies are really going to be what helps all of us scale and really catalyze philanthropy. And I think now, as we come to the end of today, when we're considering how do we come to the next phase of innovation for philanthropy and how do we really make our dollars go farther, it's thinking about how do we bring technology to the table in a really innovative and interesting way. So I will stop there, just as a bit of an intro
Julia,
point.
if you want to just explain also with some examples of how you have been investing in technology so
Yes,
that
of
people
course.
can really tackle. I know you have to go.
I know, I'm so
She's
sorry.
going to leave us soon.
I'll consolidate quickly some of the other comments I was planning on making later, but in a practical sense, so example of kind of scaling technology with philanthropy. We have a core model at the Institute of partnerships, and what that means is that when we are working with a government and they identify a critical issue that we know technology can solve, we will go and partner with some of big tech, small tech, emerging organizations to ensure that we bring the right tech solution right to the heart of government. This is a bit of an interesting model, and we've really been able to make it work in the context of even things like education. We're able to take philanthropic dollars that will allow us to innovate, to bring interesting AI tech organizations to the table, ones that create AI tutors and potentially scale those in countries where there is no access to education and there is no ability to really train a workforce, in a remote village in a low-income country to actually then teach those kids. And what that means is that we're able to create equity in a way that we've never been able to before. So that's just one example. The other things that we do are, bring tech companies that could help us create
quite literally healthcare infrastructure systems. And again, governments don't have the funding for it and they don't have the capacity to build it. So in a wide variety of ways, we use tech, and it really is enabling us to overnight transform populations. For example, in 2023, we actually project that the work that we did, because of the emerging technologies that we used, touched about 1 billion people. And that's through our relatively small organization. So we're very proud of the model that we have and the work that we do, and we're looking forward to creating more opportunities to partner with a variety of organizations, funders, and technology companies.
So Julie, you will have to come back, and maybe you can bring Tony Blair with you to speak to us. Thank you so much for your words.
Thank you for having me. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you.
Alô? Alô? Não pode mudar de microfone? Pode, pode. Ai, que bom. Bom, eu acho que ela trouxe pontos muito interessantes.
So I think she brought very interesting points, and the issue of using technology to increase equity, I think that's a great challenge. So we have seen this in a few debates, the issue of the challenges that technology brings in terms of increasing inequity. And we see an example of what you have the opposite response, and the philanthropic area has to work with technology to reduce inequality, to face climatic challenges, and to really bring more social justice. So I would like to give the floor to Cláudia now. She works a lot in the strengthening of the indigenous communities in Brazil, and I think it's important to highlight that the work that is done is really, it really respects self-determination, and I would like you to talk about the Podali Fund and its creation, the knots that you found in this process, the strategies that were chosen, and how you do your decision-making. It's a very interesting model, and this guarantees that the voices in the communities are heard and respected, and a little bit of the collaboration that happened along the way, and the importance of philanthropic capital and the design of the future and the fund. Hi there. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for the invitation, Paula and the whole IDIS team, and at the same time, congratulating you on your 25 years. It's the first time that we're participating here, and as soon as we heard about IDIS, we noticed that there has been other indigenous participations here on this stage, and what was said in the morning, and also looking at the same time. I believe that I'm the only indigenous person here in this area talking about strategies in terms of financial mechanisms and indigenous philanthropy. So that's also, it's interesting to participate in these events. Yes, you will always be invited, and always sharing, right? So I'd like to say that it's an honor to be here, sharing the story of Podali and the journey that we have followed. This is an indigenous fund from the Brazilian Amazon, and it was created and discussed by indigenous populations for indigenous populations, and we have the 100% management that is indigenous. So Podali is an organization, indigenous organization without any, well, it's nonprofit, and it has this mission, it has a trajectory for the indigenous population in the sense of becoming a reference for capital and to strengthen and support the rights of indigenous people and the projects for the lives of indigenous people. And the main connection is autonomy and respecting the ways of life. So this fund was discussed more than 20 years ago by the indigenous movement. It was led by COIAB, which is the Coordination of Indigenous the Organization of Indigenous Populations in the Amazon. It was many years of discussion and maturing so that we would actually have strength to be able to say that this fund exists and it is operational and it really works out. So here we are. I'm here, just like other companions and in other moments, in other areas of discussion, to say that, yes, the funding is directly for the indigenous populations and it works out and it is reliable. So our name comes from, well, it was actually given to us by an indigenous population of the northwest of the state of the Amazon. So it's a region that is the border with Colombia and Venezuela. It's from the Banil tribe in São Gabriel da Cachoeira. And it means celebration, reciprocity, promotion of sustainability. So it is before going into the subject of philanthropy, and we always discussed this without knowing that it was philanthropy. So, in fact, we are inserted and engaged within this context. And here we are with the commitment of promoting sustainable development or development itself, and we're looking at this with a different perspective, because when we think about this related to indigenous people and when we look at the development, for us, we can see lots of depths. And we're here to say that for there to be development, you don't necessarily need to have deaths of our people. We are here to show a different side to things and to see development. To have development, you don't need to destroy a culture or a population or a territory. And here we are, living this difficult moment, difficult for all of us, not only the indigenous population. We are facing everything or all the things brought by climatic changes in the state of the Amazon. This is very strong. We have the fires that are happening in other states. So we're not able to breathe properly. We're not able to move. We're not able to, as was said in the morning, we're not able to live properly and living well. It's not only living well. It is making all of us, regardless of being indigenous people or the quilombolas or non-indigenous populations, it's for all of us to have a quality of life and for us to be able to make everyone have air that we can breathe in with quality. But all of these responsibilities are placed on the indigenous population, for the indigenous population, because of the forests, right? Because of the Amazon. And where we are inserted. And I would really like to say that it's not a responsibility of the indigenous population. It's the responsibility that we all have. The indigenous people, the representatives of companies and organizations that are here, all the citizens, and especially the government, because the Brazilian government has the duty of guaranteeing our rights, and we cannot make people who are there, we can't allow them to tear up the federal constitution because of vanity. So it's another voice that I was able to hear and to sensitize everyone here. And we as Indigenous people, we exist, we resist, and we are resilient every single day. And today we have a legitimate mechanism that makes financial resources, not only financial resources, but mainly financial resources, we make these resources actually come to our tribes. So before going on to Grace, I just wanted you to add the pillars of activity, because I think that's interesting for the people to know. The fund makes things viable, right? So these are projects that come up in the community, and the fund tries to attract resources to make them feasible, right? So just tell us what pillars you work with and the fund, and that's really interesting. So we work with 8 main pillars. Among them, we have healthcare, we have education and professional training, strengthening of the institution, the economy, and food sovereignty, sustainable economy, environmental protection, and territorial protection, the strengthening of the traditional knowledge. We also have pillars that prioritize the children, adolescents, and the elderly, and people with special needs. Especially, we have a pillar that talks about protection and strengthening of the rights of the population and with recent contact. Great. It was great what you said, that in some points we were practicing philanthropy, but this was not seen as philanthropy. And this shows how philanthropy, which is love to humanity, love for humanity, is expressed in different ways. And we don't even recognize it as such. So now I'm going to move on to Grace, and she's going to tell us a little bit about, I think it's nice to talk about this, that Kenya has a position in the World Giving Index. It's a nation that has grown and has been maintained as a nation that is solidary. And tell us a little bit about your socioeconomic context in your country, and please tell us about the role of community in the promotion of active citizen participation. So I think the Community Foundation, we have a program, Transforming Territories, that tries to support these community institutions in Brazil, and this could become an important knot in the territory, because you're able to attract resources and take these resources to the organizations in a systemic way. But I'd like you to tell us a little bit about this and the main learning, the main lessons learned to be able to lead their own initiatives, and also talking about the intersectorial activities and the role of philanthropy to build this fair future, and the importance that has already been mentioned, the importance of decolonization of philanthropy in the global South. Lots of questions, right?
Yes, thank you so much. And really a big appreciation to IDIS for inviting us, and congratulations on your anniversary. So my name is Grace Maingi, and I work for the Kenya Community Development Foundation, which is based in Nairobi, Kenya. So we're a community foundation that covers the entire country. So what that simply means is that we provide grant support and capacity to support to organizations. Those that are very nascent, those that are emerging, those are well established at the national level, as well as support to individuals. So all that work really is around sustainable development and social justice. Looking at Kenya as a country, very beautiful country. For those who have not visited, you're welcome. We can organize some free accommodation if you get in touch with me. And we...
É lindo, é lindo. É um país lindo. It's a beautiful country.
Yes, indeed. And we really do have a good support system in terms of our laws and policies as a country. We have a very progressive constitution that recognizes both political rights, economic rights, social rights. As usual, the challenges now come with implementation. We have a very young population. Actually, majority of our population is below the age of 35 years old. So an extremely young population, but also challenges around unemployment. We have high inequality, as you'll see in many other countries. So we do have those challenges that come when you have high inequality. The beauty about Kenya is that we have quite a lot of advancements around technology. The use of mobile money, it's very common in Kenya for people to transact using mobile money. There's good internet penetration, and also in terms of the vibrancy of the people, the willingness to support, to volunteer, to give, as is demonstrated through the World Giving Index. We are actually the Africa headquarters for the United Nations. So that also shows the diversity of the nation and also the strategic importance of the country. With high inequality, of course, comes challenges with regards to healthcare, with regards to education, with regards to access to opportunities. And so for us, what is very important is, as much as we have very many non-governmental organizations, community-based organizations, the sustainability of them is critical, because we see there's reducing support, reducing foreign assistance to the country. And so being able to raise resources locally for us is extremely important. Doing that by ensuring that the partners we work with are able to have partnerships with corporations, have partnerships with individuals who would like to support the work, but also ensuring that the community giving is recognized. So as KCDF, for us, community philanthropy is at the core of our work. It's very important for us that there's recognition that communities give. Communities may not only give in terms of cash, but they give in terms of their time. They give in terms of their knowledge. They give in terms of other non-financial resources. And one of the key things that we focus on is how do we recognize that community giving, and that's very important. In terms of the community foundations work that we're doing, very similar to what IDIS is doing, is recognizing that the organizations that exist that are making a difference within the communities, that are giving support both in cash and in kind, and are also then leading with having communities at the center, it's important for them to be supported. It's important for them to get capacity building support, for them to be able to strengthen how they undertake their administration, so that then they can also be compliant with the government. They can be able to leverage on tax exemptions, which we are able to get in our country, though it's very difficult to get a tax exemption, but so that then they can be able to meet those criteria. Key lessons that we have learned around that work is that really redefining what philanthropy is and not taking the definition that is extremely foreign, but being able to help people understand what does philanthropy mean in the local language, so that then they can see themselves as being part of the action, being part of the change. For those who follow the news in Africa, in Kenya, we've had recent demonstrations whereby we have seen citizen action, citizen coming out, contributing not only to the demonstrations, to getting people bailed out of jail, but also just having that citizen awareness. So we have a very highly politically aware nation, and also then seeing citizen action from that side. When it comes to decolonization, I always try to give the example of just unpacking decolonization. It's similar to you being in your home and someone who doesn't live with you, who doesn't know you, comes in and says, you know where your sitting room is? It's the wrong place. Your sitting room should now be your bedroom, yeah? Your kitchen should now be the bathroom. Yet they don't live there, and you're the one who lives there. So decolonization is really oppression. It's really exploitation. And it's not by the color of your skin, it's by the principles and who you are that you can actually be oppressive. So our focus is around ensuring that all our work keeps communities at the center. We do not dictate to the communities what they should do. We do not dictate what kind of form the capacity support should take. We try as much as possible to recognize that we have biases, put our biases aside, and be able to listen to the communities so that then whatever we're doing is being extremely responsive to their needs. And it's not about us. It's about us just walking with them and facilitating them.
Muito obrigada. Eu acho que tem aqui uma questão central.
A central issue here when we talk about community direction and philanthropy that takes so many different shapes, and that's supporting people and communities so that they can be the main actors in their future. And having in view that we're in a space that, we cannot go beyond the time of the event. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get any questions, but I wanted to hear from you, Grace, how you see this. When we talk about the main actors in the future, how do you see the future of philanthropy? And what is the role that each of us can have so that this can become a reality? And if you have any additional points as well about the activity of the foundation or something that was missing in that first block, if you can also tell us so that we can move to the wrapping up.
Thank you very much. In terms of the future of philanthropy, I think it's important for us to recognize that technology will be central to it, to innovation.
It was spoken many times here today.
Yes. Young people, the way we define philanthropy has to make sense to the people who are working and living with communities. It cannot then be defined from a foreign lens. It has to really be understood. I'm a strong believer that we're all philanthropists in one way or the other. We don't have to have large sums of money to be philanthropists. And really, it's all about us giving hope. Generosity is not equals to the wealth that we have or the size of our pockets, but it's the richness of your heart. So if you are generous from your spirit, from your soul, then you're able to give and to share and to shape. The future of philanthropy, I believe, needs to really address system change. We need to be able to see the role of the support that is given to addressing some of those systemic barriers, the systemic challenges. Otherwise, then we're just continuing on the hamster's wheel. And just from some of the other conversations that happened earlier, is that if we do not then address inequality, using philanthropy to address inequality, then we are just enabling a system that is not addressing some of the challenges of the world.
Thank you so much, Grace. E com isso eu queria passar para Cláudia.
So now I'd like to move on to Cláudia. So the same question for you. So if there's any point that you were not able to bring in the first session, please tell us about it. But I'd like you to give your perspective of the future of philanthropy and how we can make it real. What can each of us here in this room can do to make this come true? I wrote down 3 words that were said during the whole day, pointing to the future of philanthropy, a model for that. It's going to be a more inclusive model, a more collaborative one, and sensitive to the local realities. So I bring this also for Podali. So this is only going to become true in the perspective of Podali if all of us have this sensitivity that supporting organizations and supporting indigenous communities and populations, this will make sense so that in the future of philanthropy, it will be an inclusive and collaborative philanthropy, and then it will be according to the local realities. And I would like to say that with regard to the Podali mission of strengthening autonomy and the rights of indigenous people and the environmental and territorial management, this is an example of the pathway we should follow. We should invest directly directly in the populations that take care of the environment, and it's investing in the philanthropy of the future. So making it very clear to all of you that today we have a financial mechanism of the Brazilian Amazon, of the indigenous people. This is already active, it is strong, it is legitimate, and we're already mobilizing a little over, until 2025, 14 million reais. And looking at these numbers, it's still very little for us to make a strong impact and for us to potentialize and implement the life projects inside the indigenous territories. And when we say that these life projects inside the indigenous population, these are not projects that we as organizations are inserting in these territories. It's the opposite. These are projects that are built inside these territories, and these projects come to us so that we can send or passing on these financial resources to be able to potentialize all of the work that is done, the care with the environment. I know that my time is up, so I'm going to ask you for permission to go a little further, but to wrap up, I'd like to say that the work that is done inside the indigenous territories, this is work from centuries. So even without funding, we're still there, we're still going strong, and we are keeping the environment alive. We are keeping ourselves alive, even if it's just a little, but the little that comes in, we're able to potentialize, and all of the work that is done. Now imagine with greater investment in the territories, imagine how much more we'd be able to do, how much more we'd be able to help, not only Brazil, but also the whole planet. So the responsibilities that are being placed on the indigenous population, and I tell everyone, and especially those who are watching us at this moment, the responsibility is not only of the indigenous population, it is the responsibility of everybody who is engaged in this fight for preservation and taking care of the forests and our air and our water, and especially our food. So I would like to call everyone to participate and to be part of this strong partnership, which is Podali, the indigenous fund from the Brazilian Amazon. Thank you for the invitation, Paula. Grace, it was a pleasure to be here with you, and maybe we could actually meet more times in other debates, definitely, because, you know, even if it's the 1% of this 1% commitment, even if it's only that, but in this commitment, we're going to try and change the thought about traditional philanthropy, and this is what we are going through. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you to our wonderful members of the panel.
Olá, chegamos ao final da
So this is the end of the 13th edition of the forum, and there's a lot to reflect upon. There are many knots, many challenges. But what we heard today shows that we have what is necessary to face all of them. We have courage, we have knowledge, we have examples, we have hope. So I think this is a place for us to renew hopes that it is possible to build a fairer world, a more sustainable world, and even more than that, we have each other. So let's do this together and we can go far. Hopefully this day was as enriching, and I'm stumbling over my words here, so breathe, enriching for you just as much as it was for me. And I hope you learned something today. I hope you met somebody. This is a place to know and to know new people. I know there are many well-known people we want to talk to, but I always encourage you to meet other people and to reflect upon a point that you had not thought about before. So we hope that we were able to inspire you to be able to move forward in the transformations we want to see so that Brazil and the world can become more welcoming for everyone. Once again, on behalf of IDIS, I would like to thank the experts who were with us during the day today, sharing their knowledge and their time with us. Thank you to the guests who are here and the audience, the online audience, for their participation in another forum. Thank you deeply to the IDIS team, and I would like you to give them a round of applause. Please stand up. This is the best team in the world, not only in Brazil, right? I would like to thank the CD, Boulevard JK, Showtime, Fundação José Paiva Neto, and everybody who worked today at this event for us to be able to be in a very special place. Thank you to Isabela Pascoal and Da Terra for giving our speakers great organic coffee. And last but not least, I would once again like to thank our supporters. So without them, this event would not have been possible. Our sponsors, our Global Philanthropy Forum and Movimento Bem Maior as a master sponsor who contributed to all of the knowledge projects that IDIS did this year, RD Saúde in the silver category, and in the bronze category, Foundation Charles Stewart Mott and Volkswagen Group, Fundação Itaú, Fundação José Luiz Egídio Setúbal, Instituto Aegea, Instituto Cicobi, and as an institutional sponsor, UNICEF, and the Alliance magazine, and if you want it, you can get a subscription to the magazine, only get the information. And I would like to reinforce the invitation to those who want to participate in the Global Philanthropy Forum, and our partners will be between the 12th and the 14th of March of 2025 in San Francisco. And IDIS is organizing a Brazilian delegation, so if you're interested in coming with us, please contact us. And I'd like to remind you that all of the sessions that we've had here were recorded. They will be made available afterwards in our channel in YouTube. So please recommend us to your friends. Let's expand our community. And if you used headsets, please leave them on the table or give them to our team. And finally, I wish you a great end of the day. And for the last time, please fill in the survey. It's very important for us and our sponsors. So see you at the next forum.